Throughout her distinguished academic career, she has served as a senior grade lecturer, selection grade lecturer, reader, research guide, and postgraduate teacher at University of Mumbai and its affiliated colleges. In addition to her academic contributions, Dr. Sant has held several important administrative positions, including head of the department, vice principal, and principal, demonstrating her strong leadership and commitment to institutional development. Her long and dedicated association with education reflects deep academic commitment, administrative excellence, and a passion for nurturing generations of students. It is a privilege to have you with us, madam. I request Session Co-Chair Dr. Jyoti Thakur to felicitate Session Chair Dr. Mrs. Suhasini Sant, Chairperson of Gokhale Education Society. Thank you, madam. It is my pleasure to introduce Dr. Alex John, who serves as Associate Professor of Organic Chemistry in the Department of Chemistry and Biochemistry at California State Polytechnic University, Pomona, USA, where he has been a faculty member since 2016. Dr. Alex completed his PhD in chemistry from Indian Institute of Technology, Bombay. He further pursued his postdoctoral research at University of Oklahoma and University of Minnesota, gaining valuable international research experience. His research focuses on sustainable and green chemistry, particularly on the catalytic conversion of biomass-derived molecules into valuable platform chemicals, green oxidation reactions, and the development of polymers from renewable molecular resources. Dr. Alex's work aims to advance sustainable chemical processes by designing innovative catalytic systems that transform renewable feedstocks into valuable chemicals and materials, thereby contributing to greener and more sustainable industrial chemistry. It is indeed our great pleasure to welcome Dr. Alex John as one of the distinguished resource person for this international conference. Thank you very much for accepting our invitation, sir. It is a pleasure having you for this conference. The co-chair for this particular conference is Dr. Jyoti Thakur, who is the principal of Sir Dr. M.S. Gosavi Institute of Nursing Education, Training and Research, Nasik. This institute is hosting this session. I request Dr. Suhasini Sant Madam to please felicitate Dr. Jyoti Thakur. Thank you, madam. I request Dr. Alex John to please begin with his session.
Good morning, everyone. Can I get some confirmation that you guys can see my slides clearly?
Yes, sir.
Is that better now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes. Okay. Okay. I want to start by thanking all the organizers and the coordinators of this conference, especially my dear friend, Dr. Kirti Patel. I was fortunate to have spent 5 years with him while we were at IIT Bombay. We were in the same department and we also lived in the same hostel. So our friendship goes back almost 15 years now. And I'm thankful for everyone who is in attendance at the venue, and anybody who is attending the conference virtually. So, as introduced, my name is Alex John. I am a faculty of chemistry at Cal Poly Pomona. And for some of you who may not be very familiar with the system, the California State University is a 23 campus system spread across California. And as you can, it's probably hard to see, but our campus is in the Los Angeles area, so very close to Hollywood area. And we serve around 28,000 students as of this fall. So that's our current population. And each of our campuses is approximately about 20,000 students. So overall, the California State University system serves around 400,000 students. So that's about 4 lakh students enrolled on our campuses, across all the campuses. So today I'm going to talk to you about some of my research, past and present, to make the connection to the goal of sustainability and why that is important for us. Currently, as chemists, as we think about sustainable processes, how and why we should be taking sustainable approaches as we make progress in research. So to start, I want to bring you back or just refamiliarize you with where we are today. So we live in a petroleum age. And what that basically means is that all of our material and energy needs come from a fossil resource. And I'm saying petroleum in a very broad sense to include all sort of fossil resources. So for most people, if they are not a chemist, if you ask them what do we get from petroleum, they will say that we probably get energy out of it. We burn petroleum to get energy out of it, or we fill it into our cars and we drive our cars and trucks and everything else, airplanes and everything. And with the ongoing war and everything, we're seeing issues with global supply chains and how important petroleum is, the crude oil is to our economies. But to a chemist, we know that we get more than that from petroleum. Petroleum is the source of agrochemicals, plastics, pharmaceuticals, and as the common man knows it, are fuels. But if we take it another step higher up, we also know that it's not just limited to these chemicals or these commodities. Almost everything that we see in our day-to-day lives and we use in our day-to-day lives has a fossil origin. So from the time we wake up and even the beds where we sleep on, everything has a petrochemical component in it. It is petroleum derived. So then we can start thinking about, as we think about sustainability, we can start thinking about, okay, like if there is so much of petrochemicals around us, and if our lives are dependent on petroleum so much, where does everything come from? All of these chemicals, and I don't think I have to explain this to chemists in the Gujarat Maharashtra corridor. That all of these chemicals come from olefins. That's where they start primarily. Two classes of chemicals. They either start as olefins or aromatics, and olefins form like the bulk of it. So we get olefins like ethylene and propylene and butadiene, or we have aromatics like benzene, toluene, and xylene, which are together referred to as BTX chemicals. And these form the bulk of petrochemicals that end up becoming products through reactions that we learn in organic chemistry. So for example, ethylene can give us polyethylene directly, but through oxidation and hydration reactions, it can also end up as ethylene glycol or become polyesters later. You can halogenate it, and that can give you polyvinyl PVC and such. Benzene similarly can end up as polystyrene or epoxy resins, polycarbonates, nylon. So detergents. So you can see that there is a connection to almost like several aspects of our lives when we think about petroleum. So these chemicals are obtained from crude oils through this process of steam refining or steam cracking, sorry. And one of the issues with steam cracking, as far as the petrochemical industry is concerned, is that this is one of the most energy intensive processes within the industry. So it is estimated that about 8% of the total energy cost within a petrochemical industry goes to steam cracking. And it also releases a lot of greenhouse gases. And then, as we can see, geopolitical issues, we all know that these are fossil resources, so at some point they're going to run out. So we have depleting resources, we have rising costs and everything, which means that it is time for us to think about an alternative means of getting all of these chemicals. So again, when you talk to normal people and if you talk about sustainability, they usually think about energy. And if you look at the energy consumption, and I have some data here for the US energy consumption, but I've looked at sources for the world and it's not very different. So almost all of the energy that we use in our day-to-day lives, it comes from fossil resources, either in the form of coal or petroleum or natural gas, and only a very small fraction of it goes back to renewable energy. So in the US, it's around 10%, and if you look at the world, it is still around 10%. So 90% of the energy needs, they come in a different way. But we can hope that, one day in the future with advances in technology, we should be able to power our planet fully by renewable means. We can maybe a combination of solar and hydroelectric and wind power can get us there. But again, experts in the field know that there are issues with each of these technologies and there are limitations to it, right? So, but there are going to be emerging technologies which can take us there so that we can become more and more, or we can become less and less dependent on petroleum. But then, what about all of these materials that we use in our day-to-day lives? We cannot get this from solar or wind or hydroelectric because these are all materials, which means that they are carbon-based, and we cannot get that from solar or wind or electric because that's just energy going into a different form of energy. So if you want to meet our material needs, what we need to do is we need to find a renewable source of carbon. So that renewable source of carbon is biomass. And biomass, very broadly defined, this can be plant matter, this can be animal matter, anything that grows. Because we know that whatever grows, that contains carbon, hydrogen, nitrogen, all of these elements in there. But one of the big issues plaguing this goal of using biomass is that biomass is highly functionalized. As we all know, biomass can be captured into structures of hemicellulose, cellulose, lignin, and so on. So basically carbohydrates and lignocellulose in generally speaking. And one of the things that we notice with the structure of biomass is that it is highly oxygenated. That means there's a lot of oxygen in these molecules, which is very different. So in stark contrast to what we see in petrochemicals, these are all hydrocarbons. There's no oxygen in them. They have carbons and hydrogens, but there's no oxygen in them. So if you want to use biomass in a sustainable manner, that means if you want to use biomass for meeting our material needs, what we need to do is we need to develop processes that can convert these biomass-based molecules into petrochemical-like molecules. Or simply put, we need to develop methods that are going to reduce the oxygen content in these molecules. So how do we do it? There are different ways of doing it, and chemists, engineers have been working on these. So I have highlighted a few here which are more common. For the purpose of our talk today, over the next 30 to 35 minutes, I plan to spend uh, my time on two of these methods. One is called the dehydrative decarbonylation reaction, and the other is the deoxydehydration reaction. So let's start with the dehydrative decarbonylation reaction. So what this reaction does is, this is the conversion of a carboxylic acid into an olefin with one less carbon atom. And you lose a molecule of water and carbon monoxide in the process, and hence it's called a dehydrative decarbonylation. And so then you might ask, why should we care about this reaction? Why is this important for meeting sustainability goals? And the answer is, if you look at some of these molecules, which might be familiar to some of us, maybe all of us, depending on our background, we are looking at methyl vinyl ketone, acrylic acid, acrylates, acrylonitrile. All of these molecules can be considered as integral parts of a chemical refinery because these go into making other products. So acrylates are used for making paints, acrylonitrile goes into making ABS plastics, methyl vinyl ketone similarly is used for making other polymeric products. And each of these molecules can come from the dehydrative decarbonylation of either an amino acid or a sugar-derived molecule. So we can take levulinic acid, for example, and we can convert levulinic acid, which is shown over here. So let me get, we can take levulinic acid, which is shown over here, and convert that into methyl vinyl ketone. Similarly, succinic acid can be converted into acrylates. And all of these molecules can come from glucose or carbohydrates, simply put, through various chemical or fermentative processes. So that means there is a pathway for us to convert plant-based molecules into existing petrochemical molecules, which have a huge market. So the prior knowledge in this field included the conversion of carboxylic acids like hydrocinamic acid that's shown over here, or an alkyl succinate, into styrene and acrylates using palladium complexes in catalytic amounts and a phosphine ligand. And one of the flaws of this method was that you needed a sacrificial anhydride. So you had to use a stoichiometric amount of an anhydride as a sacrificial reagent to activate the carboxylic acids, because carboxylic acids, the starting materials here, they are not very active. So we need to do some transformation, a chemical transformation, to make them more reactive. Now, if you're wondering why should we care about hydrocinamic acid and alkyl succinates, or where do we get with these molecules from? Hydrocinamic acid can be obtained from cinnamaldehyde, which comes from cinnamon. And similarly, alkyl succinates can be obtained from succinic acid. So these are both plant-derived molecules. So when we look at this chemistry, there is a huge potential for this chemistry, but I would say that one of the biggest drawbacks for this is the use of the sacrificial anhydride, because that is an equivalent amount of an activator that's being used up, and it is going to contribute and generate waste. So it takes away the greenness of this reaction. So when I started working on this area, one of the things that we envisioned was the use of a co-catalytic amount of an activator. And the thought was this: if we can identify a carboxylic acid derivative, which is not an anhydride, so for an example, an ester, if we can decarbonylate an ester to an alkene, then we will get the alcohol, and we could probably use another catalyst to make the ester from the carboxylic acid. So have two processes run in tandem. So the alcohol and the carboxylic acid become the ester, and the ester is decarboxylated, and that releases the alcohol back, and the they work in tandem to give you more and more of the alkene. So when we started looking into potential uh, ester molecules that can be decarboxylated, what we found is that nitrophenol esters were a suitable uh, derivative, an ester derivative. And one of the advantages to this reaction was that you could take nitrophenyl esters of carboxylic acids and use palladium chloride in 5 mole percent. And there's no phosphine ligand over here. And with lithium chloride as an additive, you could decarbonylate it to make an alkene. So for example, hydrocinamic acid ester can convert into styrene. And you could also apply this method to a variety of other ester molecules and convert them into alkene molecules in varying yields depending on the ester. So this was good news. So we have identified a method for converting an ester into an alkene. So the second part of the puzzle was now identifying a reaction that will convert a carboxylic acid and the nitrophenol into an ester. And we found that carboxylic acids and nitrophenol, they can be converted into the esters using Lewis acid catalysts. So several Lewis acid catalysts could be used to do this reaction. The only mismatch over here, or the issue here, was that this esterification reaction was done under neat conditions. That means there is no solvent. And our optimized decarbonylation reaction needed DMPU, which is dimethylpropylene urea, as a solvent. So we wanted to find a middle ground, find, okay, what are Lewis acids that will still esterify with the solvent that we're using or a similar solvent so that we can do the reaction in tandem. So to find a solution to this, we basically turned to some high throughput screening, and our goal was to find solvents, Lewis acids, that can do this reaction. And then the big question was, how would you combine both of these things and make the alkene out of it? So we did high pressure, like I said, we did some high throughput reactions using a robotic HTE setup. And the first thing that we screened for was metal catalysts because we were using palladium and we wanted to know if there were other metals that are first row transition metals cheaper than palladium that can do this reaction. So we tested some palladium catalysts, but we also tested some nickel and iron catalysts under various conditions. And to our surprise, we found that only palladium chloride would do this reaction and in a select few solvents. So we could use DMPU, we could use dimethylacetamide, or we could use dimethylformamide. None of the other solvents work, none of the other catalysts work. So that sort of limited us to the palladium and to those very polar solvents. So then we turned to the next step where we wanted to identify, okay, what are our options for Lewis acids? How many Lewis acids can we use and can we make the ester under an identical condition? So we first did a screen for just the Lewis acids where we used different kinds of substituted phenols and we used various Lewis acids ranging from like scandium halides, scandium triflates to, you can see hafnium, then indium triflates, and also simple magnesium chloride, silica, alumina mixes, and also just zinc chloride, even organic acids like paratoluene sulfonic acid. So we tried all of these reactions and we got a lot of hits. So there were a lot of acids, Lewis acids, and acids, simple acids that could do this reaction. So taking both of these systems, then we tried combining them in various solvents. And to our surprise, what we found is that using indium trichloride, paratoluene sulfonic acid, zinc chloride, or calcium chloride in DMPU and DMA, either solvent, either a mixture of the solvent or the pure solvents, we could go directly from the carboxylic acid and the phenol to the alkene. So we didn't have to make the ester, we could just use we didn't have to synthesize the ester, we could in situ make the ester and decarbonylate it to make the alkene. So that was a really good result for us. Now, coming back to this table that I showed you before, I kind of showed you that we can use this reaction on various substrates, different functionalities. You can have an alkene group, you can have nitrile groups in these reactions, and you can still make these alkene. You can make the alkene, so you can achieve the decarbonylation reaction. But there were some issues that we identified in this reaction. And one of the issues that I want to bring your attention to is the occurrence of isomerization. So we noticed that for long chain aliphatic esters, we were seeing some isomerization. So for example, if we took nonanoic acid ester and if we decarbonylated it, we would make one octene, which is the alpha olefin, but we would also make octene isomers along with that. And we would see the same for like decene or undecene, where we would make isomers of the alkenes. So to give you a visual on what I'm talking about, so if I were to do the reaction with the nonanoic ester, so here's the nonanoic ester, the nitrophenol ester of the nonanoic acid. If I do the decarbonylation using the palladium chloride, I get one octene, but I also get isomers. So I can see that in the GC. So here's one octene, retention times around 3.5, but then I have a bunch of octene isomers that are present. So we wanted to solve this problem because we were interested in the linear alpha olefins because they can be used in the polymer industry. So we sought to answer this question and understand the problem by looking at the mechanism of the reaction. So if we look at the mechanism of the reaction, this is how we understand the reaction works. You start with the ester and then you have a palladium catalyst which is reduced to a palladium zero catalyst in situ, and it undergoes an oxidative addition into this acyl carbon oxygen bond, the ester oxygen bond. And after the decarbonylation, there is some rearrangement around the metal, and decarbonylation happens to give this palladium alkyl intermediate. And from this palladium alkyl intermediate, which is shown at the 6 o'clock on a clock, you can then undergo a beta hydride elimination, which is a very classic reaction for organometallic chemistry to get the alkene out, and you get a palladium hydride intermediate, and the palladium hydride intermediate can then undergo a reductive elimination to regenerate the catalyst and the alcohol, and the reaction will continue. So when we look at this mechanism, if we were running into olefin isomerization, that must be happening in this part of the catalytic cycle when we are dealing with the alkene. So we decided to look at that a little bit more detail, and we sort of rationalized, okay, why and how we might be seeing the olefin isomerization. So we had two hypotheses at this point. Our first hypothesis was that the beta hydride elimination happens and the alkene comes out in solution. And then this alkene can re-coordinate to the palladium hydride intermediates that are in there and then undergo isomerization. And if this were true, then a simple solution to this would be to remove the alkene from the solution as it is formed. Or, in other words, do this reaction under distillation conditions so the alkene is distilled out as it is formed. So we attempted a distillation reaction, and that's entry 2 over here. And you can see that our selectivity is still the same. We still have a 14% selectivity for one octene, and the GC chromatogram looks exactly the same as the reaction where we were not distilling out the alkene. So that made us think that the issue was not the alkene recoordinating, or that reaction was so fast that we were not able to control it. And we were not able to control it because we don't have a ligand over here. So we hypothesized that the alkene may be isomerizing while it's coordinated to the palladium. So it never gets off the palladium, or it's like very minimally, it's like It's not, the equilibrium lies in favor of the coordinated alkene. And so it undergoes isomerization pretty fast. And so if this was going on, then we can address this issue by using a substituted ligand, a suitable ligand that's going to help us push off the alkene from the palladium. So we want a ligand on the palladium so that as soon as the alkene is formed, the ligand sterics are going to help us push it off the palladium so it does not interact with the palladium that well. So we want to disturb that equilibrium of the coordination. And it's a reversible process, so please keep that in mind. So with that in mind, we tried several phosphine ligands, and I'm not going to like do a data dump on you, show you all the data, but I want to show you what we learned from this. So what we found is that if we use xanth-phos, the structure of the ligand is shown over here, we can go from 14% 1-octene to 82% 1-octene. So it shuts down the isomerization significantly, and we can make the alpha, the linear alpha olefin in a high selectivity. And with that, in with this reaction in hand, then we basically went back to the table and then we tried it on other substrates. And while we were successful with some of the substrates, one of the substrates where we were using this phenylbutyric acid, we had to struggle with this a little bit. So we were having some issues with this where we could not get it to form the linear alpha olefin. It would always isomerize. And then we realized that this isomerization is very favored because we are making a conjugated alkene as a product, which is a very stable molecule. So the stability of that conjugated alkene was pushing it towards that beta-methylstyrene product. So we decided to look at this again, optimize the conditions. And again, to cut the story short, this is what the GC of the reaction looks like if we use 4-phenylbutyric acid. We make the terminal alkene and the internal alkene, but the terminal alkene, which is the alpha olefin, is formed in a very small amount, less than 5% of terminal alkene is observed. If we use no ligand, we get less than 5%. If we add xanth-phos into this, we still get less than 5% of the alpha olefin. And so then after this result, we found that we realized that for such a very reactive and a stable alkene product, the xanth-phos by itself was not enough. So after several optimization reactions, we found that a combination of two phosphines was helpful. So we used xanth-phos along with triphenylphosphine, so a diphosphine ligand with a monophosphine ligand. And a combination of these two ligands could push the selectivity to now greater than 90%. So we had now greater than 90% of the alpha olefin and less than 10% of the internal alkene. So that's the isomerized product. And then we took this further where we substituted the phosphine ligand with a N-heterocyclic carbene ligand, and these for people in the organometallic community, you might be familiar that N-heterocyclic carbenes are very strongly coordinating ligands. They have been shown to be better than phosphine ligands in a lot of reactions. So we tested the N-heterocyclic carbene ligand in this reaction, and we found that we can get greater than 98% selectivity for the alpha olefin. So we could go from greater than 90 to greater than 98% by using the N-heterocyclic carbene ligand as the N-heterocyclic carbene ligand in this reaction, and we could make the alkene in greater than 60% yields. So by doing this reaction, what we could show is that although a lot of these plastics that we use and that are petrochemically derived, these plastics themselves are unsustainable, but the monomers that go into making these plastics, like the alpha olefins and the acrylates and styrene and acrylonitrile, all of these monomers, these can actually be made sustainably from biomass-based resources. And specifically here, these will be carboxylic acids that are biomass derived. They can be fatty acids coming from vegetable oils and animal fats. So that's the first part of the story, which is on the dehydrated decarbonylation. So for the next about 15-20 minutes, I want to spend some time on the next reaction that we've been working on, which is the deoxydehydration reaction. And this reaction, again, as the name suggests, it converts or it involves a deoxygenation and a dehydration. So as you can see, the goal here is deoxygenation. We want to remove oxygen from something. So this reaction can take vicinal diols or glycols, and you can convert those into alkenes by using under catalytic conditions, and you need a reductant. So under these conditions, you can eliminate water and you can pull out the oxygen. And again, to emphasize why this reaction may be important, we can think about deoxydehydration of bio-based alcohols. So for example, erythritol can be converted into butadiene, so a bio-based sugar going directly into a petrochemical monomer. And similarly, glycerol, which is a byproduct of the bio-based industry, a lot of the biodiesel industry produces a lot of glycerol. You can convert glycerol into allyl alcohol using deoxydehydration, and then the allyl alcohol can be oxidized to the acrylic acid, which can then go into making acrylate-based products. So cosmetics, paints, even diapers. These are all based on acrylates. So how do we do this reaction? So there are two things that you need for doing this reaction. One of the key aspects is the catalyst that's needed for this reaction. And this reaction, when it was developed, a lot of the emphasis was on rhenium-based chemistry. So researchers have shown that oxo-rhenium catalyst can be used for doing this reaction. But as you can imagine, one of the flaws with using rhenium is that it is very expensive. It's a precious metal. So others have looked at using vanadium and molybdenum as a source, as the catalyst for doing these reactions, although not with the same efficacy. So both vanadium and molybdenum have been shown to be less effective than rhenium. Vanadium usually needs high temperatures and really long reaction times, up to 4 days sometimes. Molybdenum catalysts need high reaction temperatures and they need high catalyst loadings. And the selectivity and the reactivity are usually very low. And reaction temperatures can be up to 24 hours or 48 hours, whereas rhenium can do the reaction in a matter of few hours. So there's a significant difference in reactivity between these metals. And so the catalyst is one component of this reaction, and the other component is the reductant. So the reductants that have been used for this reaction traditionally are either phosphines, or others have shown that you can use sodium sulfite, you can use alcohols, even elements like you can use carbon, you can use carbon black, and you can use iron, like iron metal can be used. Even zinc has been demonstrated to do some of these reactions. Uh, and all of these reductants, they get oxidized into the oxide, so the phosphine oxide or the carbon oxides, and so on during this reaction. The mechanism of this reaction is proposed to involve two, uh, two preliminary steps and then one terminal step. And so if you follow the reaction onto the right, or the mechanism onto the right, you would see that there is an oxo-metal catalyst that undergoes a reaction with the glycol to give us a metal glycolate. And the metal glycolate then undergoes reduction to give us the reduced metal glycolate. And the metal glycolate here can then undergo an alkene extrusion or a cycloreversion process to give us the alkene and regenerate the catalyst. So that's one possibility where some people have demonstrated that the condensation happens first and the reduction happens later, and then the alkene extrusion. Others, based on the catalyst that they're using, or the reductant combination matters, have demonstrated that the reduction step might happen first, where the metal catalyst is reduced to the lower oxidation state, and then the condensation happens to give us the metal glycolate. And so now the metal glycolate is already in the lower oxidation state because the metal was oxidized prior. And then alkene extrusion from here will again give us the alkene and regenerate the catalyst. So the reaction go in cycle from there. So with molybdenum, around the time that we started working in this area, and I'm showing you only a few of the stories from our lab, uh, it was demonstrated that molybdenum complexes of this kind, where you have an OSSO backbone, these could do deoxydehydration of this molecule, which is anhydroerythritol. So it is not erythritol because it is the dehydrated version of erythritol. So anhydroerythritol could be converted into this dihydrofuran molecule. But as you can see, the reaction needed 200 degrees and 18 hours, and you needed a lot of reductant over here. Similarly, vanadium catalyst can convert styrene glycol into styrene in very high yields, but if you look at the time, you need about 3 days for this reaction to work successfully and to get to those high yields. So one of them is really slow and the other needs very high temperatures. So when we started working in this area, we wanted to focus on molybdenum, and a lot of the chemistry at that point using molybdenum was done using uh, molybdate salts, like ammonium heptamolybdate. So people had demonstrated that ammonium heptamolybdate under very high conditions can convert glycols into alkenes. And you could do this reaction, as you can see, like 195 to 220 degrees, 240 to 250 degrees, so very high temperatures are being used for doing these reactions. But one of the problems with the ammonium heptamolybdate is that it's a metal cluster, it's an oxometal catalyst, uh, but it's a molybdate salt, so there is very little that you can do to control its properties or tune its properties, or tune the reactivity if you want to think about that. So what we wanted to do was we wanted to look at ligand effects in tuning the reactivity of the catalyst. So we decided to work on some metal complexes that are based on molybdenum. And I'm showing you one example over here, but we worked on other examples and we are continuing to work in this area. So you can imagine how if we have a Salan ligand, and these are very famous ligands with a lot of history and background in organometallic chemistry, in controlling reactivity and selectivity in organic reactions. If you use a Salan ligand around this oxomolybdenum core, then you can control sterics around the metal center, you can control the electronics around the metal center, and you can even control the backbone of this catalyst. And all of these features may affect the reactivity, and which in turn means you can help develop structure activity relationships and develop better catalysts from here. So I'm going to show you one example here where we used amine bisphenolate ligands, and as you can see, it's not the same ligand that I was talking about, but this is an amine bisphenolate system where we have a dioxomolybdenum catalyst from there, and we found that the pendant arm in these amine bisphenolate ligands had a significant effect on the reactivity. So for example, if we start with this complex, which has a pyridyl arm on this backbone here, that's the pendant arm. Uh, this molybdenum catalyst with the pyridyl arm was a very poor catalyst. It only gave us 5% yield of styrene. So if we take styrene glycol and use this catalyst, 10 more percent of it, and over 24 hours, we only get 5% yield of the product. So that's really bad because we're not even getting one turnover number over here. So we decided to evaluate the structure of the catalyst, make changes to it, and understand the origin for this low reactivity, because we had this other precedence where people have showed that molybdenum complexes can be competitive catalysts, or molybdenum complexes can be competitive catalysts for doing the deoxydehydration reaction. So we approached this problem by making rational modifications to the catalyst structure. And one of our hypotheses was that the low reactivity of this catalyst could be coming from this pyridyl arm. Maybe it is strongly coordinating, and it is coordinating too strongly to the molybdenum that it is affecting the reactivity. And so we decided that if that was really true, then making it a less coordinating pyridyl arm or a pendant arm should improve the reactivity. So we converted that pyridylamine into a tertiary amine. And these tertiary amines, because of the sterics around the nitrogen, should coordinate weakly or weaker than the pyridylamine. And we could see that we increased the reactivity. We got a 9% yield, which again is small, but it was twice as much as the first catalyst. And so that gave us some hope that we may be going in the right direction. So then from there, we moved on to an ether-based pendentam, and we saw like almost a 6%, six-fold increase uh, compared to the first catalyst. So got to about 30% yield. And then we completely removed that ether arm and we just put a benzyl group over here. So if you compare the first catalyst to the fourth catalyst, what's different is there is no nitrogen. The pyridyl arm has been substituted with the benzyl group, and we have a seven-fold increase over here. We tried other modifications where we took away one of the phenol arms, but the yield did not improve significantly beyond that. But at this point, we had gained some insight into the reactivity of these catalysts, where we could demonstrate that the strength of binding of that pendant arm was a key contributor to the reactivity of these metal complexes. We then use these catalysts for doing the deoxydehydration of a variety of diols, both aliphatic and benzylic glycols, even bio-based glycols like diethyl tartrate. And we could show that we saw that we got like varied reactivity depending on the glycol, but with some of the activated diols like hydrobenzoin, both uh, the enantiomer-rich hydrobenzoin as well as the mesohydrobenzoin, we could get the pure enantiomer, the RR, and the mesohydrobenzoin, we could get around 40 to 50% yield of the alkene product under these conditions. So with that, then we tried some microwave reactions over here. We wanted to see if microwave reactions can help us do these reactions faster. And of course, we found some reactivity where we found that we can do the reaction in now 40 minutes under a microwave condition, whereas the other reactions were taking upwards of 16 hours. So they were usually in the 16 to 24-hour region, in the range, 16 to 24-hour range. Sorry. And with the microwave, we could cut it down to around 40 minutes and still get high conversions and selectivity and decent selectivity for the reaction. Uh, and we've shown that this is true for other aliphatic glycols. Uh, we didn't see much improvement in the reactivity over here, but these reactions actually allowed us to understand the origin of the low selectivity that we were seeing in these reactions. So if you were to do a time dependence of these reactions, we could see that we got to very high conversions early on. Within 20 minutes, we were at very high conversions while the yield remained low. And so then relating it to the mechanism, we also realize that these glycols can undergo oxidative cleavage under these conditions. So they can act as sacrificial reductants instead of the trifenylphosphine that we are using over here. And we could see evidence for that in the GCMS, where we could see that if we started from decanediol, we had non-anal, the aldehyde, and we could even see other fragmentation products that were coming from either dehydration or oxidative cleavage under these reactions. So there was oxidative cleavage happening, and there was also dehydration happening under these reaction conditions, in addition to the desired reaction, which is the deoxydehydration reaction. So to wrap up, I want to talk to you about one of the most promising catalysts that we have found over here. So going back to these Salan-based catalysts that we were talking about initially, we've invested a lot of our time into studying these catalysts, where we have the Salan ligand around the dioxomolybdenum core, and we made a variety of these catalysts. And here's some of the data which I've summarized for you. So you can see that if we use one of these Salan-based catalysts, and if we have hydrogen atoms on these positions, which are the ortho and the para positions of these rings, then we get about 45% yield of styrene from styrene glycol to styrene. So this is already an improvement over what we were seeing with the amine bisphenol ligand because we were not getting such high yields. And if we compare the reactivity of the catalyst, the molybdenum complex, to the molybdenum ACAG, which is the precursor for this, we were seeing significant enhancement, almost threefold enhancement. So that told us that the ligand effect was true. The ligand in the complex was playing a significant role and contributing to the reactivity of the catalyst. When we made a ditert butyl catalyst, so if the R2 and the R3 groups are now ditert butyl groups, we saw similar yield. And as you can see, this is a little weird to us, or it was a little weird to us, because it did not make sense that we were making such a significant change in the sterics around the metal center. So we had substituted a tert butyl group uh, instead of the hydrogens, and we were seeing similar reactivity as the first catalyst. But now we understand better on what is going on here. And then we varied a lot of electron donating and electron withdrawing groups. And as you can see over here, a fluorine group in the para position. So R2 being a fluorine, that was a really good catalyst. We got 50% yield, so more than the ditert butyl group that we saw. But a nitro group in the para position was not as good. And if we change the backbone, if we went from 2 carbons to 3 carbons, we saw a drop in the yield. And similarly, cyclohexyl backbone gave us very high yields, but we saw that a phenyl ring in the backbone of the catalyst gave us a much lower yield. So what we could clearly see from this data is that the backbone of the catalyst mattered significantly to the reactivity, and it mattered very much for the reactivity of the catalyst, where a very rigid backbone like the phenyl ring was not giving us good catalyst. So if you remember on the previous slide, I said that when we had the unsubstituted catalyst, that means there were only hydrogens on the ligand versus the tert butyl groups, which are very bulky groups, we were seeing similar yields. But when we did kinetic studies, what we found is that there was a significant difference in reactivity. And the ditert butyl catalyst, which is shown here in blue, could get us to very high yields within 90 minutes. So that's 1.5 hours, 90 minutes, compared to a lot of the other reactions where people were using molybdenum complexes for more than a day, at least, at high temperatures. So this was a very fast catalyst. And then all of the other catalysts, they basically get there if you give them the time. But under this mode, in the kinetic regime, you can clearly see the distinction between the catalysts. So you can see that the steric bulk plays a very important role. Now, I talked to you about the backbone. So we also explored the backbone in a different way. So if we use secondary amines, we get high yields. But if we go to tertiary amines, that drops the yield. So again, that shows the effect of the backbone. The backbone is very important over here. We've tried temperature changes, and we can see that the temperature can have a small effect. Similarly, sodium sulfite is generally considered as a more sustainable, a greener reductant compared to the triphenylphosphine because it is an inorganic compound. So there are advantages to separation when it comes to separating the product from all of the byproducts. So there are some advantages over there. So sodium sulfite was competitive in some cases. We also expanded the scope of this reaction using our best catalyst, which was the ditert butyl catalyst, to other molecules. And one of the important things that we found was that with a bio-derived substrate like diethyl tartrate, we could do this reaction with just 1 mole% of the catalyst and get about 42% yield of the alkene. Now that represents a turnover number of 42, which, although it is small, in the world of deoxydehydration, that is one of the highest turnover numbers that have been reported to date for doing a deoxydehydration reaction. So that shows the promise of this reaction. And to wrap up, we've explored the reactivity of this tert butyl catalyst for the diethyl tartrate reaction, and we've studied the ligand effects. So we can see how we can get very high yields even with a 5 more% of the catalyst, and sodium sulfite now is a competitive reductant over here, giving us high yields. And we can also see very interesting ligand effects now. So if we use the diethyl tartrate as a substrate, then we can see very interesting ligand effects, and these reinforce our ligand effects from the styrene glycol, where we can see that the sterically bulky third butyl groups, they give us very high reactivity, and the fluorine group in the backbone also is a really great catalyst, and so is the cyclohexyl group in the backbone. But if you take away this cyclohexyl group and make it just a simple ethylene group over here, the reactivity just drops. And any electron donating groups on the aromatic ring, they drop the reactivity, and the phenyl backbone here is a very lousy catalyst. It doesn't do much. So we can relate all of these to the mechanism of the reaction and then try to understand how these effects may be contributing to the various steps in the reaction. So for example, electron withdrawing groups can make the molybdenum more loose acidic, which can help with condensation. That can also help with the reduction of the metal center. And similarly, when you have sterically bulky groups, they can help with alkene extrusion by pushing out the alkene, facilitating that step. We have been working on some kinetic parameters, so our preliminary studies, and we are actually working on preparing our next manuscript right now. We have identified orders with respect to the substrate and the catalyst, and we are seeing some interesting numbers. So we are also trying to understand these computationally at this point. And then, as to give you a much bigger picture, I've been talking about this reaction where you take diethyl tartrate to diethyl fumarate. A related molecule is dimethyl fumarate. And dimethyl fumarate is used as a prescription drug for multiple sclerosis. Uh, and currently, if you were to make dimethyl fumarate, you would make it from butane. Butane would have to be oxidized to fumaric acid, and then you would make dimethyl fumarate. And butane, as you can assume, will come from petroleum. By using the deoxy dehydration reaction, you can make dimethyl fumarate from dimethyl tartrate, which in turn can come from tartaric acid, and that is a waste product of the wine industry. So the the residue from winemaking is rich in this, and it is also found in a lot of other fruits. So we have this opportunity to convert a waste from biomass processing or bio-based food processing into a very valuable molecule. So we are also working with some industries in California over here where they're trying to provide us some samples so that we can actually convert them into fuels and useful chemicals. So with that, I'm going to wrap up right here. I hope I've been able to demonstrate and convince to you that in the backbone effect is significant in all of these reactions. We've also seen some very interesting effects of the electron withdrawing groups as well as the steric effects, and the understanding of the diethyl tartrate reaction is help us now push the boundaries, actually make better catalysts. So we've been trying to make some hybrid ligands, and we've seen success with that. The mechanistic insights that we have gained from these reactions, they are helping us to again push the boundary of this reaction, like develop a better catalyst. We're also looking into some vanadium catalyzed reactions, and some of these learnings we've been able to translate into another reaction which involves alcohol oxidation. So again, because alcohols are biomass based, we can convert it into alcohol oxidations reactions. So with that, I want to thank my department and the funding from National Science Foundation and the Agricultural Research Institute at the California State University, my collaborators, my students, and also this is the full list of my students who have worked. So as you can imagine, they do most of the work. I am a mentor to them. I will train them, but then they are the ones who are making all of this work happen. And last but not the least, I would not be who I am, and I would not be where I am right now if it were not for my mentors. So I've had, like, over the years, I've learned a lot from them, and they have contributed a lot to my success. And so with that, I want to thank all of you for your attention, and I would be happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, sir. That was Dr. Alex John. He has opened a platform for questions. So from audience, if you have any questions, we can have that. Okay, so that was Dr. Alex John. He's an associate professor of organic chemistry from the Department of Chemistry and Biochemistry at California State Polytechnic University, USA. After that, extremely studied lecture on the topic catalysis for the sustainable production of chemicals, I now request chairperson of the session, Dr. Mrs. Suhasini Sant, for her expert remarks.
Good morning. Honorable Dr. R.P. Deshpande, President of Gokhale Education Society, Honorable Dr. Mrs. Dipti Deshpande, Secretary, Treasurer, Gokhale Education Society, and President of this conference, Convener of this conference, Akshay Deshpande, Organizing Secretary, Dr. Pingade, distinguished speakers of various sessions, Dr. Kale, Dr. Vijay Gosavi, all invitees, office bearers of Gokhale Education Society, esteemed delegates, and dear students. Now, we are at the concluding stage of the fourth session of this international conference, International Multidisciplinary Knowledge Exchange. It is a privilege to stand before such an esteemed gathering of minds from various disciplines. The theme of today's session that touches the core of our collective aspirations, healthy lives and inclusive societies. See, in today's rapid changing world, the pursuit of health and inclusivity has become one of the most significant goals of humanity. When we use the term health, health is not merely absence of illness. It is complete well-being of individuals and communities. As World Health Organization rightly defines it, health is a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being, and not merely the absence of disease. A healthy society forms the backbone of sustainable development. You see, without health, progress becomes fragile. And without inclusivity, development becomes incomplete. Hence, in an increasingly globalized and interconnected world, it is imperative that we come together to find solutions that promote both individual well-being and social harmony. This convergence of these two pillars, health and inclusivity, forms the very foundation of social development, social justice, and future resilience. As we explore this theme, we realize that health encompasses physical, mental, intellectual, and emotional health, as well as, second part is equally important, the socio-economic conditions that enable people to lead dignified and fulfilling lives. In this context, the inspiring words of Swami Vivekananda come to mind. They alone live who live for others. The rest are more dead than alive. Unquote. This quote highlights the spirit of compassion, service, and social responsibility. It reminds us that building healthy society requires empathy and collective efforts. So, a healthy society is one that fosters well-being for all, with equal opportunities for everyone to access quality health care, education, and social services. An inclusive society, on the other hand, is one that embraces diversity in all its forms, whether that is in terms of gender, ethnicity, age, ability, or socioeconomic conditions, or even backgrounds. It is the society where everyone, regardless of their background or circumstances, can participate fully in social, cultural, and economic life. An inclusive society is one which ensures that the most vulnerable and marginalized individuals are not left behind, but are given the tools and support they need to thrive. As Bharat Ratna Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar said, I measure the progress of a community that the degree of progress which women have achieved. There is a popular slogan even in Marathi, Mulgi shikli, pragati zali. This quote or slogan emphasizes social inclusion, gender equality, and empowerment, which are essential components of an inclusive and healthy society. When we think on this theme, healthy lives and inclusive societies, I feel this theme aligns strongly with the global vision reflected in the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, particularly Sustainable Development Goal number 3, good health and well-being, and Sustainable Development Goal number 10, reduce inequalities. Of course, achieving these goals requires collective efforts from professionals of various disciplines and communities themselves. When we talk about sustainable development, for sustainable development, sustainable production is very crucial, which is highlighted by our speaker of today's session, Dr. John Alex. the speaker of the session stressed that the bio-based chemical industry is very important for creating sustainable future. However, one major challenge in using biomass to produce chemicals and materials is that biomass contains a large amount of oxygen. So, there is a need for processes that can reduce the oxygen quantum content in molecules obtained from biomass. He also emphasized deoxydehydration. He also stressed on deoxygenation reactions that are useful for this purpose because they can convert compound like polyols and fatty acids, which are commonly found in biomass, into olefins. With so many examples, he elaborated this particular concept. Developing such type of efficient and cost-beneficial methods for these reactions is important for building bio-based economy. Dr. John Sear's work focuses, I feel, on creating and improving catalytic methods that can carry out these deoxygenation reactions which led to sustainable development. You will agree that the speech delivered by the speaker, Dr. John Alex, provided invaluable insight and foster collaboration approaches for creating healthier, more inclusive, and sustainable societies globally. However, achieving this vision, I feel, requires us to think across the disciplines, combining the expertise of healthcare professionals, educators, policymakers, social scientists, and technologists. It is only through multidisciplinary collaboration that we can identify new pathways and solutions, innovative solutions that address the complex and interconnected challenges we face. Here, I would like to appeal all delegates and their students to think beyond the boundaries of your own field of expertise. Let us listen deeply, think and share insightfully, and work together to craft solutions that will benefit future generation and build a more equitable world for all of us. In conclusion, I am confident that the outcomes of all the sessions of this conference will provide not only valuable insight, but also practical strategies that we can all take back to our communities and our organizations. Together, we have power to make a profound impact and shape the future of healthcare and social inclusion across the globe. Conferences like this serves as a bridges connecting knowledge, ideas, cultures, ultimately fostering global cooperation for betterment of humanity. Hence, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to the young and enthusiastic convener of this conference, Akshay Deshpande, and all his team members, delegates who are constantly working under the able guidance of President of this conference, Dr. Dipti Deshpande Madam, to make this conference a grand success. Your dedication to knowledge and research is truly commendable. Thank you all for your presence and patient listening. Let us work together, think creatively, and act collaboratively so that healthy lives and inclusive societies are not aspirations but realities for all. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, madam. After that brilliant lecture and those brilliant remarks by the chairperson, I now invite Dr. Jyoti Thakur madam to propose vote of thanks for the session.
Good morning to all. Respected Chair, Honorable Speaker, distinguished delegates, and active participants. Being the host college of the session and as a session coordinator, it's my privilege to propose vote of thanks for this enlightening session titled Healthy Lives and Inclusive Society. I would like to express our deepest gratitude to our esteemed speaker, Professor Alex John, for his scholarly insights, clarity of expression and explanation, and depth of knowledge, which have truly enriched our understanding of the topic and widened horizons of knowledge. I extend my sincere gratitude to Honorable respected Session Chair, Dr. S.V. Sant, for graciously presiding over the session. Ma'am, your expert guidance, thoughtful moderation, and insightful remarks on the title have added great value to the discussion. Thank you, ma'am. My sincere gratitude to Dr. Mrs. Dipti Deshpande, President of this conference, for giving us the opportunity to host this session. I'm thankful to all the officials of the society for their valuable support. My thanks are also extended to organizing college as well, the technical team, and all those who work behind the stage for success of this session. I would also like to put on record heartfelt thanks to all the distinguished delegates for their active presence, listening, and engagement. May the knowledge shared and ideas exchanged in this session encourage us to innovate, integrate our expertise across various disciplines, and create meaningful and scientific impact on our lives. Thank you so much.
Thank you, madam. With the permission of chair, I declare that this session is over. Thank you, Dr. Alex. It was a pleasure having you with us all.
Thank you so much. It was a pleasure.
Yes, thank you. We are immediately going to begin with our next session, which will be delivered by Dr. Pawan Agrawal. And the topic for this session is From Zero to Hero. I request all the delegates to be seated, and I hand over the proceedings to Dr. Sneha Ratnaparkhi. Thank you, everyone.
Good morning and welcome to the next technical session, precisely the fifth session of IMKE 2026. The theme for this session is Responsible Business and Innovation. The organizing institute is JDC IMSR. The chairperson of this session is Mr. Piyush Somani, a visionary entrepreneur and digital souvenir advocate. I request Dr. Sarita Aurangabadkar, Madam, the co-chair of the session, to escort our chairperson and speaker of this session. The chairperson of the session would join us soon. We have with us, as mentioned earlier, the resource person for this technical session, Dr. Pawan Agarwal, renowned educator, motivational speaker, and social leader. He is an internationally recognized scholar and is known for his groundbreaking research on the Mumbai Dabbawala Association, a globally admired logistics model. His doctoral research, titled Logistics and Supply Chain Management of Dabbawalas in Mumbai, has made a significant contributions to the field and is studied worldwide. With over 3 decades of experience, Dr. Agarwal has delivered lectures on leadership, time management, customer satisfaction, logistics, and entrepreneurship at prestigious institutions such as the Indian Institutes of Management and Technology. His global presence includes speaking engagements in the United States, United Kingdom, and several other countries. Dr. Agarwal is the author of Dabbawala of Mumbai, Masters of Supply Chain Management, a book that delves into the excellence of the Dabbawala system. As the founder president of Kamlabai Educational and Charitable Trust, that is known as KECT, he supports the education of over 6,000 underprivileged students and is deeply committed to social initiatives, including the Roti Bank, Kapda Bank, and HIV/AIDS awareness campaigns. A champion of social leadership, Dr. Agarwal's efforts have earned him multiple prestigious awards, including the Best Teacher Award, Rajiv Gandhi Puraskar, and the Maharashtra Star Award. His contributions continue to inspire generations, both in education and social development. Today, Dr. Agarwal's topic for the session is Zero to Hero. I request Dr. Sarita Aurangabadkar, Madam, to felicitate Dr. Pawan Agarwal. We welcome you, sir, with an innovative memento created through 3D printing by Sigma Private Limited. Thank you, madam. The co-chair of the session is Dr. Sarita Aurangabadkar, an alumnus of Gokul Education Society. She happens to be the director of JDC IMSR, the institute which was formed, which came into existence in 1968, much before other institutes could even think of. Dr. Aurangabadkar brings meticulous planning and execution to the work culture of the institute with her precision. May I request Dr. Pawan Agarwal to felicitate Dr. Sarita Aurangabadkar. Thank you, sir. With this, I now request Dr. Pawan Agarwal to begin with his presentations.
Good morning, you all. Really, it's my privilege and honor to stand for this international conference, Google Human Society, well-known, reputed. Thank you, ma'am, for inviting me on this dais. Thank you, Sarita, ma'am, honored me. Friends, really, it's very difficult to know about what to speak, what not to speak. But of course, I know it is delayed. And already she introduced what I'm going to speak. Friend, normally I'm speaking on Dabawalas. I know your speaking is on this conference is different, technical, but believe me, friends, whatever I'll speak, it will be the best for you all. I'm not a storyteller or Dabawala. I will connect their work with your work. Despite the fact, I know if I ask, I think many of you must be knowing about Dabawala. But I know what you know. What you know, they deliver lunchbox in Mumbai, they never make mistake, and they always on time. Am I right? You know that. And maybe more qualified, you may be knowing they are Six Sigma. But friends, I will tell many insights. And believe me, not overconfident, till I will speak, you will not move from chair. It's my guarantee. It's my guarantee. Not because I'm good speaker. Yes, I'm good speaker, but my contents are very good. You will love to know. Friends, before I start, let me tell you what exactly Dabawalas are doing. Friend, they are delivering lunchbox in Mumbai, but sir, they are not caterers. The food is cooked at your home. What these people do, they collect your lunchbox in the morning from your home and deliver before lunchtime in office. After your lunch is over, they will get back empty tiffin same day evening at home. They are doing simple 2 deliveries in a day. And on these 2 delivery, I speak globally. Sir, because the delivery is important, but more than that, how they deliver is equally important. बोलते हैं ना, काम तो और कोई करता है, कैसे करते हो is more important. So I'm speaking, you are listening. What I speak, what you listen is important. Equally important, how I speak, how you listen. Am I right? Is equally important. And when is that only? And of course, worldwide recognized. Worldwide recognized. Can I speak sometimes Hindi, Marathi? No problem, na? Okay, I said Hindi, Marathi में ठोक के बोलने को मिलता है, English में रोक के बोलना पड़ता है. So naturally, it makes difference. Despite, of course, no doubt, it's a fact. Anyway, friends, Nashikar want to know. Of course, this is the hybrid. Sometimes I told many people may be listening online also. Friends, many people want to know, so why Dabawala deliver lunchbox, your lunchbox in Mumbai? Why you cannot carry your lunchbox in Mumbai? So mainly 2 reasons. Number 1, in Mumbai, our customer travel by local train. And you know, overcrowded local train. It's difficult for Mumbai people to travel with empty, carrying tiffin out of question. Number 2, long railway route. 60-70 kilometers. So it takes 3 hours for Mumbaiites to travel from home to workplace. Suppose you want to reach office 9 o'clock, you will start morning 6 o'clock. And still you want to carry your lunchbox, your wife should cook 5 o'clock. After Mumbai husband don't want, my wife should cook 5 o'clock. Because Mumbai husband love his wife. Nashik husband must be loving. But अब अंदर की बात कुछ और है, but husband love his wife. So he want, my wife should cook 8 o'clock. So होता क्या है, husband start 6 o'clock, wife cook 8 o'clock, and 9 o'clock, who come to collect tiffin? Dabawala. तो सिर्फ मुंबई में प्रचार करता हूँ मैं, जो बीवी से करे प्यार, वो डब्बावाला को कैसे करे इनकार? Friend, what is my message? My message is this: we give service to customer, but we make customer's wife happy. That's a business. That's a business of Dabbawala. Friend, what is my message over here? Yes, it's conference. Yesterday it was there. Today it will be there. Many speakers you are invited. Even I was proposed by Mr. Prashant sir 6 months before. 6 months before. Imagine this. It's not easy to bring someone here. And friend, every speaker want to say something. It is what should be benefited to not you only, but many people. Many people. Of course, as far as my topic is concerned, she was, I know that zero to hero, ते काय काहीतरी देऊन टाकलं आपण. मला कोणतरी बोलतं सर टॉपिक काय ठेवायचं आहे. सर काही ठेवा, काय चिंता नाही, बोलणारं बोलून जाईल, काही प्रॉब्लेम नाही. एनिवे बट फ्रेंड्स, लावलं आहे का? टेक्नॉलॉजी काय प्रॉब्लेम नाही. काय करता तिकडनं नेक्स्ट झालं का? येस फ्रेंड, we talk Dabawala as Mumbai's masters of logistics supply chain. So despite the fact Dabawala don't know what is logistics, what is supply chain, but they are the masters. क्योंकि बंदा बोलता है जो मैं कर सकता हूँ मैं कर सकता हूँ, I am the best, I am the best. Thanks Prashant sir, you proposed me to come and invited. Otherwise people don't invite me easily. सर खूप इन्क्वायरी करतात, काय बोलणार, कसं बोलणार, भीती वाटते तो कसं बोलेल, कारण एवढे लोक असतात. आय रिमेंबर सम टाइम बॅक वन IT कंपनी वॉन्ट टू इन्व्हाइट मी अँड व्हाईस प्रेसिडेंट मेल मी, डॉक्टर पवन वी वॉन्ट टू इन्व्हाइट यू बट व्हॉट आर द टेक अवे फ्रॉम युअर सेशन. मला काय कळलंच नाही काय विचारता येत ते. माझं शिक्षण मराठीत झालं आहे. आय एम फ्रॉम दोंडाईचे, धुळे जिल्हा, आणि मराठीत शिकलो, काय कळलं नाही. बट आय हॅव टू रिप्लाय. Sir, I replied him, sir, I don't know take away. I will give away whatever you take away, take away. I don't know what I know the takeaways. माझा मित्र बोलला, अरे I listened to you in your session. These are the takeaways. आता त्या दिवसापासून मी स्क्रीन पाठवून देतो. These are the takeaways. मित्रांनो कसलं takeaways? I told you, na, everyone here want to give away. It is up to you what you can take away. Am I right? It is up to you. The Alex John, American बोलता है. For what? Naturally, you should take away. You should take away. Of course, but in 1 hour, I'll speak about passion, commitment, consistency. Sir, Mumbai Dabawala delivering lunch box in Mumbai. Last 135 years, 135 साल से डिब्बा दे रहा है. 135 साल. सर बहुत बड़ी बात है. More than 100 years in the same manner. Sir, before 100 years, carrying on head. Sir, today also carrying on head. I'll show video. It's a life story. Big thing here. Same thing, Gokul education. I think more than 100 years, right? Sir, क्या है ये? Yes, नशा है, नशा है. एक कमिटमेंट है, कमिटमेंट है, कमिटमेंट है साहब. मजा आता है. And sir, that too with 100% execution. Sir, in 135 years, it never hampered single tiffin not delivered. Impossible. 100% delivery. 100% delivery. I told Dabawala, यार तू एक दिन नहीं देगा तो क्या होगा? कस्टमर बाहर खा लेगा. डबल बोलता है सर मैंने एक दिन डिब्बा नहीं दिया, उस दिन मेरा कस्टमर बाहर खा लेगा. लेकिन सुनना डब्बा वाला क्या बोलता है, सर लेकिन मान लो उसी दिन मेरे कस्टमर की बीवी ने हस्बैंड के लिए डिब्बे में मेडिसिन रखा है और उसी दिन डिब्बा नहीं दिया और मेरे कस्टमर कुछ हो गया तो जिम्मेदार कौन? डबल बोलता है जिम्मेदार मैं है. एंड फॉर दैट पर्पज 100% execution. Sir, last 40 years I am also a teacher. Sir, if teacher says मैंने 2 टॉपिक 2 लाइन नहीं पढ़ाया और वही एग्जाम में आ गया तो sir, our first target is 100%. If some student listening me, friend, your first target to write in exam 100%. कुछ भी काम करो यार 100% because we deserve for that. We deserve for that. Sir, Dabawala are illiterate in education. But ma'am, despite their illiterate, it never hampered single tiffin wrongly delivered. 100% accuracy, 100%. कमाल है यार. मैंने बोला उनको तुम कभी मिस्टेक करते ही नहीं. डबाला क्या बोला सुनना, बोले सर मैं अपने कस्टमर को उसके खुद के बीवी का खाना देना चाहता हूं, किसी और की बीवी का नहीं. See the feeling. बोलते हैं ना भाव. हमारे लोग बोलते थे बड़े लोग, जिसके भाव सच्चे होते उसके सारे काम अच्छे होते, सारे काम अच्छे होते. What you do? एक फीलिंग है सर, एक फीलिंग. जिन्होंने भी बनाया, मे बी गोखले एजुकेशन, ऐसे कई होंगे नो डाउट. आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट दिस. एक भाव थे, एक सच्चा भाव था. एंड दैट्स व्हाई नाउ ऑल ओवर दे आर प्रोवाइडिंग एजुकेशन. ऐसा ही है सर. बट सर इट रिक्वायर नथिंग बट डेडिकेशन, एक समर्पित भाव, अपने आप को झोंक देना, एंड दैट टू टाइमली. मॅम, आमचं स्लोगन आहे, इन टाइम, ऑन टाइम, ऑल द टाइम, नॉट सम टाइम, ऑल द टाइम, ऑल द टाइम. It is possible, it is possible. So let me tell you, the Mumbai Dabawala system is totally dependent on local train, mainly local train. If local train runs, Dabawala will not able to deliver in Mumbai. इसलिए Dabawala बोलता है कि हमारी local train lifeline है और हम लोग food line है. They feel like this. And you know, Dabawala, forget Dabawala, every Mumbaiker knows, local train may not run on time. I told Dabawala, how you are in time? You know what Dabawala told? Sir, I am not railway minister. I cannot change train system. I can change my system. I can change my system. So believe me, every day then the commitment timing, Dabawala start 45 minutes before. Sir, पावसामध्ये पठ्ठा 1 तास आधी निघणार. 1 तास. सर तुमच्या हातात नाहीये ना. आता मुंबई नाशिक, मुंबई धुळे, माझ्यासाठी काही नवीन रोड नाहीये. पण सर किती वेळा ट्रॅफिक असतं मला माहिती आहे ना. आय नो दॅट. आणि मॅडम सॉरी, बिलीव्ह मी 8 वाजता निघालो चाललो असतो. सर मी सकाळी 6 वाजता निघालो. मला माहिती साधारण ट्रॅफिकमध्ये 3.5-4 तास लागतात. सर आज गोखले एज्युकेशन कार्यक्रम, त्याला पण कळलं देवाला, ट्रॅफिकच भेटलं नाही. मी 9 वाजता कॉलेजला आलो, 9च्या आधी पोहोचलो. एक तर मी बोलणार आहे टाईमवर आणि मी वेळेवर नाही आलो तर. नंबर 2, friends, I know hundreds of people listening to me. I cannot go late. I cannot go late. My message to you all, friends, if you are excellent but your performance not in time, your excellency is useless. Am I right? Your excellency is useless. Always you should be on time, which is in your control. हमारे मुंबई में सर कई लोग म्हणतात, ते कामावर येतात ना, तर ते बॉसला म्हणतात ट्रॅफिक होतं, लेट झालं. मी म्हणतो पहिल्यांदा आला का ट्रॅफिक होतं. सर मी 2 तास आधी निघालो. आम्ही म्हणतोय 2 दिवसाआधी निघ. तो तुझा प्रॉब्लेम आहे. कम इन टाइम, कम इन टाइम. फ्रेंड, ट्राई टू प्लीज विच. एंड नंबर 2, आवर मेन फोकस सर व्हाट, कंप्लीट कस्टमर सेटिस्फैक्शन. सर उठते बैठते सोते जागते सर एक ही नाम है हमारा, कस्टमर कस्टमर कस्टमर. सर वी ऑलवेज हैव कस्टमर. ऐसा चेंज कर दो बेटा, सेल आहे तुझ्याकडे, चेंज कर. हां आहे का दुसरं? हे लावतो, हे पण लावलं आहे का? प्लीज, थँक यू. फ्रेंड, see, really, our main 2 principles, worship, customer is God. Friend, believe me, end of century you will accept, yes, 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 customer is God. Sir, काम क्यों करता है? Why Gokhale Education organize this seminar? To make you aware, to make you benefited, to make you, am I right? So your satisfaction is most important. Imagine. And so our also goal is same, and that's why we make it. So see, started 1890. Because you should know, as a Nashikkar, and I feel माझ्या गावाचे आहात, तुम्हाला खरं वाटेल की धंदा स्टार्ट झाला कसा हा काम. Ma'am, in 1890, though the British time was there, when Britisher was going home for lunch, coming back, and तेव्हा काही नव्हतं, घोडागाडी, बैलगाडी. That Britisher was going home for lunch by buggy, घोडागाडी, and he was spending 3 hours. Mr. Madhu Auji Bachche, the man who started the business, he approached Britisher, sir, you are going home, coming back, spending 2-3 hours. Can I bring your lunch box? You will save 2 hours. Banda bola, badi idea hai yaar. Very good idea. From that day, Dabawala business started. Sir, in 1890, just imagine, 1 Dabawala, 1 customer. Sir, today, 5,000 Dabawala delivering every day. 200,000 lunch box, 2 लाख डिब्बे, रोज 2 लाख. बड़ी बात है साहब. 200,000 tiffin delivered by 5,000 people. It means one man carrying approximately, ma'am, 40 lunch box. 40 lunch box, outside container, inside container, food, basket. Sir, 40 डब्याचं वजन 50 किलो, 50 kg. Carrying in that crowded local train, in which we need more than free. This man carrying in overcrowded train consistently 135 years. 135 years. Kar raha hai yaar, kar raha hai. And traveling 60-70 kilometer one way. Return journey 120-140 kilometer. So working 9 hours, so maybe 10 hours. So I'll show you, when these people work 9-10 hours, they do not relax 5 minutes. Despite they work 9 to 10 hours consistently. नशा है. कितना नशा है यार. आपण थकतो. सर नहीं चलेगा. नहीं चलेगा. Because we deserve for that. We can work consistently. And believe me, friends, when they visit people, of course, many things are there to share with you. But let me speak of time is problem. Anyway, structure, sir, president वगैरह सर्व माहिती है तुम्हाला. I'll jump to मुकादम. मराठी शब्द है. You know, मुकादम means group leader. Maybe teacher, maybe students are really please. Some messages are very good, friend, from my talk. 100%. It may not change your life. It may change your thoughts. 100%. Sir, मुकादम. Mumbai Dabawala having groups. एक ग्रुपमध्ये 10 लोक 20 लोक डिपेंड. आय एम नॉट डबावाला, आय एम एक्सप्लेनिंग. सर माझ्या ग्रुपमध्ये 10 लोक आहेत. त्या 10 लोकांमध्ये एक डबावाला विल बी अपॉइंटेड ॲज मुकादम. And what is the qualification? Ma'am, they're not qualified. So age is a qualification. The man who is oldest by age in the group appointed as Mukadam. Sir, Mukadam working 30% extra. He may not earn extra income. त्याला एक्स्ट्रा इन्कम भेटणार नाही, पण 30% जास्त काम करतो. बिकॉज मुकादम बिलीव आय एम द फादर ऑफ द ग्रुप. फादर ऑलवेज वर्क मोर दॅन चिल्ड्रन. सर काय काय सॉरी मॅम, समोर बसलेत. आय थिंक दे आर ऑल बिग डिग्नेटरीज. विचारा त्यांची वय काय. आजही कन्सिस्टंटली दे आर वर्किंग. सर माझं भाग्य मॅडम, मी म्हणतो 17-18 वर्षापूर्वी आय केम टू गोखले एज्युकेशन. आणि ते गोसावी सर होते मला वाटतं. मला आठवतं आहे एक दुसरे आमदार पण होते. कारण आय एम डिलिव्हरिंग सेशन्स लास्ट 23 इयर्स. आणि मला कळलं आल्यावर मला प्रशांत सर बोलले, सर ते जेव्हा देवाघरी गेले त्याच्या आय थिंक आधी 8 दिवसाअगोदर ही वॉज वर्किंग. एम आय राईट? कॅन इमॅजिन दिस? व्हॉट इज दिस? सर समर्पित भाव, समर्पित भाव आमच्याकडे असंच आहे सर. रिअली हे मुकादम दाखवेल, व्हिडिओ दाखवेल तुम्हाला. 70, 80, 90 वर्ष वयाचे काम करतायत, काम करतायत. And if you ask me, the secret success of Dabawala, the main reason is Mukadam. Because of this, all 5,000 people work excellent. Sir, let me tell you how Dabawala work. You know, in Mumbai we have 3 trains. Very quickly I'll share with you. Friend, in Mumbai we have 3 trains. Local train, mono train, and a metro train. But Dabawala can travel only by local train because they are allowed to travel by luggage compartment. Mono train ला metro train luggage compartment नसतं. मी तुम्हाला ॲनिमेशन दाखवेल की एक डबावाला how he work throughout the day. Really friend, amazing. काय नाही साधं आहे त्यांच्या मते, त्यांच्या मते. आम्ही काय तीर मारतच नाही म्हणे, साधं काम करतो. पण जी imagine, simplicity itself is the best. And I will show one dabawala. You assume 5,000 more or less working same. I will start with that. So this dabawala, they will collect 40 lunch box of 40 different customers working all over Mumbai. Can one person deliver? No. So what he will do? He will bring 40 lunch box after collection and he will drop at the nearest station called Ville Parle. का तिथं आणखीन 2, 4, 5, 50 डबेवाले येणार. टिफिनचं रिसॉर्टिंग. आफ्टर रिसॉर्टिंग याला सांगणार आहे 40 डिब्बे कॅरी फ्रॉम विलेबडू दादर, ड्रॉप ॲट दादर 18 किलोमीटर. ही ड्रॉप ॲट दादर. Again he will get down. He will ask to carry another bunch of box 15 from Dadar to Grand Road, drop at Grand Road. Again same. He will ask to carry 14 box Grand Road to Churchgate, drop at Churchgate. Oh my God. What normal people believe? Dabawala collect tiffin, deliver tiffin. No man. Throughout the day, Dabawala in collection, delivery, loading, unloading, coding, decoding, sorting, resorting, overcrowded train, heavy weight on his head, long railway route, working last 100+ year consistently. 100+ year consistently. Friends, I'm not praising them. I'm presenting them. I'm presenting. Hakikat hai. Of course, we may be working more than them, not like them. Not like them. करता है यार. हालांकि हमारे मुंबई में डब्बा वाला, पेपर वाला, दूध वाला, मच्छी वाला, भाजी वाला, फूल वाला असे कित्येक लोक आहेत. नाशिकला पण आहेत. ठीक आहे, डब्यावाला नसेल अशा प्रकारे. जाऊन बघा किती कामं करतात. Physically also. Imagine friends. Now, sir, he will go by road, maybe on head, maybe on shoulder, maybe on bicycle. He will travel to Nariman Point, which is business center. My God. Now he will deliver to all 40 customers and he will go somewhere down to eat his own food. My dear listeners, you know how Dabawala carry his own lunch? He carry in one pocket lunch, in one pocket water bottle. Because he cannot carry one more lunch box, addition to 40 lunch box, shakyas nahi. What is my message? To make customer convenient, he live inconveniently. He live inconveniently. है साहब ऐसा? हमारा बचपन ऐसा ही गया है. मला आठवतो सर एक काळ होता. I'm talking about 80 to 83. Of course, all 80s, 10 वर्ष काम केलं मी. So I was supplying safety equipments. Maybe the hand gloves, apron, काय nose mask वगैरे. आणि मला मुंबईला एक दिवस सुट्टी असायची ॲज अ टीचर. तर मी नाशिकला यायचो. सर लोकल ट्रेनने यायचो. CBSला उतरायचो. बस पकडायचो. सातपूरला जायचं. सायकल घ्यायची. पूर्ण सातपूर फिरायचं. तेव्हा आमची आई असे जेवण द्यायची. खिशात ठेव बाबा, खायचं रस्त्यामध्ये. ही आमची घरघर की कहाणी आहे. Am I right? If you ask your father, grandfather, they will tell you, yes, it was a fact. Thanks Almighty God. हमारे पास पहले खाने को नहीं था, आज खिलाने को है. इतनी मेहनत हमने की, इतनी मेहनत हमारे माँ बाप ने की, आशीर्वाद दिया, and today we are having this one. घर घर की कहानी है. गोखले एज्युकेशन छोटासा था साहब पहिले. म्हणतो रोपटं होतं, वृक्ष आलं. असंच नाही झालं. करना होगा, करना होगा. नहीं तो दोस्तों ये किया हुआ संभालेगा कौन? यूज कौन करेगा? हम लोग ही संभालेंगे, हम लोग यूज करेंगे. मुझे पता चला कि तुम्हारे यहाँ गोखले में ऐसे कई टीचर्स है, दे वर स्टूडेंट्स ऑफ सेम इंस्टीट्यूट. एम आई राइट? कितने भाग्यशाली है यार, कितने भाग्यशाली है. एंड ऑफकोर्स मी खूप बोलू शकतो. अँड टीचर स्टुडंटला तर मी चौके छक्के मारतो. पण काय थोडंसं मर्यादा येतात, जास्त बोलू शकत नाही. कारण की मराठी भाषेत आपण शहाणपणा करू शकत नाही. अब क्या करेंगे? एनीवे, बट रियली फ्रेंड्स ऐसे बहुत है. बट नाउ एनीवे, जैसा गया सर वो पैसा वापस आएगा. हाउ ही कम वेंट सर, ही कम बैक आफ्टर डिलीवरी एंड व्हेन ही कम 6 o'clock इवनिंग ही विल रिसीव मॉर्निंग 40 now empty tiffin. He will deliver home 6 o'clock free. So socho, he started morning 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock till evening 6 o'clock. He do not relax. Despite every day evening, he is happy. For what purpose? Today job I done successfully, I am happy. He will never say, today a lot of pressure in college or office. He will never say. हमारा डबल बोलता है, प्रेशर किसको आता है? जो काम करता है. किसको नहीं आता है? जो नहीं करता है. फैक्ट है यार. सर तुम्हारा प्रिंसिपल, तुम्हारा बॉस, तुम्हारे माँ बाप किसको बोलते? जो सुनता है. जो ऐकत नाही त्याला कोण बोलतच नाही. एम आई राइट? हकीकत है, हकीकत है. दूसरा सर किसको बोला जाता है? जो लायक है, जो लायक है. If I am deserving, you expect me. Thank प्रशांत सर. He feel I can speak good. He invited. आजकल बुलाता कौन है? कोई नहीं बुलाता भाई. So please try to understand, friend. But for that purpose, you have to work very hard. No doubt, as far as working Dabawala is concerned, sir, error rate of Dabawala. 1 error in 16 million transactions. 1 in 16 million. And वो किसने बोला? फोर्ब्स. जेव्हा फोर्ब्स बोला Dabawala टोल ओके का, त्यांना एररचा अर्थ माहित नाही आणि मिलियन माहित नाही. ओकेच बोलणार ना. मग जेव्हा कोणतरी कळलं की काय अर्थ आहे, Dabawala रिटर्न मेल टू फोर्ब्स, ए निकाल, एक भी गलती नहीं है. Because our dialogue is what? Error is horror. Don't go to mirror. It is danger. आणि आम्ही सर पहिली गलती आहे. चालेल का? फ्रेंड, जस्ट आय डिलीवर्ड टू कोलकाता अपोलो हॉस्पिटल. 3000 डॉक्टर होते. मी बोलून गेलो त्यांना कि डॉक्टर बोलेगा मेरी पहली गलती चलेगा क्या? और तेरी पहली गलती उसके आखिरी सांस है, उसका क्या? दोस्तों सवाल पहली दूसरी गलती का नहीं है. गलती हमने नहीं करना. इफ I don't deserve for mistake. हमारा ही नहीं सर. And because of that, Dabawala got 6 Sigma certification. I'll tell 1 minute story of 6 Sigma. I cannot tell you much more about 6 Sigma. In short, 6 Sigma given to those who do not do error in their business. Sir, 1998, C.K. Prahlad, big management guru, he sent 4 people from Delhi to Mumbai to research on Dabawala. That 4 people travel in Mumbai, prepare project, went back to Delhi. 3 महीने बाद दिल्ली से फोन आया, Dabawala, you got 6 Sigma. डबल बोलता है सिक्स सिग्मा क्या मालूम नहीं, बोले बहुत बड़ा सम्मान है। अरे बोले क्या करे, बोले आपको मिला है। डबल बोलता ओके भेज दो, बोले भेज दो। डबल डोंट से लाइक दिस, इट्स ए वेरी बिग ऑनर, प्लीज कम ऑन सो एंड सो डे, इट्स ए वेरी बिग ऑनर। No, on the day of honor, Dabala want to go to collect that order, but Dabala confused. Delhi wala told very big honor, and Dabala told us 6 sigma how much big, and because it was very big, ma'am, Dabala decided to go 16 people to collect very big honor. जब मंचवर गेले ते त्यांना दिलं 6 sigma certification. ते प्रेसिडेंट म्हणताय से काय है 6 sigma है, बाकी के 15 डबल बोलते हैं सर हमने 4 टैक्सी का पैसा बर्बाद कर दिया। और बोलते हैं डबल डोंट से लाइक दिस, डबल यू आर सेकंड इन द वर्ल्ड एंड फर्स्ट इन इंडिया हु गॉट 6 सिग्मा, दैट इज मुंबई डबल, भारतची पहिली कंपनी। क्या है दोस्तों, बोलते हैं ना मांगे मिले ना भिक, बिन मांगे मिले मोती। आई एम सॉरी नॉट प्रेजिंग गोखले एजुकेशन, ये हकीकत है, मैं बोलूं नहीं बोलूं। जिन्होंने स्टार्ट किया क्या मिला, उनका उद्देश्य था ही नहीं कुछ मिला, उनका उद्देश्य देने का था, लेने का नहीं था साहब, देने का था, देने का था। नंबर 2 फ्रेंड, रिकॉग्निशन। आई नो सर, रिकॉग्निशन मेरा मानना है कि रिकॉग्निशन मांगने के नहीं मिलने की चीज है, am I right? आपके मांगने से मिलेगा नहीं। नंबर 2, इफ यू वर्क कंसिस्टेंटली 100% यू रिकॉग्नाइज 100%। सर मैं तो एक टीचर, रियली सिंपल टीचर फ्रेंड, फैक्ट एनीवे समय मिला तो बोलूंगा, बट अवर टेक्नोलॉजी, नो टेक्नोलॉजी, अर्निंग 20,000 per month, they ask 1 month bonus. Sir, if some Dabala customer do not pay bonus, Dabala will not discontinue. I told Dabala you can discontinue. Dabala told sir, customer मेरा भगवान है, मैं अपने भगवान को खाने से क्यों रोकूं, मेरा भगवान तेरे भगवान ने बोनस नहीं दिया। Dabala बोलता है सर उसने 1 महीने का बोनस नहीं दिया, 12 महीने का पगार दिया ना, बोले 1 महीने के बोनस के लिए डिब्बा बंद कर दूंगा तो 12 महीने का खो दूंगा। And because of that, this nature, 135 years, no strike record, no strike record, no strike record. सर का बोलतो है, मुंबई ने बघितलंय सर, ऐसे बहुत एग्जाम्पल है, एक एग्जाम्पल दूंगा 1982, सर टेक्सटाइल मिल वर्कर स्ट्राइक, मेनी पीपल मस्ट बी लिसनिंग एंड यू मस्ट बी नोइंग। सर 1982 मध्ये 4 लाख मजदूर went on strike in 1982. Till today they are on strike. सर कितने मजदूर मर गए, कितने मजदूर के परिवार बर्बाद हो गए, कोणाला माहिती साहेब? ते मराठीत म्हणतो ना, ज्याचं जळतं त्यालाच कळतं। सर इतना ही नहीं, बिकॉज वर्कर वेंट ऑन स्ट्राइक 1982, मॅडम त्या काळी 600 डबेवाले बर्बाद गावी गेले का, ज्यांना डबा देत होते कामावर जात नाही, डबा देऊ कोणाला? तर डबाला आम्हाला मेसेज देतो, ए डोंट गो ऑन स्ट्राइक, सोल्यूशन नाही। आई एम सॉरी फ्रेंड, हस्बैंड वाइफ डिस्प्यूट, डाइवोर्स इज नॉट सोल्यूशन, बाप बेटे का झगड़ा है, बेटे ने बाप का घर छोड़ना सोल्यूशन नहीं है। वैसे कॉलेज में झगड़ा है, कंपनी में झगड़ा है, देश में झगड़ा है, छोड़ना सोल्यूशन? ठोक के बोलो मेरा कॉलेज है, छोड़ूंगा नहीं यार, 20 साल काम किया है, 20 साल काम किया है। सर आपल्यामुळे वाढलो आपण, पीपल कॉल टीम वर्क। आई एम सॉरी सर, आमच्यामध्ये असं बोलत नाही, आमचा प्रेसिडेंट म्हणतो ए टीम क्या, पहले तू कर फिर टीम काम करेगा। हमारा बनता है, मुझसे टीम बनता है, टीम से मैं नहीं बनता हूँ, एम आई राइट? मुझसे टीम बनती है यार, इफ आई एम स्ट्रांग वी आर बेस्ट। रियली फ्रेंड, बिकॉज ऑफ दैट एनीवे मला सांगायचं होतं, वर्क सेटिस्फैक्शन, पीपल वर्क फॉर कस्टमर सेटिस्फैक्शन। थोड़ा हिंदी में बोलूँगा, मजा आएगा, मैसेज है मेरा। एक 2-3 एग्जाम्पल देतो पटकन, लास्ट 15 मिनटं बोलेन मी, आय कॅनॉट कॅरी मोर दॅन 1 hour। मी 10 तास बोलेल, मी वेडा आहे बोलण्यामध्ये, तो भाग वेगळा। हाय रिसर्च केलं मी 9 वर्ष, आणि थँक गॉड मॅडम आय डन PhD फ्रॉम यशवंतराव चव्हाण मुक्ती विद्यापीठ नाशिक। म्हणजे माझं भाग्य आहे की मला इथं रिअली खूप बोलण्यासारखं आहे। माझ्यावर बरेच काही झाले, डॉक्युमेंटरी बिंटरी हे ते, TV बीवी काय सर्वच ठीक आहे। खरंच म्हणतो मित्रांनो, काय गंधच नाही, कौतुक आहे, डोळे पाणवतात नाही, रडतो मी रडायचो, आता थोडं स्ट्रॉंग झालो। स्टेजवर रडायला लागायचो मी की हाऊ इट इज पॉसिबल यार. एक शेतकऱ्याचा मुलगा खरंच अनवाणी नाही पण साधी चप्पल घेऊन मुंबईला गेलो. ठीक आहे, इट वॉज 47 years बिफोर. आणि आज इंटरनॅशनल स्पीकर. इमॅजिन. स्वतःला वाटतं की व्हॉट इज दिस. मान्य मला मिरॅकल नाही आहे पण मित्र गर्व पण नाही आहे. ठीक आहे. एनिवे आय स्पीक अबाउट पीपल्स अबाउट कस्टमर सॅटिस्फॅक्शन. लेट मी टेल यू अबाउट डबावाला. यू विल लव टू नो. आय आस्क्ड वन कस्टमर ऑफ डबावाला, कॅन यू टेल मी हाऊ डबावाला वर्क? Customer told they are excellent. Well, what excellent? Tiffin is your, food is your. Dabala simply deliver. Customer told they don't simply deliver. Then customer told when I leave 6 o'clock, sometimes customer forget his mobile spectacle at home. Then 9 o'clock, customer wife put husband mobile in lunchbox and Dabala deliver along with food mobile in office. You will say Dabala gives value added services. Fukat. देतात. अदर कस्टमर टोल सर दे आर व्हेरी ऑनेस्ट. इमानदार आहे म्हणे डबेवाले. म्हणे बेईमान काय, तुझं जेवण खाणार का? सुनना डबावाला कस्टमर क्या बोलता है, सर उसकी बात नहीं, फिर क्या है सर, व्हेन आवर कस्टमर गेट सैलरी इन कैश, आवर कस्टमर कैन नॉट कैरी सैलरी इन पॉकेट. व्हाई? इट कैन बी स्टोलन इन क्राउडेड लोकल ट्रेन. तो क्या करता है वो, when customer gets salary in cash, after eating food, he puts salary in empty tiffin and Dabawala deliver empty tiffin with salary in the hands of customer's wife safely in the evening. Because 135 years, Dabawala never opened tiffin. Never opened tiffin. My God. Sorry, मित्रांनो, तुम्ही पण qualified, मी पण खूप qualified. But despite that, ma'am, we are working under काय CCTV. And Lito, you are under. अरे कसलं under? Is it good? मैं अपने को सवाल पूछता हूँ, how that small device can control this big device? hey, मुझे control करेगा? Friend, tell yourself, I am the best. I don't want someone can control. If they control, I don't object, but I don't want. I am the best. I am the best. है हम लोग यार. यहाँ तो ऐसा करते हैं. पैसा, sir, some customer send सोना चांदी, some customer wife लव लेटर काय काय पाठवतात. यू मस्ट हैव सीन लंच बॉक्स मूवी. इरफान भाई का देखा होगा तो. पण सॉरी मैम, लेट मी टेल यू, हमारे यहाँ लव लेटर भेजते हैं लेकिन बीवी खुद के हस्बैंड को, हाँ ऐसा ते पिक्चर सारखं नाही ते दाखवतात ते. आई शेअर वन एग्जांपल, लाइव एग्जांपल बताता हूँ मैं. एंड मैसेज फॉर यू रियली फ्रेंड. एग्जांपल बोलताना भी खूप पाणी यायचं डोळ्यात. हकीकत है ये. मैंने एक कस्टमर को पूछा तो कस्टमर बोलता है, पवन जी डबाला मेरे भगवान है. सुनना किस्सा. मतलब क्या हो गया, तो मेहता साहब थे, बोले पवन जी मेरा अपने बीवी से बहुत झगड़ा हो गया, बहुत ज़्यादा हुआ. मतलब इंडियन हस्बैंड वाइफ कॉन्ट्रैक्ट, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं यार, क्या हुआ, कुछ ज़्यादा झगड़ा किया. एंड यू नो, सॉरी हस्बैंड्स, हमारे इंडियन हस्बैंड की दो क्वालिटी है. नंबर वन, बंदा टूटेगा लेकिन बीवी के सामने झुकेगा. कितनी ईमानदार है, मतलब वी नो दैट. Same thing. Number two, second quality in husband, angry young man. Next day morning, husband scolded wife, told wife, divorce, went to office. 9 baje Dabawala came home, Indian wife, dile ke manta nahi. Despite dispute, she delivered tiffin Dabawala delivered in office. In lunch time, husband saw the tiffin. Morning, angry young man, become the hungry young man. So, he opened the tiffin. When he opened tiffin, on top of tiffin, return love letter from wife. Oh, my beloved husband, I love you, Lord. Forget what happened in the morning. Eat my food, it is for you. The message given by wife to husband, delivered by. अगली स्टोरी सुनना. हस्बैंड खाना खाता है. अब हस्बैंड को खाना खाने के बाद शर्म तो आती है. He brought 2 cinema tickets, put in empty tiffin and return love letter to wife. मैं भी तुझसे बहुत प्यार करता हूँ, शाम को मिलेंगे. दोस्तों, मेरा सवाल है, जवाब देना. दो आत्मा का मिलन करने वाला. मित्रांनो, मला अनुभव आहे. लास्ट 40 years आय एम अ टीचर. माझं भाग्य आहे. आणि कॉन्फरन्स मॅम सांगून गेल्या, एक वाक्य बोलले मराठीमध्ये, मुलगी शिकली खरं आहे. मॅडम, मी जातो ना, खूप किती देश फिरलं मला पण माहीत नाही. हार्वर्ड, कॅम्ब्रिज, लंडन स्कूल ऑफ इकॉनॉमिक्स, MIT, बोस्टन. मला आज पण मॅसेच्युसेट्स बोलायला 10 वेळा बोलावं लागतं. कळत नाही मला काय ते. दिले लेक्चर्स. कुठं कुठं विद्यार्थी भेटतात, पाया पडतात, सर तुमच्यामुळे. म्हणते भाऊ पैसे घेऊन शिकवलं, फुकट नाही शिकवलं मी, तरी तो आम्हाला देव मानतो. है मैं राइट? सर हम सब बच्चों को पढ़ाते हैं, 4 लोग टॉप में आते फिर भी हमको भगवान मानते हैं. यदि हम भगवान होते तो सारे टॉप में आते ना. 4 ही क्यों आए? बिकॉज दे वर्क हार्ड, दे आर विद द टॉपर्स, दे आर द टॉपर्स. ऑफ कोर्स माँ बाप का, टीचर का रोल बहुत बड़ा है, बहुत बड़ा है, हम मार्गदर्शक है, लेकिन उन्होंने करना चाहिए ना, करना होगा, करना होगा. सही है दोस्तों. मेरी कुछ बच्चे तो मैं तो बोलूँगा प्लीज़, मैं मेरी तारीफ नहीं, मैं पूरी ज़िंदगी में 2 लोगों को भगवान मानते मानते आगे बढ़ा, यहाँ तक पहुँचाऊँ. एक माँ बाप और दूसरा टीचर. बिलीव मी, यही लोगों ने जिन्होंने हमारे पूरे जीवन को बदला है. ऐसे तो बहुत है, बट एनीवे फ्रेंड्स, आई वांट टू जस्ट टू गो फॉर द नेक्स्ट. सर सी द वीडियो. आवाज दे.
Are a close-knit group of 5,000 people of stamina, values and ethics. They are engaged in the business of collecting tiffin boxes filled with
70-year-old.
homemade food from different houses and distributing them at the workplaces of the
74-year-old.
earning members of these families.
This man
In
is
the pre-noon,
90-year-old,
and returning
still
empty
working.
boxes to the
90-year-old,
respective houses
90
in the
वर्षाचा माणूस, माणूस
They
म्हातारा
move
नाही.
200,000 such lunches
Can
to
imagine?
200,000
If you ask the
people
bawala,
working in
you're 90 years
different
still working.
organizations.
You know what you will reply? Hey, we are the soldiers of Shivaji Maharaj. We never get tired. We never get tired. सर भाव आहे हे. आणि तुम्हाला तर माहिती आहे 90% लोक, 100% लोक माळकरी. इमॅजिन फ्रेंड्स. एनीवे, फिर वही टाइम का कमी है, बट फिर भी फ्रेंड सी द हाउ दे डू कोडिंग. Friends, see, simple piece of paper, simple matchstick on the brush, they do coding. Sir, imagine this. क्या है ये? नशा है. Resources may not be available. They use that resources which are available. वो नशा है. काही नाटकं नाही. Friend, you know, हे तुमचा डबा आहे. You clean tiffin at home. Listen carefully. When you clean tiffin at home, sometime our coding not visible properly. If any dabala comes to know coding is not proper, he will remove color from pocket and with finger he will overwrite. He will not say this is not my job. He will do the job. क्यों? करना है तो करना है. कोई excuse नहीं. कोई excuse नहीं. मित्रांनो सॉरी, मी पण एक टीचर आहे, भाषण देत नाही. डिपार्टमेंट वेगळे असतील, बाप एकच आहे, गोखले एज्युकेशन. लक्षात ठेवा, करावं लागेल. हा कॉन्फरन्स कोणाचा आहे माहीत नाही, सर्वांना सपोर्ट करावा लागेल. एम आई राइट फ्रेंड्स? सो उसके बगैर काम नहीं होगा यार. एवरीवन शुड वर्क, एवरीवन. क्यों? मैं वापस पीछे आता हूँ. मैंने जब उसको पूछा रिसर्च में, क्या रे ये तेरा काम है, पता बोला क्या बोलता है? सर ये कोडिंग प्रॉपर नहीं है, सबसे पहले मैंने देखा तो मेरा काम हुआ ना, बात खत्म, बात खत्म. एनीवे, पुढचे 3 व्हिडिओ दाखवतो मी. वेळ वाचवण्यासाठी. I will not speak anything. Listen 3 video, loading, unloading, sorting, resorting. Just see.
That 200,000 of them are having it on all working days on time, thanks to the Mumbai Dabawalas. The shelf life of these lunches are just 4 to 5 hours. Therefore, watch the spontaneous sorting. Everyone is picking up his tiffins as per his delivery areas. Tiffins for areas with more density are transported on carts collectively. Some tiffins are on bicycles and some are personally taken by hand. From here, one tiffin box shifts hands in transit at least 6 times before it reaches its consumer in his office.
Running
The
local
same is the
train,
case in its
standing near the
return
gate,
journey as an
doing
empty
sorting
tiffin.
to save time, taking risk of life, and because they work excellent, so many documentary made by UTV, MTV, ZTV, A to ZTV, A to ZTV are documented about. Sir, they got many achievements. 6 Sigma, Guinness Book of World Record, they got ISO certificate without application. माहीतच नाही कोण देतं, कुठं भेटतं माहीतच नाही. ते लोक आले डबा ISO, so take the certificate, कुठं ठेवलंय ते पण माहीत नाही. बंदा बोलता है my ISO is what? Customer satisfaction. That's it. That's it. कसला ISO? कसला 6 Sigma? म्हणतो ना मित्रांनो, खरंच हे करावं लागेल. मला मान्य आहे थोडंसं मोटिवेशन मिळतं, काय फरक नाही पडत. असं ठरवलं पाहिजे, ठरवलं पाहिजे मित्रांनो. खरंच मजा ही कुछ और है. मी तुम्हाला म्हटलं ना, आठवा त्या लोकांना ज्यांनी या सोसायट्या सुरू केल्या, शाळा कॉलेज सुरू केल्या, आज गोखलेसारखं नाव झालं. मला वाटतं त्यांना काही कोणीतरी पुष्पगुच्छ पण दिला असेल, तेव्हा नव्हतीच ती प्रथा. आजच का, आजच का सर करना होगा. इट्स रिअली बिग थिंग. एनिवे आय टोल्ड आय डन PhD ऑन दिस. सर माझं भाग्य रिअली. आता माझ्या PhDवर मी मुद्दाम, कारण तुमचा आज टॉपिक तसा आहे, जे रिसर्च करतायत मला त्यांना मेसेज आहे, मॅडम खरंच माझ्या PhDवर PhD होणार अशी माझी स्टोरी आहे. सर 3 विषयावर काम केलं मी 6.5 वर्ष. पहिला विषय रिजेक्ट. माझं प्लॅटफॉर्म तर इथं बोलायचं नाही का झालं ते. 1.5 वर्ष काम केलं, रिजेक्ट. दुसरा वर्ष परत रिजेक्ट, 2 वर्षानंतर नवीन विषय. तिसरा विषय रिजेक्ट. नाशिकचे प्रमोद बियाणी सर आणि मी इथं राहायचे सर्वोत्तम कुलकर्णी, खरंच बापासारखे भेटलेत. मी म्हटलं मला नाही करायचं PhD. कसली PhD पवनजी, थकायचं नाही. माहिती का, कारण 4था विषय माझ्या नशिबात आला, मुंबईचा डबेवाला. आणि म्हणून देवाने माझी परीक्षा घेतली. 3 विषय रिजेक्ट, कारण मला द्यायचा होता काय, डबावाला. सर ज्या विषयाने मला अख्खं जग दाखवलं, मला आठवत नाही कधी विमानात बसलो असेल मी, पण या विषयामुळे मी महिन्यात 25दा विमानात बसायचो, महिन्यात 25 वेळा. सर काय काय मित्रांनो, पेशन्स सोडायचे नाही, सोडायचे नाही. करना है तो करना है म्हटलं ना मी. आणि जिसको करना है उसके लिए एक ही कारण है, करना है. नहीं करने वालों के लिए कई कारण है, करने वालों का कारण नहीं है. रियली फ्रेंड, मी म्हटलं तुम्हाला, मतलब शपथ, इट्स माय फॉर्च्युनेट. सर व्हाईस चान्सलर कुलगुरू कृष्णकुमार सर होते, ते नाही आहेत, खूप लवकर गेले देवाघरी. सर रिअली वेन मुंबई वॉज कमिंग, ड्रायव्हर बोलायचा सर तुमची आठवण करायचे, ते माझ्या ऑफिसला कित्येक वेळा यायचे. माय गॉड, एकदम धावत बाहेर जायचो मी. सम VC इज कमिंग. द रिझन, मॅम आम्ही एज्युकेशन चालवलं, डबावाला, पेपरवाला, मग न्हावी, मग ते चांबार, मग पोलीसवाले, आणि ते इथं बोलायचे, नाशिकला बोलायचे. असं मला कळलं, वेळेपण आहे तो, पण असं ऐकलं मी की ते यांच्या लोकांना म्हणायचे, बॉम्बे में पवन बैठा है, वो सबके लिए काम करेगा, चिंता नहीं करना. मित्रांनो, मैंने बोला ना, जो करता है उसको लोग बोलता है कि हाँ तू कर. एनीवे ऐसे बहुत है, बट लेट मी स्पीक नाउ अबाउट प्रिंस चार्ल्स. सर 2003 Prince Charles came to Mumbai to visit Dabawala, but before Prince Charles supposed to come, 6 months before, British consul phoned Dabawala. Dabawala, Prince Charles आपको मिलना चाहते हैं. डबल बोलते Prince Charles को नहीं मालूम नहीं, त्यांना माहित नव्हतं. वो बोलता है लंदन के राजा है. डबल बोलता है लंदन के राजा है. डबल टोल्ड ओके वी विल अलाउ हिम, नो प्रॉब्लम. डबल allow Prince Charles to come. 2 conditions डबेवाल्यांची. Number 1, डबावाला give only 20 minutes to Prince Charles because डबावाला busy, they cannot give more time. Number 2, we will not go to Prince Charles. Prince Charles should come to us. कुठं, चर्चगेट फुटपाथ हत्तीच्या. नाही तसं नाही, तसं कौन से बोलता ऐसी बात करते हो. डबल बोलता सर वो लंदन के राजा है, उनकी इज्जत करते हैं, लेकिन 2 लाख कस्टमर बाहर आ जाए. वी कैनॉट डिस्टर्ब आवर कस्टमर्स फॉर 1 king. That's the reason these are the 2 requests. Imagine friend, proved worship customer is God. सर करावं लागेल. आम्ही शिक्षक करतो ना मित्रांनो, आम्ही आमच्या घरच्या पोरांना ज्यांना आम्ही जन्म दिला त्यांना शिकवत नाही, पण दुसऱ्या पोरांना शिकवतो. Am I right? Because we feel proud of this. We feel proud. Believe me friends, believe me. मी खूप सर, मी 23 वर्ष नंतर स्पीकर झालो म्हणून कमी झालं. बिलीव्ह मी फ्रेंड, मी दिवसातनं 14 तास शिकवायचो, 14 तास. माझ्या घरात 6 डॉक्टर आहेत. बोलायचे भाऊ तू बोलू नको, ओकोड का खराब होईल, त्याच्या आधी तर बोलू दे, आत्ताच का खराब करतोय. हा रिअली फ्रेंड्स म्हणतो काळे सर आपण ना सर तुमच्या बाजूला बसलोय मी, ते पण सर डब्बी काढता एखादी गोळी खातायत, मी बी कंठी का आम्ही खोकलतो. पण बिलीव्ह मी फ्रेंड, मी तर खूप खोकलतो लेक्चरच्या आधी. बिलीव्ह मी, इथं आल्यावर मॅडम मला एक पण खोकला येत नाही. अच्छा काम करो, भगवान की ताकत नहीं आपको तकलीफ देगा यार, तकलीफ दे नहीं सकता है, उसकी भी ताकत नहीं. Really friends, see just imagine Prince Charles came, and because of Prince Charles, Dabawala recognized globally. And because of that, he came, and Prince Charles or Dabawala, you are amazing. And त्या दिवसापासून Prince Charles started to believe Dabawala as a friend, and Dabawala believe he is a God. आता गॉड बोलल्यावर आपलं आता सॉरी ह्युमन माइंड आहे, पेपरामध्ये टीका आली, हा अंग्रेजी को गॉड बोलता है. आता डबावाले बोलून गेले बिचारे, अय आमचं गॉड कोण आहे? विठ्ठल. ते काळं आहे, हे गॉड गोरं आहे, एवढाच फरक आहे. मित्रांनो, why I'm saying, see na, अरे Prince Charles married. Sir, when Prince Charles supposed to marriage, believe me, only 3 Indians invited. Among 3 Indians invitation, 2 were Dabawala invited to attend Prince Charles' marriage. सर, आमंत्रणाच्या आधी आम्हाला मित्र आहे, मग आम्ही काय केलं सर, पुणेरी फेटा घेतला फुकट. मग कोणी साडी दिली का, डबावाला बोलतो भाभी के लिए क्या लेंगे, मग भाभीसाठी ते भाभी बोलायला लागले क्या मिळाला. मग आम्ही वहिनीसाठी साडी घेतली वगैरे, पाठवलं. आणि मग लग्नाचा दिवस जवळ आला, जायचं होतं 6 दिवसा अगोदर. सर, एक डबालाचा फोन आला, 2 लोक गेली होती. एकाचा फोन आला, पवन सर आम्ही जाणार नाही, वाईट बातमी आली आहे. म्हटलं कसली वाईट बातमी, मी गेले 1.5 महिना पंकी पॅलेसला फोन करतोय आणि ते ठरलं आहे. वाईट बातमी काय? डबाला म्हणतो सर, ज्या लग्नाला जातोय ना ते दुसरं लग्न आहे, आम्ही नाही जाणार. का ते माळकरी लोक ते मानत नाही. आता मला घाम फुटला. पण मग इंडियन मला पण ॲड आली, मला डबावाला यू आर इन्व्हायटेड फॉर द फर्स्ट टाइम फॉर डबावाला फर्स्ट मॅरेज. ओ फर्स्ट मॅरेज, आता आम्ही जाणार. मग ते गेले. मग आम्ही पण काय केलं सर, विशिंग मॅरी हॅपी लाईफ. तिसरं, देवा नको होऊ देऊ, काय काहीतरी प्रार्थना करू शकतो. सर रिअली एनी फ्रेंड्स, मेरा हर एक फोटो मेसेज आहे मग लास्ट 5 मिनिट्स. सर येस रिअली फ्रेंड, बघा ना किती मोठी लोक. रिचर्ड ब्रँसन, माझा एनी फ्रेंड लंडन असेल. सर म्हणजे आय एम नॉट शोईंग फोटो, आय एम शेअरिंग सम मेसेज. हा मेसेज शेअर करतो मी. सर काहीतरी गेलो होतो मी, खरंच म्हणजे मी इनोसंट बनत नाही आहे मित्रांनो, खरंच मला कळत पण नाही. आता सॉरी, समोर कोण बसले मला नाव पण माहीत नाही. काळे सर आलेत, मला नाव माहीत नव्हतं. मला वाटलं स्पीकर असतील. मी ब्रोशरला गेलो, त्यांचा फोटो बघितला, अच्छा हेच काळे सर आहेत. आम्हाला कुठं माहिती आहे? मला एकच नाव माहिती, प्रशांत सर. त्यांनी बोलवलं, सगळे तेच भेटलेत. मॅम असंच झालं, मी अहमदाबाद लेक्चर दिला और सामने बैठे लोग थे. 70 मिनट लेक्चर दिया मैंने और लास्ट में अनाउंस हुआ कि पवन अग्रवाल का सम्मान गौतम अदानी करेंगे. तेव्हा कळलं बसलेले गौतम अदानी आहेत. मला ते पण माहीत नव्हतं. सर बिलीव मी, सर हम शाम को भूल जाते कहाँ गए थे, शाम को अपनी औकात पे आते हैं. अपनी औकात क्या, अपना काम. और नंबर 2, सर बाद में पता होना चाहिए. सर मेरे ऑफिस में लिखा है बड़े अक्षरों में, ऐसा काम करो नाम हो जाए, ऐसा नाम करो काम हो जाए. करना होगा, ऐसे नहीं मिलता यार. आपको बहुत कंट्रीब्यूट करना होगा, बहुत कंट्रीब्यूट करना होगा. एनीवे ऐसे बहुत है सर, मतलब मेनी थिंग्स. आई विल जस्ट गिव फॉर सम मैसेजेस. सर HIV AIDS, वी आर वर्किंग फॉर दैट. स्वच्छ भारत अभियान, वी आर वर्किंग ऑन दैट. सर व्हेन प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी बिकेम प्राइम मिनिस्टर, he appointed 100 brand ambassador. I am not proud, I am happy. I was among them as a brand ambassador for स्वच्छ भारत अभियान appointed by नरेंद्र मोदी जी. सर क्या है ये? छोटे से आदमी है, बड़ी फौज मिलती है. सर ये कुछ नहीं है, ये सम्मान नहीं है सर, समाधान है. समाधान है, समाधान है रियली. बट ठीक है, हमको लगता है ऐसा. एनीवे ऐसे बहुत म्हणतो योगा आहे. सर उठी बँक एका मिनिटात बोले, शेवटचे 2 मिनिटं. फ्रेंड्स, यू गो टू गूगल अँड सी इन यूट्यूब शेअर माय डब्बा. मॅम मी रिसर्च करत होतो, खाली येऊ शकतो का व्हिडिओवाले? मी थोडं खाली येतो. सर वेन आय वॉज डुईंग रिसर्च, आय केम टू नो सम डब्बावाला कस्टमर डू नॉट ईट फूड. सर तुम्हाला डबा दिला मी, आणि सर आम्ही जेव्हा खाली डबा न्यायचो ना तर कस्टमर जेवण करायचे नाही. हे कसं कळायचं? डबा भरलेला आहे. हा तो डब्बावाला जब तक डिब्बा घर जाएगा डब्बा खाने लायक खाना खाने लायक नहीं रहेगा. तो डब्बाला बोलता है सर वी आर नॉट अलाउड टू ओपन टिफिन. फिर हमने क्या किया सर, एक स्टिकर बनाया, शेयर में डब्बा स्टिकर, एंड वी distributed 10 stickers to those customers who do not eat food sometime. And we appeal them, sir, we do not eat food. If you want someone can eat, please put Shema Dabba sticker on it. आज रोज 800 गरीब पोरं डबा खाता है, which is not eaten by customer, delivered by डबा वालाज. क्या है सर, क्या है ये? सर कुछ नहीं है. लोग बोलते हैं CSR है. आई एम सॉरी, आज CSR है यार. आज बोलते हैं हम पैसा कमा के CSR करते हैं. ये गरीब लोगों ने हमारे भारत में गरीबी में CSR किया. एम आई राइट? गरीबी में CSR किया. शाळेला जागा घेऊन टाक, दवाखाना घेऊन टाक, काय देऊच नको. ही आमची भारताची आपको इतिहास है. फिर हमने क्या किया सर, रोटी बैंक सेंड किया. मॅम आम्ही काय करतो, रोज आम्ही संध्याकाळी 4 ते 7 लोकांकडनं जेवण कलेक्ट करतो सर, आणि डिस्ट्रीब्यूट टू नीडी पीपल. Sir, same, we deliver kapda bank. We want, they should take. Sir, anyway, I want to tell you, sir, 1 second, 20 seconds I will keep, read on this. These are the 20 qualities. I will ask you, is there among us any one person do not hold any one quality? Sir, we hold more than 20 qualities, provided you should bring into practice. You should bring into practice. Correct, friend, it's a fact. It's a fact. And sir, bhagana, I told Dabawala, you should learn computer. 20 वर्षापूर्वीची गोष्ट आहे. त्यासाठी ते कृष्णकुमार सर माझ्याकडे आले होते, मला बोलवलं, आम्ही काम केलं. बट डबल नॉट रेडी टू लर्न कॉम्प्युटर. मला पण माहिती आहे सर, 80 वर्षाचा माणूस काय कॉम्प्युटर शिकणार, पण मला शिकवायचं होतं. सर, I got idea after end of year. In my school, I made wooden local train. In every coach, I put PC, invited Dabawala. Dabawala told, it's a local train. आम्हाला वाटतं ट्रेनमध्ये शिकणार, ये बाबा शिक, no problem. I told Dabawala, you should know English, because in our Mumbai, some customer from Chennai, Bangalore, Kerala, these people don't know Hindi, Marathi. I told Dabawala, you should know basic English. Yashoda Vidyapeethच्या माध्यमातून we started English. To teach English, I made wooden classrooms of local train. They sit inside, they feel learning in local train. Atmosphere, atmosphere. एवढं मोठं सुंदर auditorium is what? Atmosphere. दुसरं काय? They feel, yes, you should learn in proper atmosphere. And really, friend, it's a fact. Sir, madam बोलल्या त्याच्या इंट्रोडक्शनमध्ये, काही मला कौतुक आहे, पण मोठेपणा नाही. Sir, believe me, मला माहिती आहे, जेव्हा मुंबईला गेलो सर, 125 रुपये कॉलेज फी काळे सर, मी वर्षभर मेहनत केली, 125 रुपये जमवलं, तेव्हा मी ग्रॅज्युएट झालो. ही हकीकत है. तो मेरे मन में था, आई वांट टू बिकम टीचर, तो मैं टीचर बना. बहुत साल कोचिंग चलाया, एक कॉलेज में वाइस प्रिंसिपल बना, और फिर वो समय आ गया PhD आणि मग स्पीकर. 2007ला मला टेट टॉक भेटला, त्याने अख्खं वर्ल्ड दाखवलं. आणि रिली फ्रेंड, आय एम नॉट प्रेझिंग, खूप महागडा स्पीकर आहे मी, लोकांनी केलं, मी तसं नाही आहे. कॉर्पोरेट खूप पैसे देतं मला, पण बिलीव्ह मी मित्रांनो, जे पण पैसे स्पीकिंगचे भेटलात, मी त्या पैशातनं 5000 गरीब मुलांना शिकवतोय मागचे 22 वर्ष. आय एम नॉट प्राऊड, आय एम हॅपी. रिली फ्रेंड, इट्स अ फॅक्ट. विथ दिस अँड फ्रेंड, शेवटची स्लाइड. बिलीव्ह मी फ्रेंड, इन दॅट माय फॅमिली सपोर्ट्स मी. सर, मला 2 मुलं आहेत. हा मोठा मुलगा आहे CA पियुष अग्रवाल, तुम्ही बघू शकतात, ही इज अ टीचर. सर, CA मागचे 11 वर्ष तो शिक्षक आहे. आय एम प्राऊड टू टेल. रिली फ्रेंड, खूप भारी शिकवतो अकाउंट्स. CA पियुष जाहिरात करत नाही, आमचं काय कुठं काही नाही, ऑनलाईन नाही, काय नाही, एक जस्ट शेअर करतोय. नंबर 2, सर, हा माझा छोटा मुलगा आहे, हे मुद्दाम बोलेन मी, त्याची कहाणी आहे का मोटिवेशनल, अँड आई विल एंड. सर, वो क्या बोलता है, छोटा बेटा इंजीनियरिंग किया उसने मुंबई में, बोलता है पापा मुझे MS करने के लिए अमेरिका जाना है. मैंने बोला 2 शर्तें, नंबर 1 तू वापस आएगा, नंबर 2 अकेले आएगा, तो जाना है, नहीं तो नहीं जाना है. शिक्षकांना आहे बापांनो, माझा मेसेज है. मैंने कहा क्या करें, भारत में इमोशंस है, और हम टीचर जानते हैं. कई बच्चे माँ बाप को पट्टे भाव भी नहीं देते. मैं क्या करूं, मुझे बड़े स्कूल में बुलाते हैं, छोटे स्कूल में मौका मिलता नहीं ज़्यादा. बाकी मैं सबको बोलता हूँ, बच्चों को जब तक पूरी पढ़ाई नहीं हो, 2 बातों को टच मत करना. नंबर 1 बुरी आदत, नंबर 2 अफेयर. क्यों? ये बातें हमारे लक्ष्य को टोकती है, रोकती है. एम आई राइट? नहीं करना. मॅडम, बिलीव्ह मी, माझा मुलगा MS करून परत आला. आकाश अग्रवाल मॅथ्स ट्युटर. फ्रेंड, 7 वर्ष मॅथ्स शिकवतोय, पूर्ण भारतामध्ये नाव आहे. ॲज अ टीचर पूर्ण भारतात नाव आहे. व्हॉट इज दिस? टीचर है ना? हाँ यार, मैं तो बोलता हूँ यार, आपको काम करना है, ऐसा काम करो लोग याद रखें, जिंदगी के साथ भी, जिंदगी के बाद. थैंक यू सो मच, थैंक यू सो मच, थैंक यू ऑल, थैंक यू फ्रेंड, थैंक यू, ब्लेस मी, थैंक यू सो मच, थैंक यू. मॅडम, नाही, मी बसत नाही, तुम्हाला लेट झालंय, मला पटकन एक काम करायचं आहे, मी त्रास देईल. सर, काही लोक वरती येतात, माझ्याकडे 10 टोप्या आहेत. आय वॉन्ट टू ऑनर विथ द कॅप. पटकन सर येता, या ना सर. मॅडम मॅडम महिला पण या ना, मला आवडेल. हां, लेट मी बिफोर दे आर कमिंग. सर आमच्या डब्यामध्ये मॅडम 39 महिला काम करतात. त्या महिलांना काय सांगितलं होतं, शाळेचे डबे. ती महिला 40 डबे मुलांची गोळा करते, एका शाळेत देऊन टाकते. सो आय फील ऑनर टू ऑनर. कोण येतं काय एक जण? मॅडम कॅन यू होल्ड ऑन? या ना, वेळ वाचेल. आय विल गिव्ह व्हेरी आय टेक 2 मिनिट आणि ऑफिशियली माझ्या 10 मिनटं बाकी आहेत. सर थँक्यू सो मच सर. थँक्यू 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 सर. आपला आशीर्वाद थँक्यू सर. खूप भाग्यवान आहे मी, आज एवढ्या मोठ्या लोकांमध्ये मला बोलवलं. सर खरंच माझं जीवन सफल झालं. थँक्यू सर. थँक्यू सर. हो मॅडम, कळलं मॅडम, भाग्यवान आहे आपण. मी सरांना भेटतो तर मागे थँक्यू मॅडम. धन्यवाद. क्या बात सर, माझ्या शुभेच्छा सर. आपले आशीर्वाद थँक्यू सर. मॅडम 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 2 मिनटं थांबा ना, 2 मिनिट. एखादा एक फोटो मला आणखी काय द्यायचं आहे? येस येस येस. आणि आपण अध्यक्ष आहात मॅडम, मी एकदम बोरीला भेटेल मी. हो खूप छान बोललात तुम्ही, तुमचा शब्द वापरला मी. थँक्यू मॅडम. थँक्यू मॅडम. थँक्यू. क्या केरला. थँक्यू सर. प्राऊड ऑफ. अरे वा. थैंक यू अच्छा, तो इसके लिए मैं ज़्यादा हिंदी बोला. प्रशांत सर आए था विद परमिशन. सर यहाँ ना, जिसने मुझे बुलाया यार सर, जितने हाय सर तो खूप हसत होते. थँक्यू सर. तिकडे बघितलं मी. अच्छा थँक्यू मॅडम. अरे वा, क्या प्रशांत सर, तुमच्यामुळे आलो मी. तुम्ही खूप, अरे सर खूप खूप धन्यवाद. आपल्याला आशेच तुम्हाला लाभो. आणि ज्यांनी पूर्ण कॅम्पिंग सांभाळलं. फ्रेंड 2 मिनटं मी पटकन. मॅडम आणखी काय आणलं आहे मी? मॅडम तुम्हाला मी त्रास देणार. कॅन यू होल्ड ऑन? फ्रेंड्स, आय ब्रॉट स्मॉल लंच बॉक्स. I brought my book written on Dabawala, which even I given to Buckingham Palace, Prince Charles. त्यांना जाऊन दिले मी Buckingham Palaceला. मला आता कळलं सरांचे 100 पुस्तक येत आहे. सर आपण आणि देशपांडे आपण यावं. मी आपल्या कॉलेजला आणि सरांना एक देतो. शाळेचं तुम्हाला नंतर पाठवतो मी. प्लीज आणखी पाठवेल मी. मला माहीत नव्हतं आणखी आणले असते मी. सर प्लीज सर पुढे या ना सर्वजण. आणि कॅन यू शो टिफिन डबा दाखवा ना. नाही मार्केटिंग नाही करत मी, फोटो चांगला येणार. मॅडम थँक्यू सो मच. थँक्यू सो मच. सर्वांचे खूप खूप आभार. सर्वांना नमस्कार. थँक्यू मॅडम. थँक्यू सर. थँक्यू सर. थँक्यू सर. थँक्यू थँक्यू मॅम. थँक्यू सो मच. थँक्यू गाईज. थँक्यू. ऑल द बेस्ट.
Thank you so much. A big round of applause for all the office bearers of Gokhale Education Society and Dr. Pawan Agrawal. सर ऐसा कहते हैं जो किताबों से कुछ लेके सामने वाले को बोलते हैं उनके दिमाग तक वो बात जाती है, लेकिन जो जीवन के अनुभव और दिल से बात करते हैं उनकी बात सीधे सामने वाले के दिल तक जाती है. और वही हमें आज कुछ अनुभूति हुई है. Thank you so much for this enlightening session. We all have definitely seen a lot of videos on YouTube. We have seen Marathi movie based on the same concept. There was a special lesson for junior college 11 standard with the same concept, how this entire management system works for Mumbai Dabbawalas. Yet it is definitely a strong enlightening point for all of us to listen to this first-hand information. And as he started with his first slide, takeaway, so along with the points that he had mentioned, one more takeaway we consider, that is inspiration. And there are 3 layers to the tiffin that he has given us. Keeping in tune with the concept of the theme of our conference, or rather these Mumbai Dabbawalas have definitely given us the concept of innovation, the first layer, integration, the second layer, and they have definitely created the impact with the third layer. So thank you so much for this. And with this, I request Dr. Sarita Aurangabadkar, co-chair of the session, to give her concluding remarks and propose vote of thanks.
A very good afternoon to one and all. On behalf of Gokhale Education Societies, International Multidisciplinary Knowledge Exchange Conference 2026 and Session 5 Coordinating Institution, Gokhale Education Societies, JDC BITCO, Institute of Management Studies and Research, I am pleased to complete 2 tasks. One, a summarizing of the session 5. Honorable Speaker, Dr. Pawan Agarwalji, we thank you for accepting our invitation, who is the founder, president of KEC and a motivational speaker. After this electrifying lecture, and I should say life experience of Sir, wherein he shared many things. A farmer's son who is Sacha and Acha, a PhD from YCMU Nashik, full of enthusiasm and involvement, coming from Dondaicha in Dhule. Sir spoke about Dabbawalas with reference to supply chain management, which is one of the pillar concepts in the field of management. What are the takeaways from your session, sir? Numerous. Passion, commitment, consistency, execution. These Dabbawalas started their journey in 1890. And their pillars were accuracy, dedication, time management, customer satisfaction, customer intimacy, and involvement. The motto, in time, on time, all the time. Work is worship, and customer convenience is at the forefront. Just look at the employees, number of employees, 5,000 employees, coverage of about 60 to 70 kilometers. The weight, average weight of a package, 60 to 65 kilograms, 2 lakh plus boxes, 8 lakh plus transactions, and 8 to 9 hours of journey. The organization structure is simple and flat, as we call it, and only one error in 16 million transactions. That is awesome. The earnings average is 15 to 20,000. No strike since they started, and the Six Sigma certification. Sir also gave us reference to Honorable Mr. Shri C.K. Prahlad, who is a well-known management scientist and guru. Another specialty that sir mentioned was zero modern technology, zero fuel, coding, and spirit of no excuses. Whosoever finds the first error should go on and correct it without waiting to, see whether somebody who was supposed to do the task will come and rectify. Towards the end, sir spoke about 20 valuable qualities, beginning from honesty, loyalty, caring, and so on and so forth. I am sure our entire audience is enthralled by the experience and the live case study shared by sir. I am thankful to Honorable President of this conference, Dr. Mrs. Deepti Deshpande, the office bearers of Gokhale Education Society, and the organizing committee for giving me this opportunity and the sweet task of expression of gratitude. One of the philosophers, Michael Polanyi, has said that as we teachers, what are we ought to do? We must help our teachers to help our students to test the exam of life through 4 qualities that we must imbibe in teachers. First, availability. Second, approachability. Third, access. And fourth, authenticity. With this, once again, warm thank you to our honorable resource person, Dr. Agarwal, and all of you for joining this session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, madam. We immediately begin with the next technical session. I hand over the charge to Dr. Mugdha Joshi.
Thank you, madam. We are now going to begin with our last technical session for the day, which is under Sustainability and Climate Action, and the title of the session is Beyond Conferences, the Philosophy of Personal Climate Responsibility. I invite chairperson for the session, Dr. Vijay Gosavi, and co-chair, Dr. Manjusha Kulkarni, to please come on the dais, please. The expert speaker is Dr. Sharat Kale, sir. I invite all the dignitaries to please join us on the dais. I request all the dignitaries to be seated in the auditorium. We are immediately beginning with our next session, which is the last technical session for the conference. The title of the track is Beyond Conferences, the Philosophy of Personal Climate Responsibility. The speaker is Dr. Sharat Kale, sir. And the chairperson for the session is Dr. Vijay Gosavi, renowned management consultant. And the co-chair is Dr. Manjusha Kulkarni, principal of Shri Bhausaheb Vartak College, Borivali. Before we begin with our session, I take this opportunity to introduce the honorable chairperson for the session, Dr. Vijay Gosavi, to you all. Dr. Vijay Gosavi, sir, who brings with him over 35 years of rich experience in corporate leadership and international consultancy. His areas of expertise include project execution, global marketing, strategic business development, and organizational performance management. Over the course of his distinguished career, he has successfully delivered more than 2,000 projects across multiple industries worldwide. His core areas of specialization include corporate leadership, international marketing, and trade strategies. For more than 2 decades, Dr. Vijay Gosavi has worked closely with leading industrial groups, including Kirloskar Group, contributing to major industrial and technological initiatives. In the international arena, he served as a senior expert advisor to the government of Oman for nearly 15 years, where he played a key role in several economic and agricultural development projects. Under his guidance, large-scale initiatives were undertaken in areas such as hydroponics, poultry farming, fish processing, and mushroom cultivation, contributing significantly to sustainable development. Dr. Vijay Gosavi is also a passionate mentor and a trainer. Till date, he has conducted more than 3,000 seminars and training programs worldwide on entrepreneurship, management, marketing, innovation, and global business development, inspiring thousands of professional entrepreneurs. We are truly delighted to have such an experienced and visionary leader with us today. May I now request Dr. Manjusha Kulkarni, co-chair of this session and principal of Shri Bhausaheb Vartak College, Mumbai, to kindly felicitate Dr. Vijay Gosavi, sir. He is not only an well-known international management consultant, Dr. Vijay Gosavi is also the alumni of Gokhale Education Society. He completed his MPA program from the first batch of JDC Bitco Institute of Management Studies and Research from 68 to 70. Thank you, madam. Thank you, sir. We are fortunate enough to have Dr. Sharat Kale sir with us since yesterday. I once again would like to introduce him to you all. So, brief introduction. There are few delegates who have joined us today. So, Dr. Ma'am, please be seated. Sir, please be seated. Dr. Sharat Kale sir is an eminent scientist and a recipient of the prestigious Padma Shri Award conferred by Government of India in 2013 in recognition of his outstanding contribution in science and engineering. During a distinguished career spanning nearly 4 decades at Bhabha Atomic Research Center, Dr. Sharat Kale held several key leadership positions, including Associate Director of Biosciences Group, Head of the Nuclear Agriculture Division, and Head of Food Technology Division. Under his leadership, and several innovative technologies were developed and released in the public domain for the social benefit, particularly in the areas of biosciences, food technology, and environmental sustainability. Dr. Kale has made significant contributions to scientific research with over 75 research papers published in reputed national and international journals. I request session co-chair Dr. Manjusha Kulkarni madam to felicitate Dr. Sharat Kale sir, an expert speaker for today's session. We were fortunate enough to have Dr. Sharat Kale sir as a chief guest for the inaugural function of the conference yesterday. Very briefly, he communicated with us yesterday, but today we will be having a session with him today. The last technical session will be conducted by Dr. Kale. Thank you, madam. This session is being hosted by Shri Bhausaheb Vartak College, Borivali. The principal is Dr. Manjusha Kulkarni, who is the co-chair. I request Dr. Vijay Gosavi sir to please felicitate Dr. Mrs. Manjusha Kulkarni madam. Dr. Mrs. Manjusha Kulkarni, an expert in the field of biochemistry. She was earlier associated with Society's Nasik Road College and currently she is working as principal of Shri Bhausaheb Vartak College, Borivali. She is going to be the co-chair for this session. Thank you, sir. I now request Dr. Sharad Kale sir to please begin with this session.
यूट्यूबची क्लिप लावता येईल का एक यूट्यूबची क्लिप लावता येईल शरद काळे की इतकी माणसं असतील पण आहेत तुमच्या सगळ्यांचं मनापासून अभिनंदन. एक छान भाषण ऐकल्याचा आनंद झाला आज मला फार वर्षांनी पवन अग्रवालांचं. अप्रतिम भाषण झालं. कमिटमेंट म्हणजे काय असते ते यांच्याकडनं शिकायला हरकत नाही. मी त्याचा प्रत्यक्ष बेनिफिशियरी आहे, कस्टमर आहे. 1977ला जेव्हा मी मुंबईला गेलो त्यावेळेला कोळीवाड्याला माझे काका राहत होते आणि मी अणुशक्तीनगरला BARCमध्ये ट्रेनिंग स्कूलला जात होतो. तर काकू म्हणल्या की तिथलं जेवण करू नकोस, घरचं जेवण तुला देते. आणि मग माझा डबा BARCत तेव्हा डबेवाले अलाउड होते आणि आता ते गेटपाशी सोडतात पण माझ्या वेळेला आमच्या ऑफिसमध्ये डबा यायचा. जवळजवळ 2 वर्ष मी तो डबा खाल्लेला आहे. So it's nice to talk to you once again. And like Pawan Agrawal ji, I am not going to hold my words back. So don't get offended if I start scolding you, because it is needed. Sometimes it is needed. काही वेळेला तुम्ही जसं ते शालजोडी ठेवून खेटर मारली ना, तसं गरजेचं असतं समाजासाठी, यांच्यासाठी नाही पण एक समाजासाठी एक मधून अधून तेही लागतं. आता तुम्ही सगळे मोठी लोक आहात ना, तुम्हाला कसं काय म्हणणार आहे मी. सो वेन वी आर टॉकिंग, मी तर मगाशी तुम्हाला जे हे दाखवलं मॉडेल, ते मॉडेल दाखवायचं होतं. आमिर खान बरोबर मी आहे हे दाखवायचं नव्हतं. तर ते जे मॉडेल आहे, कारण ते माझं काम खूप सोपं होतं. 1 जून 1999ला आय हॅड टेकन 800 ग्रॅम सॉईल, 100 ग्रॅम मॅन्युअर अँड 540 ml वॉटर. जे बॉटनिस्ट असतील त्यांना माहिती आहे की साधारण 60% वॉटर होल्डिंग कपॅसिटी आपल्याला मातीमध्ये लागते टू गेट ए गुड प्लांट ग्रोथ. सो 540 ml वॉटर आय टूक आणि एक मनी प्लांट लावलं. आहे का? हाताळून ठेवा, इथे ह्याच्यावर ठेवून द्या. 540 ml पाणी त्याच्यात घातलं आणि त्याचं वजन केलं. 17 किलोग्रॅम वजन होतं. डेसिकेटर चांगला दणदणीत येतो, तुम्ही पाहिला असेल. कॉर्निंगचा आहे आणि फार सुंदर आहे तो डेसिकेटर. तर 17 किलो वजन होतं त्याचं आणि मनी प्लांट लावलं. त्याला 3 पानं होती. दॅट वॉज ऑन 1 जून 1999. आय केप्ट इट ऑन द वेस्टर्न साईड ऑफ माय विंडो. पश्चिमेला ठेवलं ते. तर सेटिंग सनरेज वेअर फॉलिंग ऑन दॅट आणि ते सूर्याची किरणं पडायला लागल्यानंतर 6CO2 + 6H2O gives C6H12O6 + 6O2. The reaction started and the plant started growing. Every day some water was getting lost by evaporation. काही इव्हॅपरेट होत होतं, काही प्लांट्स वापरत होते, काही सूक्ष्मजीव वापरत होते मातीमधले. सो सगळं जो कन्झम्पशन होतं ते इट वॉज अराउंड 60 ml अँड आय हॅड अ बॅलन्स विथ मी. बीइंग इन BRC देर वॉज नो प्रॉब्लेम विथ इन्स्ट्रुमेंटेशन. सो माझ्याकडे एक ॲक्युरेट बॅलन्स होता. तर त्याच्यामध्ये जितकं ते वेट लॉस होत होता तेवढं पाणी त्याच्यामध्ये घालत होतो. सो आय मेंटेन दॅट 540 ml. You can say approximately, it cannot be exactly, but approximately I was maintaining around 540 ml. So the plant started growing happily. एक तर ACचं वातावरण आहे, काचेचं नॉर्मली बिचारे आपण कुंड्यात लावतो, त्याला काचेची कुंडी मिळाली. तर ते छान वाढायला लागलं. आणि ऑन 31st of August 1999, 31 ऑगस्ट 99, 3 महिन्यांनी त्याची 3ची 6 पानं झाली. त्याच्यामध्ये एक गोगल गाय होती. गोगल बैल नव्हता अनफॉर्च्युनेटली. ती गोगल गाय होती आणि ते सगळी इकोसिस्टीम ती इतकी सुंदर तयार झाली. आणि त्या इकोसिस्टीमला 31 ऑगस्ट आता गोगल गाय गोगल बैल म्हटलं ते मलाही नाही माहिती, पण मी आपलं त्या गाय आणि बैल म्हणून ते लावून टाकलं. डोंट कोट मी की मेल गोगल गायला बैल म्हणतात. नाही तर एखाद्या रिसर्च पेपरमध्ये टाकशील आणि आय विल बी इन ट्रबल. ओके. सो दॅट गोगल गाय वॉज मुव्हिंग इनसाइड. खूप पानं खात नव्हती, बहुतेक ती नॉनव्हेज असावी असं माझं मत आहे. आणि कारण त्या मनी प्लांटला त्यांनी कधी धक्का लावला नाही आजपर्यंत. सो ऑन 31st ऑगस्ट 1999 मी एक्सपेरिमेंट सुरू केला. मग इतका वेळ काय करत होते? एक्सपेरिमेंटच करत होतो. बट आय वॉज प्रिपेअरिंग फॉर द एक्सपेरिमेंट. युजली दे से प्रोफेसर्स आर हाफ मॅड विथ ड्यू रिस्पेक्ट अँड सायंटिस्ट आर फुल मॅड अँड आय एम बोथ. आय एम सायंटिस्ट ॲज वेल ॲज प्रोफेसर, सो आय एम 1.5 मॅड. ओके. त्याशिवाय 1.5 शहाणे, 3.5 शहाणे होते. आमच्या BRCत 1.5 शहाणे खूप आहेत. 1.5 वेडे असतात ते ॲक्च्युली. त्यातलं मी एक होतो. तर मी ऑन दॅट 31st ऑगस्ट वॉट आय डीड, आय टूक ॲराल्डाईट. आणि ॲराल्डाईट घेऊन ते त्या डेसिकेटरचं झाकण घेतलं आणि ते चिकटवून टाकलं. फेविकॉल का जोड आहे साहब, तुटेगा नाही. तुमचं ते ऑइल पेंट जात असेल पण हा जोड नाही तुटेगा. तर आजपर्यंत, आज आता तारीख आहे 15 मार्च 2026, म्हणजे 26.5 वर्ष पूर्ण झाली आहे त्याला. या 31 ऑगस्टला 27 वर्ष पूर्ण होतील. 14 वर्षाचा असताना आमिर खानला ते दाखवलं होतं. आज त्याच्यामध्ये एक बदल असा झाला आहे की त्याच्यामध्ये आता फक्त 42 पानं आहेत. 43व पान त्याला येत नाही. 41 पानं नसतात. ऑलवेज इट इज 42 लीव्स. आहे की नाही जादू? And this is not jadoo. This is a perfect recycling procedure. की 540 ml पाणी divided by 42 leaves and divided by गोगल गाय and divided by सूक्ष्मजीव, तितकंच पाणी 540 ml त्याच्यात आहे. मग ते दिवसा पाणी घेतात, श्वास सोडतात, संध्याकाळी कंडेन्स होतं पाणी. माझ्या डेसिकेटरमध्ये रोज पाऊस पडतो सर. तुमच्याकडे 365 दिवस नसेल पाऊस पडत. माझ्या डेसिकेटरमध्ये 365 दिवस पाऊस पडतो. सो वॉटर गेट्स रिसायकल्ड, ऑक्सिजन गेट रिसायकल्ड, CO2 गेट्स रिसायकल्ड. पानं जेव्हा पडतात तेव्हा त्या पानातलं प्रत्येक एलिमेंट विघटन होतं. मायक्रोबायोलॉजीच्या लोकांनी शोधले का ती मिसिंग एलिमेंट? यस्टरडे आय टोल्ड देम. आपल्या शरीरात 24 एलिमेंट्स आर देअर. कार्बन आहे, हायड्रोजन आहे, ऑक्सिजन आहे, नायट्रोजन आहे, फॉस्फरस आहे, सल्फर आहे, क्लोरीन आहे, आयोडीन आहे, फ्लोरीन आहे, सोडियम आहे, पोटॅशियम आहे, मॅग्नेशियम आहे, बोरॉन आहे, क्रोमियम आहे, आयर्न आहे, कोबाल्ट आहे, निकेल आहे, मॉलिब्डिनम आहे, मँगॅनीज आहे. मोजले का नाही? मोजायचे होते ना सर. एक राहिलं, व्हॅनेडियम आहे. सो 24 एलिमेंट्स आर देअर विच आर रिक्वायर्ड फॉर ए ह्युमन बिंग. आणि आम्ही हे शिकवत नाही हो मुलांना. तुमची प्रत्येक जी सायकल आहे आमच्या बायोटेक्नॉलॉजी, मायक्रोबायोलॉजी, बायोकेमिस्ट्रीला शिकवतात. ग्लुकोज टू ग्लुकोज 6 फॉस्फेट, ग्लुकोज 6 फॉस्फेट टू फ्रुक्टोज 1,6 फॉस्फेट, to fructose 1,6 diphosphate, to dihydroxyacetone phosphate, and glycerol D3 phosphate. That enters into pyruvate cycle. That enters into TCA cycle. 38 ATPs are generated. प्रत्येक ठिकाणी कुठला तरी कोफॅक्टर लागतो, आयदर मॅग्नेशियम और कॉपर और मॉलिब्डिनम. त्याच्याशिवाय ते काम होत नाही. There are oxidation, SODs, सुपर ऑक्साईड डिस्म्युटेज. त्याच्यामुळे आपण जगतो. ऑक्सिजन इज अ एक्स्ट्रीमली बॅड एलिमेंट फॉर ह्युमन बिईंग. जर नुसतं ऑक्सिजनला तुम्ही घेतलात तर यू विल डाय विद इन अ व्हेरी शॉर्ट टाईम बिकॉज इट प्रोड्युसेस सुपर. आजकाल तुम्ही ते सगळे सांगता ना, याच्यात अँटीऑक्सिडंट आहे, त्याच्यात अँटीऑक्सिडंट आहे. अरे अँटीऑक्सिडंट त्यांच्यावर काही अवलंबून नाही आहे तुमच्या. तुम्ही काही खा किंवा खाऊ नका. There is an enzyme in your body called superoxide dismutase. There is an enzyme in body, catalase. There is an enzyme in body which is called peroxidase. And these three enzymes are responsible for scavenging the peroxide O2 radicals. So these O2 radicals are taken care of by them. फक्त हे विकण्यासाठी आमच्या याच्यात खूप अँटीऑक्सिडंट आहेत बरं का. मग आपण ते घेतो अँटीऑक्सिडंट. मग जास्ती पैसे देतो कारण त्याच्यात अँटीऑक्सिडंट आहे. पण अँटीऑक्सिडंट म्हणजे काय माहिती नसतं. आय वॉन्ट युअर स्टुडंट्स टू नो दॅट. ओके, सी वी टेल देम दॅट अनफॉर्च्युनेटली वी आर मार्क्सवादी पीपल. वी आर नॉट ज्ञानवादी पीपल. ओके, फार लहानपणी एक गोष्ट सांगण्याचा मोह परत होतो. काल मी सांगितलं, शर्मा म्हणतील किती वेळा ती गोष्ट ऐकू, तिसऱ्यांदा सांगतो. तर एक हातात बाटली असल्याशिवाय बोलता येत नाही. पण ही बाटली संध्याकाळची नाही बरं का, ही प्रयोगाची बाटली आहे. सगळं म्हणाल की हा काय सायंटिस्ट आहे, बिना बाटलीच बोलता येत नाही म्हणतो. तर ही बाटली आपली नाही बरं का. मला गोखले एज्युकेशनला दोन्ही हात जोडून रिक्वेस्ट करायची, प्लीज रिमूव्ह दिस, डोंट क्विट इट. एक फिल्टर ठेवा. एवढा मोठा पद्मश्री घेईल ना हाताने जाऊन तिथं त्याचं पाणी, त्याला कशाला बाटली ठेवायची त्याच्यासमोर. मला नाही, मला मंजूरच नाही आहे. मग आपण लोकांना काय शिकवणार. आय विल प्लीज रिक्वेस्ट ऑल ऑफ यू तुमच्या सगळ्या 140, आणि वी आर द लीडर्स, तुम्ही एज्युकेशनचे लीडर आहात. सो 140 इन्स्टिट्यूट तुमच्या ज्या काही आहेत, प्लीज रिमूव्ह द बॉटल्स फ्रॉम देअर. आय विल बी व्हेरी हॅपी. ओके, सो ह्या सरांनी एक दत्तात्रय अनंत देशपांडे, पवन अग्रवालची टोपी. ओके, आमचे ते सर टोपी घालायचे बरं का. फाटका कोट होता त्यांचा, रफू किया था. 7 साल मैं देख रहा था वही कोट पहनते थे सर. सोमवार से शुक्रवार, शनिवार को जाके धोते थे, संडे को वापस वही पहनते थे. हमें एक्स्ट्रा क्लासेस लेते थे बट कभी एक पैसा नहीं मांगा. हम एक्स्ट्रा क्लासेस लेते एंड बिकॉज ऑफ हिम आई एम हियर. अगर वो नहीं होते हमारे टीचर तो आज मैं ये नहीं कर सकता. जितनी डिवोशन थी उनकी, लगाव था, वो इतना सुंदर था. और उन्होंने मेरा जीवन, जो निसर्गरुण शब्द है उसका पहला कारण वो है निसर्गरुण. ये निसर्गरुण शब्द कहाँ से आया अँड व्हॉट इज मेंट बाय निसर्गरुण. तर त्याच्यामध्ये हां, निसर्गरुण शब्द कशामुळे आला त्याच्यात, तर तो आता तुम्हाला त्याची तीन त्याचे जनक आहेत. एक माझी आई खूप मोठी जनक आहे, ती माझी जनक आहे आणि माझ्या निसर्गरुण संकल्पनेची पण जनक आहे. दुसरे आमचे देशपांडे सर आणि तिसरे आमचे नगरकर सर. या तिघांनी मला निसर्गरुणमध्ये घडवलं. आय विल टेल यू हाऊ. त्या देशपांडे सरांचं वाक्य होतं, एक 10,000 लिटर व्हॉल्यूम आहे याचं, गणित करायचं आहे बरं का. आय एम टार्गेटिंग यू असं नको म्हणू, बट यू आर सिटिंग इन फ्रंट ऑफ मी, सो आय एम आस्किंग यू. तर 10,000 लिटर सगळ्यांना सांगितलं गणित. तिला सांगितलं म्हणजे तुम्ही सुटले असं नाही, प्रत्येकाने उत्तर द्यायचे. 10,000 लिटर हे तो व्हॉल्यूम आहे. 120 लिटर प्रति मिनिट पाणी भरतंय त्याच्यात आणि 20 लिटर प्रति मिनिट पाणी गळतंय. तर तो हौद भरायला किती वेळ लागेल. 5वीचं गणित आहे, कॅल्क्युलेटर वगैरेची गरज नाही. खरं तोंडी होऊ शकतं, कोणी सांगू शकेल. 10,000 लिटर पाणी व्हॉल्यूम आहे त्याचं. 120 लिटर पाणी भरलं जातं आहे. 20 लिटर पाणी अगदी सोपं करून दिलं आहे. 20 लिटर पाणी गळतं आहे तर किती, बरोबर आहे, किती 100 काय पण दगड माती मिनटं, ठीक आहे 100 मिनटं. कारण असले प्रश्न विचारायचे सर आम्हाला, काय युनिट नाही का त्याला, तर 100 मिनटं. तुमचं नाव काय? ज्योती ठाकूर सारख्या हुशार मुलं मुली खूप होते बरं का माझ्या वर्गात. सगळ्यांनी गणितं केली आणि 100 मिनटं सरांनी मोगॅम्बो खुश हुआ. त्याचे सर खुश झाले. मला पण मी सरांच्या तोंडाकडे बघत होतो, मला काही सुचेना. आता कोणी आपल्याकडे टक लावून पाहिल्यावर पायातली चप्पल काढून मारावीशी वाटते. काय हा टक लावून माझ्याकडे काय बघतोय मेला, बरोबर. बायका असतील तर मेला म्हणतील, हा सर असतील तर म्हणतील कशाला माझ्या तोंडाकडे बघतो. सरांनी तोंडाकडे बघितलं, मी त्यांच्या तोंडाकडे बघतोय हे बघितलं. मला म्हणलं उत्तर माझ्या चेहऱ्यावर लिहिलं आहे का रे, माझ्याकडे काय बघतो. म्हणलं सर उत्तर नाही लिहिलं चेहऱ्यावर, मला गणित आलं आहे म्हणलं. पण मला एक प्रश्न आहे, विचारू का? विचार म्हणलं सर हौद गळतो तर भरायचा कशाला? आमच्या नगरला पाण्याचा प्रॉब्लेम हो. रोज सकाळी 4 वाजता उठून हौदातल्या आम्हाला 25-30 बादल्या जेवढ्या मिळायच्या त्याच्यावर संपूर्ण दिवस चालवायचा. म्हणलं 10 लिटर 20 लिटर पाणी वाया चाललंय. म्हणलं सर ते सील केलं तर वजाबाकी पण नाही करायला लागणार. मी आता स्वतःचा शहाणपणा सांगत होतो ना सरांना. तर सरांनी सर माझा कान पकडला, तेव्हा अलाउड होतं. आता कान घरी शाळेत कान पकडला म्हणल्यावर घरी उत्तर पूजा. काय केलं काय शाळेत? सरांनी कान पकडायची का वेळ आली? उत्तर पूजा व्हायची घरी. आज हायकोर्टात समन्स येतं की तुम्ही माझ्या मुलाचा कान पकडला म्हणून. ओके. पण फार त्याच्यामध्ये सरांनी म्हणले की तू पुस्तकातली चूक काढायचा अधिकार तुला कोणी दिला? त्यांनी हा शब्द वापरला, सगळा भारत मार्क्सवादी देश आहे. दिस वॉज इन 1964. की सगळा भारत मार्क्सवादी आहे, ज्ञानवादी कुणी नाही. असल्या भानगडीत पडू नको. ती ज्योती जाईल RY केला, तिचं चांगली प्रोफेसर होईल, तू बसशील नापास होऊन इथं. आईच्या खायला काळ आणि धरणीला भार, असलं काही प्रश्न विचारू नको. पण तुम्हाला सांगतो श्रोते हो, इट वॉज सच ए ब्युटिफुल सेंटेन्स विच ही सेड लेटर. सेकंड सेंटेन्स एका शिक्षकाने 5वीच्या मुलाला का सांगावं, दॅट इज निसर्ग ऋण. ते मला म्हणले बेटा तुझा प्रश्न छान आहे, तुझा प्रश्न बरोबर आहे, अगदी तू योग्य पकडलंयस आम्हाला. पण जेव्हा तू मोठा होऊन भारतात जाशील आणि भारतामध्ये जाऊन इकडे तिकडे बघशील तेव्हा तुला असं दिसेल की सगळा भारतच गळक्या हौदात पाणी भरतोय आणि त्या हौदाला सगळीकडनं गळती लागलेली आहे. त्यातली एक गळती बंद कर, मग तुला मी पुस्तक ती चूक काढण्याचा अधिकार देईन. आज मी देशपांडे सरांना त्यांच्या चांदणीकडे बघून सांगणार आहे. RYK मध्ये HPT मध्ये या गुरुदक्षिणा हॉलमध्ये आज अजून एक प्रयत्न केला सर. ती गळती बंद व्हायची की नाही ह्यांनी ठरवायचं. तुम्ही ठरवायचंय की ती गळती मी बंद करू शकतो की नाही. आणि मी तुम्हाला आज खूप गळती सांगणार आहे. तुमची इतक्या गळती करताय तुमच्या जीवनामध्ये, ते मी तुम्हाला सगळ्या ओळींनी सांगणार आहे. त्यांनी तुम्हाला 20 कमांडमेंट दाखवले, मी तुम्हाला 20 कमिटमेंट दाखवतो जे तुम्ही पाळत नाहीत. आणि प्रत्येकाला मी जर शिक्षा द्यायची ठरवली तर माझी शिक्षा अल्टिमेट फक्त फाशी एवढीच शिक्षा आहे, बाकी त्याला शिक्षाच नाही आहे. बिकॉज तुम्ही पृथ्वीशी प्रतारणा करताय. त्या डेसिकेटरमध्ये 42 पानं, कारण 42 पानांनी इतकेच रिसोर्सेस त्या पृथ्वीवरती माझ्या पृथ्वीवर आहेत. ही पृथ्वी किती वेळ चालणार आहे? मी मरून जाईन, माझ्या नंतरच्या पिढ्या जातील. जोपर्यंत डेसिकेटर फुटत नाही तोपर्यंत माझी सिस्टीम कंटिन्यू राहणार आहे. तिची तुलना जेव्हा तुम्ही पृथ्वीशी करता, त्याच्या शेजारी मी ग्लोब ठेवला होता, तेव्हा तुमच्या असं लक्षात येईल की या जगात जर काही चिरंजीव असेल तर ते फक्त पिरियोडिक टेबल चिरंजीव आहे. जितना कार्बन शुरू में था उतना ही कार्बन आज है, 1 नैनोग्राम में उसमें फर्क नहीं हुआ है. जितना ऑक्सीजन उस समय था उसमें आज 1 ग्राम का फर्क हुआ नहीं है, 1 नैनोग्राम का फर्क हुआ है. तर सरांनी सांगितलं गळती बंद करा. निसर्ग ऋणचं ते पहिलं बीज होतं. दुसरं बीज होतं आमच्या नगरकर सरांचं. खूप देखणी पर्सनॅलिटी होती. तुमचे ते सर बसलेत ना तिथे, त्यांच्यासारखी छान सूट बीट घालून रोज दारात उभे राहायचे, हातात छडी असायची आणि आम्ही खूप घाबरायचो त्यांना. पण पहिली भेट मला आठवती सरांची. पहिल्या दिवशी 14 जून 1961 मी शाळेत प्रवेश घेतला. दाराशी उभे होते. आम्हा सगळ्यांना बोलवलं, नवीन मुलांना. माझ्या हातात एक पिंपळाचं रोप दिलं आणि मला म्हणले, ऊर्ध्वमूलम अधशाखम अश्वत्थम प्राहुर्व्ययम छंदांसी यस्य पर्णानी यस्तम वेद स वेदवित्. मला म्हणले काही कळलं का? म्हणलं नाही सर, कारण 5वीत होतं, संस्कृतचा काही गंधा नव्हता. काही घाबरू नको म्हणले, येईल तुला. मला म्हणले इथे जागा दाखवली, इथे रोप लाव तुझ्या हाताने. 7 वर्ष शाळेत राहणार आहेस. नापास झाला तर जास्त राहशील, पण मी काही नापास झालो नाही. 7 वर्ष मी त्याला पाणी घातलं. मी जेव्हा शाळा सोडली तेव्हा ते माझ्यापेक्षा उंच झालं होतं. आज मुलांनो, ते पवन अग्रवालच्या डोळ्यात जसं पाणी आलं तसं माझ्या येतं की जेव्हा मी जातो नगरला आणि त्या 62 वर्षाचा तो वृक्ष, त्याच्या खाली मी बसतो, तेव्हा आय स्टार्ट क्राईंग. यु नो वाय? आनंदाचे अश्रू असतात ते. सर, शर्ट खूप छान आहे. केवढ्याचं आहे? मी काही ईडीकडनं नाही आलो बरं का. आय एम सिम्पल सायंटिस्ट, रिटायर्ड. काय कुठं फुकट मिळतो का नाशिकला? नाही मिळत. सर, दूध घेता? किती घेता? एवढी संस्था नाही, पित नाही म्हणत मी. घरी किती? एखादं अर्धा लिटर, 1 लिटर. एखादी एवढी संस्था चालवतं, एक गाय फुकट येऊन देत नाही का? बाबा देशपांडे सर, तुम्हाला ही फुकट. संतबाई, तुम्ही इलेक्ट्रिसिटी बिल भरता की नाही? किती भरता? नाही भरलं तर काय होतं? मोबाईल वापरतं, कोणाला करता नाही विचार. मोबाईल वापरतं. रात्री 12ला जर संपला टॉक टाईम, तर इतकी वर्ष तुम्ही वापरताय. यू आर ए व्हेरी लॉयल कस्टमर. सो आय विल गिव्ह यू 5 सेकंड्स एक्स्ट्रा, यू पे. असं म्हणतो का तुम्हाला? ती नाही म्हणत, कट करते. यू पे एव्हरीथिंग इन मनी. ऑक्सिजन किती लागतं मॅडम तुम्हाला? किती लागतं सर? मी तुम्हाला बिल देणार आहे त्याचं. यू ऑल. आमच्या बहिणाबाईंना त्याचा अर्थ कळला होता. अडाणी बायकांना, अडाणी त्या कवयित्रीला त्याचा अर्थ कळला होता. जनन आणि मरण किती रे अंतर, एका श्वासाचं रे अंतर. एक श्वास तुम्ही घेता, मग लव असतं, मग हेट्रेड असतो, मग अहंकार असतो, आणि तो श्वास थांबतो. 4 लोक गोळा होतात. श्रीराम बोलो जय राम. तुमची यात्रा सुरू होते. एक श्वास, इट मेक्स सो मच ऑफ डिफरन्स टू यू. त्या एका श्वासाची किंमत तुम्हाला मी सांगतो आज. 21,000 वेळा तुम्ही श्वास घेता. आपण मोजून बघूयात उद्या, यावेळेपर्यंत बसूयात, काय हरकत नाही. का विश्वास ठेवता माझ्यावर? काय करता? किती सोपं काम करतात ना बघा. एखाद्याने चॅलेंज दिलं असतं, सर आपण करूनच बघू, खरोखर 21,000 वेळा मोजतो का? आपण ते 5 मिनिटांनी मोजून सुद्धा ते व्हेरीफाय करू शकतो. 21,000 वेळा श्वास घेतो. रामदेव बाबाबरोबर आसनं वगैरे करतात लोक. काय करतात मला माहिती नाही, बहुतेक झोपलेले असतात, शवासन करतात. ते 500 कमीच होतात, जास्ती होत नाहीत त्याच्यात. ॲव्हरेज 21,000. 17,000 लिटर हवा घेता. 17,000 लिटर हवेमध्ये 20% ऑक्सिजन असतो. लहानपणी शिकलेलं आठवत असेल तर, मार्क्सवादी एज्युकेशन असेल तर तेही आठवणार नाही. म्हणजे साधारण 3,500 लिटर ऑक्सिजन. 3,500 लिटर ऑक्सिजनचं ॲव्हॅगॅड्रोचा प्रिन्सिपल जर आठवत असेल की 22.4 लिटर व्हॉल्यूम इज ऑक्युपाईड बाय 1 ग्रॅम मोल ऑफ ए सबस्टन्स, तर 16 ग्रॅम ऑक्सिजनची व्हॉल्यूम 22.4 लिटर्स असतं. 3500 लिटर ऑक्सिजनचं वजन 2.8 किलोग्रॅम होतं. ॲप्रॉक्झिमेशनला 3 किलो पकडलं. कोविडला ऑक्सिजनसाठी धावत होते तेव्हा किंमत कळली. इंडस्ट्रियल ऑक्सिजन 11,000 रुपये किलोनी विकत होतो. 3 किलोची किंमत 33,000 रुपये होते. 33,000 भागिले 21,000, ₹1.60 प्रत्येक श्वासाची किंमत आहे सर. श्वास घेतला, ₹1.60 नाही तर सप्लाय कट करतो, मग जाईल चित्रगुप्ताकडे. हो, ₹1.60 कसे द्यायचे? दॅट इज निसर्ग ऋण. ही निसर्ग ऋण ही संकल्पना आहे, बायोगॅस प्लांट नाही आहे. लोकांना असं वाटतं सरांनी निसर्ग ऋण बायोगॅस प्लांट केला. अरे काय नाव बारशाला नाव ठेवतात तसं नाही ठेवलं ते. निसर्ग ऋण इज ओव्हरऑल फिलॉसॉफी ऑफ लाईफ, की तुम्ही तुमच्या सृष्टीकडनं काय घेता. 24 एलिमेंट घेता. तुम्हाला आज माझा जो 86 किलो माझं वजन आहे, BRC जॉईन झालो तेव्हा 43 किलो होतं, आज 86 किलो आहे. BRCने मला काय दिलं? 43 किलो दिले. आज जे 86 किलो त्याचा जर जमा खर्च मी मांडू शकतो, की मला आत्तापर्यंत साधारण 77,000 लिटर पाणी प्यायलेलो आहे मी. 3 किलोग्रॅम ऑक्सिजन पर डे या हिशोबाने साधारण 10 टन ऑक्सिजन मी निसर्गाकडनं घेतलेला आहे. साधारणपणे 1 ते 1.5 टन नायट्रोजन घेतलेलं आहे, 500 ग्रॅम फॉस्फरस घेतलेलं आहे. आय कॅन अकाउंट फॉर एव्हरी एलिमेंट. आणि आमचे भगवान व्यास जेव्हा सभापर्वामध्ये सांगतात की प्रत्येक माणसामागे 19 झाडं पाहिजेत, त्याचं कारण 4 एलिमेंट्स तुम्हाला पाण्याचं आणि ऑक्सिजनच्या हवेतून मिळत असतात. उरलेले जे 19 एलिमेंट मगाशी मी सांगितले ते मिळण्यासाठी तुम्हाला ही चक्र चालणं गरजेचं असतं. आणि ही जर चक्र चालली नाहीत, डम्पिंग यार्डवर तुमच्या प्रत्येकाच्या घरातून कचरा जातो, आपल्याला लाज वाटली पाहिजे. वी आर रिस्पॉन्सिबल फॉर ब्रेकिंग द सस्टेनेबिलिटी ऑफ द अर्थ. एक हिंदी कविता ऐकवतो तुम्हाला. चांद पे तो पहुंच गए थे कई साल पहले, अब अंतरिक्ष दूर नहीं है. पहुंचेंगे कल मंगल ग्रह पर या शायद उसके आगे भी. आएगी कल बुलेट ट्रेन देश में हमारे. होगी कई सारी स्मार्ट नगरी हमारे देश में, लेकिन क्या बदल सकेंगे हम खुद को? क्या करेंगे कूड़ा मुक्त अपने घर को? घर का कूड़ा म्यूनसिपालिटी के डब्बे में डाल के, घंटा गाड़ी में डाल के, घर तो स्वच्छ होगा मेरे मित्र, लेकिन क्या भारत स्वच्छ होगा? उसी कूड़े से आएगी ना कल के अनाज की बोरी. यही बतला रही ना पदार्थ के अविनाशित्व की कहाणी. सगळा एक्सपेरिमेंट तेवढ्यासाठी केला रे. लॉ ऑफ कॉन्झर्वेशन ऑफ मॅटर दाखवण्यासाठी केला. त्या डेसिकेटरचं वजन आजही 17 किलोग्रॅम आहे. 1 ग्रॅम इकडं तिकडं होत नाही. पृथ्वीचं वजन बदललेलं नाही आहे. 800 कोटी माणसं झाली, 840 कोटी माणसं झाली म्हणून पृथ्वीचं वजन कमी झालेलं नाही. पृथ्वी तेवढ्या माणसांमध्ये तेवढे एलिमेंट्स फिक्स झालेले आहेत. टोटल वजन ऑफ द पृथ्वी इज कॉन्स्टंट. देयर इज नो चेंज. हे सगळं माहिती आहे रे सायन्स. आर वी डुईंग दॅट? आर वी प्रॅक्टिसिंग इट? आणि सगळ्यात कृतज्ञ माणूस हा माणूस आहे या जगामध्ये. बाकी कुणीही कृतज्ञपणा करत नाही. ते मांजर असतं ना, ते त्याची नंबर केल्यानंतर त्याच्यावर माती टाकतं. त्याच्यावर माती टाकली तर विदिन 24 hours इट गेट्स डिग्रेडेड. ते ओपन राहिलं तर इट लुक्स अगली ऑल्सो अँड इट डझंट गेट डिग्रेडेड. त्या मांजराला जे कळतं ते आम्हाला कळत नाही. आम्ही आमच्या घरातला कचरा खुशाल देतो. तो घर का कचरा म्यूनसिपालिटी के गाड़ी में डाल के या घंटा गाड़ी में डाल के घर तो स्वच्छ होगा मेरे मित्र, लेकिन क्या भारत स्वच्छ होगा? उसी कूड़े से आएगी ना कल के अनाज की बोरी. यही बतला रही ना पदार्थ के अविनाशित्व की कहानी. घर का कूड़ा बाहर फेंकने से जहाँ दिन की शुरुआत होती है, वहाँ भारत बदलने की बात हो रही है. मेरा भारत महान. आमच्या या हॉलमध्ये बसलेल्या प्रत्येक माणसाने जर ठरवलं की माझ्या घरातून मी कुठलाही कचरा जैविक असो अजैविक असो म्युन्सिपाल्टीच्या गाडीत टाकणार नाही, भारत एका दिवसात स्वच्छ होईल. एका दिवसात स्वच्छ होईल. मी काल एक्सपेरिमेंट यांना करून दाखवला आहे. तो एक्सपेरिमेंट येईल. मी यांना करून दाखवलं. तुम्ही 8 तासात 10 तासात फार तर फार 24 तासात तुमच्या कचऱ्याचं खत करू शकता. नेताजी सुभाष म्हणले होते की तुम मुझे खून दो मैं तुम्हें आज़ादी दूंगा. मी तुम्हाला म्हणतो की तुम मुझे 10 मिनट दे दो मैं तुम्हें स्वच्छ भारत दूध दूंगा. तुम मुझे 10 मिनिट दे दो. ते सुद्धा करायला तयार नसतात. सर वेळ नाही हो. मग ते फॉरवर्ड करायचं आहे, मग ते फेसबुकवर टाकायचं आहे, what kind of lifestyle you people have developed. And I tell you, you people जसे confidently बोलतात ना, I don't waste my single minute. I work for 19 hours and I work for 19 hours. There is no change in that. आम्हाला स्वित्झर्लंडने खूप शिकवलं. स्वित्झर्लंडला संध्याकाळी 6 वाजता मॅडम ते बंद होतं किचन. आणि 6 ते 11 हा वेळ त्यांच्यासाठी देता का हो तुम्ही स्वतःसाठी 5 तास वेळ? टेबलावर बसल्यानंतर त्या मोबाईलवरती सगळे मला पोळी वाढ म्हणून सुद्धा मेसेज जातो. आणि तिथं काय आंधळे झालात का, डोळे फुटले का, असंही उत्तर त्याच्यावरती येतं. असं ठेवली आहे पोळी. What kind of lifestyle we are developing? What kind of example we are giving in front of our children? संध्याकाळी जेवणाच्या टेबलवर मोबाईल ठेवायचा नाही. आजपासून प्रण करा, नाही ठेवायचं. तेवढाच वेळ मिळतो की जेव्हा तुम्ही एक्सचेंज ऑफ थॉट्स करू शकता. जोपर्यंत एक्सचेंज ऑफ थॉट्स होत नाही तोपर्यंत घराची प्रगती होत नाही. तुमची प्रगती होईल पण ती ॲट सच ए डिअर कॉस्ट, प्रचंड महाग होईल तुम्हाला ती. जेव्हा पोरं हाताबाहेर जातील, जेव्हा काहीतरी भयानक घडेल, तेव्हा तुमच्या लक्षात येईल व्हॉट वी हॅव अचिव्ड. आय विल बी व्हेरी हॅपी इफ आय एम पीसफुल अँड आय एम विदाउट एनी अवॉर्ड. आय विल बी व्हेरी हॅपी पर्सन इफ आय एम फॉलोईंग माय निसर्ग ऋण. तिसरी माझी निसर्ग ऋणाचे बीज पेरणारी माझी आई. त्याच वर्षी 5वीचं वर्ष होतं. 5वी आणि 7वी माझ्या आयुष्यातली मंतरलेली वर्ष होती. त्या 5वीच्या वर्षात लक्ष्मीपूजा होती. आदल्या दिवशी नरक चतुर्दशी होती. आईने 4 आणे दिले, पावली दिली आणि मला म्हणली की बाजारातून केरसुणी घेऊन ये. लक्ष्मीपूजनाच्या दिवशी पैसे खर्च करायचे नसतात हे तिने न कळत शिकवलं. आईला म्हणलं आई केरसुणी, फटाके आणतात लोक, कोणी फराळ, ते बासुंदी विसुंदी, आमच्या नगरला ती बंबईवाल्याकडे बासुंदी छान मिळायची, लोक ते आणतात आणि तू काय आम्हाला केरसुणी काय आणायला सांगते. आई म्हणली सांगितलेलं ऐक, ते कुठल्याही आई आहे ते सोडत नाही, ते तुला सांगितलं काय ते गपचूप ऐक. गेलो 4 आण्याची केरसुणी आणली, ठेवून दिली. लक्ष्मीपूजनाच्या दिवशी चौरंगावर 5 रुपयाची नोट होती. सगळा भारतच गरीब होता तेव्हा. आम्ही गरीब होतो याच्यात काही भूषण नाही आहे, सगळा भारतच गरीब होता. आईचा कुठला तरी एक मणी होता 5 रुपये आणि केरसुणी ठेवली. आई म्हणली कर पूजा. अगं म्हणलं हे बाकीचं 2 ठीक आहे, केरसुणीची पूजा का? आणि तुम्हाला सांगतो मित्रांनो की जे उत्तर आईने दिलं ना ते आजपर्यंत मला कुठल्याही अमेरिकन, जर्मन, भारतीय शास्त्रज्ञांनी दिलं नाही. आईने पूजा म्हणजे काय शिकवलं. आई म्हणली बेटा, ज्याला तू केरसुणी म्हणतो ती लक्ष्मीची सख्खी जुळी बहीण आहे. नीट ऐका, त्या दोघींना सहअस्तित्व असतं, को एक्झिस्टन्स. एकीची पूजा आणि एकीचा अपमान आपल्या संस्कृतीला शोभत नाही, म्हणून दोन्हीची पूजा करायची. आणि पूजा करायची म्हणजे काय, हळदी कुंकू वाहून आरती करायची आणि नैवेद्य खाऊन टाकायचं म्हणजे पूजा असते का रे? नाही. 364 दिवस सेवा करायची आणि 365व्या दिवशी आठवणीने काहीतरी गोडधोड खायचं आणि आईला सांगायचं की पुढचे 364 दिवस तुझी सेवा करायची आहे, मला शक्ती दे. त्याला पूजा म्हणतात. अहो आम्ही सगळा अर्थच बदलून टाकले. असा जर पूर्णतः अर्थ असेल ना, भारतात कुठलेही जातीय दंगे होणार नाहीत, कुठलेच होणार नाहीत. आम्ही एवढे टोकाला जातो कुठल्या तरी त्या पूजेच्या, पण पूजा जी करायची ती करतच नाही ना. रस्त्यावर आम्ही सहजपणे थुंकतो कारण रस्ता माझा नसतो. घरी आम्ही थुंकत नाही कारण घर माझं असतं. आणि हे आमच्या देशात घडतं. ज्यांनी शिकवलं अयम निजा परम वेता उदारचरितानाम वसुदैव कुटुंबकम. ही सगळी पृथ्वी आमचं घर आहे, ही विश्वची माझे घर. मग ते जर घर आहे तर ती एवढं घर वाईट का? नाशिकच्या रस्त्यावर तुम्ही नाही पाऊल ठेवू शकत. जर तुम्हाला संवेदना असतील तुमच्याकडे नाही ठेवू शकत. अगदी त्या SSK हॉटेलच्या जवळ तुम्ही जिथं ठेवलं त्याच्या आजूबाजूला तो जो काय पसारा पडला आहे ते पाहून लाज वाटते की वाय इट शुड बी लाईक दिस. गोदावरीच्या पाण्यामध्ये कुंभमेळा म्हणून तुम्ही स्नान करा, पण मला स्वतःला कधीही करावं असं वाटत नाही. का आपण व्हाय वी आर सो बॅड मला समजत नाही. अँड देअर आय विल रीड माय सेकंड पोएम टू यू. स्वतःला प्रश्न विचारा त्याच्यावरती. ती सेकंड पोएम अशी आहे, अरे ते नाही आणायचं, हां तेच पाहिजे होतं. हे झालंय ना, अरे फर्स्ट क्लास. हे नको, हे याचा वास सगळ्यांना, हे बाहेर ठेवून दे. ह्याचा प्रत्येक वाईट वास येतोय. हे ह्याच्यात मी खत टाकलंय, हे पण बाहेर ठेवून दे. ह्याच्यात खत ठेवलेलं आहे. नाही हां, हे चमचा दे. नको तो नको, चमचाच नको, हात चालेल. तुम्ही होतात उपस्थित, या. तुम्ही पण होतात ना काल, या. आय वॉन्ट युअर सर्टिफिकेट. हे पहा, वास नाही, वास त्याचा खाताचा येईल. हिरवं दिसतंय कुठे? हां, काहीच दिसत नाही. सो आय हॅव ॲक्च्युली कन्व्हर्टेड मॅन्युअर इन अबाउट 14 hours. या, हाताला चिकटत नाही, काही नाही. टाका. हां, आता फक्त 12 तासामध्ये तुमच्या घरातल्या कचऱ्याचं खत करण्याची ताकद माझ्याकडे आहे. फक्त करायचं आहे तुम्ही. दॅट्स व्हॉट आय सेड. 15 मिनटं द्या मला, मी तुमच्या घराला शून्य कचरा करून दाखवतो. काय करायचं? पहिल्यांदा तर काल मी सांगितलं तुम्हाला की अन्न टाकायचं नाही, तरी पण मी पाहिलं काल दुपारी ताटांमध्ये प्रमाण कमी होतं, पण तरी लोक टाकत होते. का टाकत होते मला कळत नाही. बुफे आहे, चव घेऊन तुम्ही बघू शकता, पण नाही, जास्ती घ्यायचं आणि खाऊन टाकून माजतात. खाऊन माजायचं असतं. माजायला नाही, पण खाऊन माजायचं असतं, टाकून नसतं माझं. दॅट वॉज अगेन अ टीचिंग बाय माय मदर की बेटा खाऊन माजावं, टाकून माजू नये. आमच्या घरात एकही ग्रॅम कधी भात किंवा भाजी वाया गेली असं होतच नाही. तर एकतर बायको आमची कोकणस्थ आहे, त्याच्यामुळे ते बरोबर हिशोबाने ते काम करते. मी देशस्थ आहे, तर त्याच्यामध्ये पण ते परफेक्ट. आई माझी देशस्थ होती, पण परफेक्ट करायची. काल मी त्या सरांना सांगितलं की माझ्या आईने दिलेलं दह्याचं कल्चर आईने 60 वर्ष सांभाळलं, मी गेली 55 वर्ष सांभाळतो. 115 वर्षाचं कल्चर माझ्याकडे दह्याचं आहे. आणि माझ्या घरी आलात तो उत्तम ताक प्यायला मिळेल. निदान त्या निमित्ताने याल तरी की सर तुमचं ताक पिऊन बघू म्हणून. तर ह्याच्यामध्ये हां, मधून खाली जातो माईक. बरं, तुम्ही जर आठवण करत जा. शर्ट ओढा त्याची, काय हरकत नाही. आता मी काय चीफ गेस्ट नाही आहे, काल होतो चीफ गेस्ट. तर ह्याच्यामध्ये जो मुद्दा काय, कोणाला काही प्रश्न विचारायचे तर विचारा बरं का. मला काय ते सेशनच्या शेवटीच प्रश्न विचारायचे असं काही नियम नाही आहे. तर तुम्हाला जर मध्ये का आटलं तर काय करायचं, तर तुमचा जो कचरा आहे घरातला, कचरा म्हणू नका आता, रिसोर्स म्हणा. कचऱ्याला कचरा स्रोत म्हणायचं, ठीक आहे. आणि माझ्या बकेटला मी निसर्ग लक्ष्मी असं नाव दिलेलं आहे. माझी लक्ष्मी मला माझा नैवेद्य खाते आणि मला प्रसाद म्हणून मॅन्युअर देते. दिस इज ॲक्च्युली हॅपनिंग. बऱ्याच वेळेला माय वाईफ ब्रिंग्स व्हेजिटेबल्स, ती निवडते, तिचं ते निवडणं चालू असतं, माझं त्याचं कटिंग करून ड्राईंग त्याच्यावर टाकलेलं असतं. भाजी व्हायच्या आधी माझं खत झालेलं असतं. इट हॅपन्स मेनी टाइम्स, एस्पेशली ज्या अगदी कोथिंबिरीसारख्या ज्या गोष्टी असतात त्या अक्षरशः 2-2, 3-3 तासात त्या डिग्रेड होतात. काहींना वेळ लागतो, मटारचे साल असेल तर, पण 24 आवरपेक्षा जास्ती लागत नाही. तर ते बारीक करायचं कटिंग बोर्डवर आणि बारीक करून मिक्सरचा ड्राय पॉट जो आहे, पाणी नाही घालायचं, त्या ड्राय पॉटमध्ये घालून बारीक करायचं. आणि हे जे तुमचं खत आहे, हे खत, या खतामध्ये ते असं करून, हे पकड एक मिनिट, असं ते मटेरियल घ्यायचं आणि असं त्याच्यामध्ये मिक्स करायचं. त्याला प्रेमाने वागवा. ते असं फेकायचं नाही त्याच्यात, त्याला प्रेमाने वागवा. अँड देन यू विल फाइंड, एक अगदी साधी गोष्ट आहे की 1:1 प्रपोर्शन होतं. नंबर ऑफ मायक्रोब्स आर 10⁶ or 10⁸ पर ग्रॅम. तेवढे तुमचे पार्टिकल साईज झालेलं आहे. प्रत्येक पार्टिकलला एक बॅक्टेरिया खतम करून टाकतो तो काही वेळात. त्याला फार वेळ लागतच नाही, ते 1 तास 2 तास वगैरे, इट इज जस्ट अ नंबर. आय नेवर बॉदर अबाउट दॅट नंबर. जर एखादी पीस तुटला नाही तर मात्र मग त्याच्यात मग इतर गोष्टी येतात, मग किडे येतात, मग वास येतो. माझी निसर्गलक्ष्मी आमच्या डायनिंग टेबलवर ठेवलेली आहे गेली कित्येक वर्ष. कधीही या माझ्या घरी डायनिंग टेबलवर निसर्गलक्ष्मी आहे. आणि मृदगंध येतो त्यातनं. आत्ताही तुम्हाला तसा येत असेल, तुम्ही नंतर येऊन बघू शकता इथे, काही अडचण नाही. आणि एखाद दिवशी पांढरे किडे झाले तर काय आकाश कोसळत नाही हो. काहीतरी चूक होते, काहीतरी कणिक बिणिक जाते, काही आकाश कोसळत नाही. ते त्याचे ते कणिक संपते आणि ते किडे मग निघून जातात. लोकांना लगेच ते अर्ध्या रात्री, ओ सर पांढरे किडे झाले, आता काय करू, आता काय करू. म्हटलं काही करू नको. ते प्रश्न असा आहे की तुम्हाला यू मस्ट अंडरस्टँड द सायन्स बिहाइंड इट. खरं तर ते पांढऱ्या कृमी काय, दे आर नॉट बॅड, दे आर ॲक्च्युली गुड फॉर दी कंपोस्टिंग. पण आवडत नाहीत तुम्हाला, म्हणून मी आय मेड ए बॅक्टेरियल कल्चर. की आपल्याला लोकांच्या पायाखाली रस्ता सरकवायचा आहे, मग लोकांच्या मनाप्रमाणे वागलं पाहिजे. ते त्यांना नाही आवडत ना, मग नको आपल्याला ते. आय कॅन डू, आय हॅव एन अल्टरनेटिव्ह. नसता तर मी काही म्हणू शकलो नसतो. आय हॅव एन अल्टरनेटिव्ह, आय मेड ए बॅक्टेरियल कल्चर. त्या बॅक्टेरियल कल्चरमध्ये कसलाही वास येत नाही, त्याला किडे लागत नाही, काही नाही. आणि विदिन 24 आवर. आता विचार करा की एवढी मोठी खत क्रांती, इकॉनॉमिक्सचे जे तुमचे विद्यार्थी आहेत त्यांना मी एक इकॉनॉमिक्स देतो की मी आणि माझी मिसेस, आम्ही दोघं हैदराबादला राहतो. आता मी पिंपळावरच्या मुंजासारखा मी नेहमीच हिंडत असतो, पण मॅडम तिथं असतात कोणता धरून. पण आम्ही दोघांनी मिळून एक साधारणपणे महिन्याला आमच्या 10 ते 12 किलोग्रॅम खत, आम्ही उत्तम क्वालिटीचं खत. आता हे इतकं सुंदर खत आहे की कुठल्याही शेतकऱ्याला दाखवलं का, हो सर खत कसं आहे, खुश व्हायला पाहिजे ना. हे खत एक सुंदर आहे, कारण याच्यात सगळं कार्बन आहे, नायट्रोजन आहे, फॉस्फरस आहे, सगळं आहे त्याच्यात. सगळं ते मटेरियल जे टाकलं आहे ते डायरेक्ट जायचे झालेलं आहे. एखादा फॉस्फरस कमी असेल, उदबत्तीची राख टाका, बस झालं. आता 12 किलोग्रॅम पर मंथ, 100 कोटी आपल्याकडे ॲक्टिव्ह लोक आहेत असं समजू आपण. 140 कोटी आहेत, पण 40 कोटी अर्धे मेलेले आहेत, मग असे कोणतरी म्हणलं ना. तर 100 कोटी ॲक्टिव्ह लोक आहेत. 100 कोटी गुणिले त्याचे 2 युनिट म्हणजे 50 कोटी. 50 कोटी युनिट गुणिले 15 किलो, 750 कोटी किलोग्रॅम पर मंथ इंटू 12. भारताला 1 ग्रॅम युरियाची गरज नाही. यू कॅन ईट ऑर्गॅनिक फूड विदाउट पेईंग एक्स्ट्रा. व्हॉट यू नीड टू गिव्ह मी 10 मिनिट्स, दॅट्स ऑल यू नीड. आणि 10 मिनिटामध्ये जर तुमचा, मग ती बायोगॅस प्लांट नको. बऱ्याच वेळेला म्युन्सिपाल्टी प्लांट लावतात, मग चालवत नाहीत. मग ते नाशिकमध्येच फार पूर्वी कमिशनरने मला विचारलं होतं, आमचं काय. म्हटलं काय पगार मिळत नाही का. नाही म्हणे, आमचं भागत नाही त्याच्यात. म्हटलं आमच्याकडं तुमच्यासाठी काही नाही आहे. दिस वॉज ओपन, ती डिस्कशन छान झाली होती आमची. म्हटलं तुमच्या, मग नको आम्हाला तुमचं प्रोजेक्ट. अर्थात त्या ते बायोगॅसचा प्रोजेक्ट घेऊन गेलो होतो मी. आता तर मी असं प्रोजेक्ट घेऊन आलो आहे की ज्याच्यामध्ये 1 पैसाही खर्च नाही करायचा. फार तर फार एखादं मिक्सरचं भांडं एक्स्ट्रा विकत घ्यावं लागेल, तेवढंच. आणि 2 बकेट ठेवायच्या. या बकेटमधलं काल जेवढं मटेरियल टाकलं तेवढं काढायचं, मॅच्युअरिंग बकेटमध्ये ठेवून द्यायचं. याच्यात नवीन मटेरियल टाकायचं, याच्यामध्ये मटेरियल वाढू द्यायचं नाही. बस संपला. 10-15 मिनटाचा विषय आहे, संपलेला आहे. आणि तुमच्या घरामध्ये आता विचार करा की जर तुम्ही सगळे खत गोळा करायला सुरुवात केली तर भारताला सेंद्रिय खत शिवाय दुसऱ्या खताची गरज पडणार नाही. आणि पुन्हा म्युन्सिपाल्टीसारखं याच्यात पिशव्यांचे तुकडे किंवा इतर काही गोष्टी, काचेचे तुकडे, काही नाही. कारण तुम्ही फक्त डिसेंट्रलाइज मॅनर यू हॅव डन इट. आणि निसर्ग तुम्हाला हे प्रकृती तुम्हाला निसर्ग शिकवतो, इट हॅज टू बी डन इन अ डिसेंट्रलाइज मॅनर. इफ यू डोंट डू इट इन डिसेंट्रलाइज मॅनर, इट इज क्रिएटिंग डम्पिंग यार्ड्स. डम्पिंग यार्ड फक्त तयार होतं 2 गोष्टींमुळे. एक होतं तुमच्या अन्नाच्या कचऱ्यामुळे आणि दुसरं होतं 1 टाइम यूज प्लास्टिकमुळे. बऱ्याच वेळेला गोव्याची लोक मला म्हणतात की सर तुम्ही ॲडवायझर आहात, बॅन करा ना. म्हणलं अजिबात करणार नाही. अरे तुला बॅन नाही करू शकत तर ते सगळ्या जगाला कुठं बॅन करू मी. तू थांबव ना वापरायचं. यू स्टॉप इट. सो यू टेक एन ओथ टुडे. आज तुमच्या सगळ्यांकडनं मी शपथ घेणार आहे, कालच घ्यायची होती, राहिली ती. नाही वापरायची आपण प्लास्टिकची पिशवी. विषय संपला. देर वोंट बी एनिथिंग ऑन डम्पिंग यार्ड. बाकी सगळ्याला रिसायकल व्हॅल्यू आहे. टेक इट फ्रॉम मी. बाकी सगळ्याला रिसायकल व्हॅल्यू आहे. मग तुम्हाला ह्या गोष्टी फेकायची गरजच राहणार नाही. आणि आमच्या हैदराबादला आम्ही एक बिंटेक्स नावाची एक कंपनी येते. दर बुधवारी त्यांनी आम्हाला त्या निळ्या मोठ्या प्लॅस्टिकच्या बॅगा, ज्या वर्ष चालू शकतात अशा बॅगा आमच्या 5-5 वाटल्या आहेत, त्या पिशव्या ते घेऊन जातात भरलेल्या आठवड्याच्या. सगळं प्लास्टिक किंवा जे काही पॅकिंग वगैरे येतात ॲमेझॉनची, ती सगळी पॅकिंग आम्ही त्या पिशवीत ठेवतो. 5 आणि त्याला काही वास येत नाही. फक्त दुधाची पिशवी धुवून ठेवावी लागते. ती दुधाची पिशवीचं मजा असते बरं का सर. ही दुधाची पिशवी आहे, हातात घेऊन कापायला दिली तर कशी कापतील? पहिला कॉर्नर कट करतील. आमच्या आयुष्यात आम्ही सतत कॉर्नरच कट करत आलो. रस्त्यातही कॉर्नर कट करतो, घरातही कॉर्नर कट करतो, ऑफिसातही कॉर्नर कट करतो, सगळीकडे कॉर्नर कट करतो. मग एक कॉर्नर खाली पडल्याने काय होणार आहे? पण जेव्हा 10 कोटी दुधाच्या पिशव्या रोज विकल्या जातात, तर 10 कोटी कॉर्नर्स भारताच्या पर्यावरणात मिसळतात. ते कोण काढणार आहे? ते पिशवी न कॉर्नर कट करता फक्त ओपन करता येते. दूध काढून घ्यायचं, पिशवी उलटी करायची, पिशवी उलटी करायची, तुम्ही उलटी नाही करायची. नाही तो बॉक बॉक आवाज यायला लागतील. काय झालं? सरांनी उलटी करायला सांगितली होती. ते प्रेशर कुकरची गोष्ट सांगणार आहे मी तुम्हाला पुढची. आणि त्याच्यावर मला काय काय भोगावं लागलं ते पण सांगणार आहे. तर ती पिशवी वाळवून ठेवून द्यायची उलटी करून. आणि 30 दिवसाच्या 30 पिशव्या तुमच्या स्वीपरला जरी दिल्या, ही विल बी हॅपी बिकॉज ही विल सेल इट. तिथे जाऊन ते काढतात तरी त्या डम्पिंग यार्डमधनं. त्याच्यापेक्षा हे चांगलं ना. यू कलेक्ट इट. ते आमचं बिंटिक्सवाल्याने नेमकं ते केलं. ही इज ॲक्च्युली अन IIT इंजिनियर. तो मला म्हटलं, सर मला सॉलिड वेस्ट मॅनेजमेंटमध्ये काम करायचं. म्हटलं कर, ही तुला हैदराबादमध्ये ये. त्यांनी ती कंपनी सुरू केली. नाव ही इज अर्निंग मच मोर दॅन हिज इंजिनियर फ्रेंड्स. ही इज रिअली अर्निंग मनी बिकॉज देर इज गुड अमाऊंट ऑफ मनी. हॅव्हिंग सेड दॅट, I don't do it for money, but there is plenty of money in that also. मी सांगितलं ना, खत तुम्ही 5 रुपयाने जरी विकलं तरी 750 कोटी किलोग्रॅम पर मंथ. म्हणजे आता मला पुढचं गणित येतच नाही, 4-5 झिरोपर्यंत येतं, त्याच्या पुढं काही येत नाही. पण इतके प्रचंड ती पैशाची इकॉनॉमी त्याच्याशी इन्व्हॉल्ड आहे. दुसरी एक जलक्रांती तुम्हाला मला सांगायची आहे. ही खत क्रांती सांगितली तुम्हाला, जलक्रांती की आता ती कदाचित नाशिकसारख्या ठिकाणी आत्ता तेवढी. किती वाजता थांबवायचं आहे? तुम्ही घड्याळात बघितलं. काय प्रॉब्लेम काय आहे? तुम्हा सगळ्यांकडे घड्याळ आहेत, पण वेळ कोणाकडे नाही आहे. माझ्याकडे घड्याळच नाही आहे. त्याच्यामुळे माझ्याकडे वेळ भरपूर आहे. माणसाने 2 गोष्टी केल्या तर ही व्हाईल ॲक्सेप्टिंग द टेक्नॉलॉजी, यू शुड ॲक्सेप्ट विथ ओपन आईज. म्हणजे हे तुमच्यावरती नाही आहे, मगाचं होतं, पण हे तुमच्यावरती नाही आहे. हे डिजिटल क्रांती झाली फोटोग्राफीसाठी अतिशय उत्तम. बिकॉज वी सेव्ड ऑन सिल्वर नायट्रेट, वी सेव्ड ऑन सिल्वर क्लोराईड, वी सेव्ड ऑन पेपर. हवे तेवढे फोटो घेऊ शकतो. नुसता फ्लॅश मारण्याची गरज राहिलेली नाही. पूर्वी नुसता फ्लॅश मारायचे, कारण एवढे सगळ्यांचे फोटो कुठे घ्यायचे, मग फ्लॅश मारायचे. तसं राहिलेलं नाही. आता तुम्ही हवे तेवढे फोटो घेऊ शकता. इट वॉज एक्सलंट डिजिटल क्रांती. घड्याळामध्ये डिजिटल क्रांती केली आम्ही. आणि काय मिळालं? जेव्हा पेंडुलमची घड्याळ होती तेव्हाही उशिराच जात होतो, अचूक होती तरी. आज डिजिटल घड्याळ आहेत तरी उशिराच जातो. मग काय मिळालं काय तुला डिजिटल घड्याळ लावून? काही नाही मिळालं. पण काय नको पाहिजे ते मिळालं की प्रत्येक 6 महिन्यांनी बॅटरी बदलावी लागते. ती लिथियम बॅटरी तुमची कचऱ्यात जाते आणि ती डम्पिंग यार्डवर जाते. वी आर लुझिंग व्हेरी व्हॅल्युएबल लिथियम फ्रॉम आवर कंट्री ऑन टू द डम्पिंग यार्ड. आणि लिथियम इज अन एक्स्ट्रीमली एक्सपेन्सिव्ह एलिमेंट. चायनाने सगळं ते होल्ड करून ठेवलं आहे, नाकेबंदी जगाची केली आहे आणि आपण शिकत नाही त्याच्यातून. वी आर ओनली युजर्स. We are users of the technology, but while using the technology also we are not really particular about it, accepting की त्याचं नक्की काय होतं नंतर. दुधाची टेक्नॉलॉजी, अरे वा वा, पिशव्यात दूध आलं, छान झालं. बाटली आता नको आहे, काचेची बाटली फुटायची भीती नाही राहिली, पण तो तुकडा आला ना त्याच्यामुळे. सो व्हॉट काइंड ऑफ टेक्नॉलॉजी ॲक्सेप्टन्स दिस इज. बरं, एक त्यात दुधाची पिशवीचा प्रश्न नाही, अनेक गोष्टी त्या हल्ली प्लास्टिकच्या पिशव्यांमधून येतात आणि प्रत्येक वेळेला इतकी घाई असते की कॉर्नर कट होतोच. आणि एकदा ती उघडती पिशवी आणि मग खाते येते, असं त्याच्याशिवाय ते शांत बसवत नाही. सो ऑल द थिंग्स आर एंडिंग अप इन ॲक्च्युली पोल्युटिंग अँड पोल्युटिंग. म्हणून मी तुम्हाला म्हणलं माझी तिसरी जी कविता आहे ती कविता मी तुम्हाला आता त्याच्यावरती तुम्ही हे करा. टेल मी एक्झॅक्टली हाऊ मच टाईम, अनदर 15 minutes? ओके. कारण यांना पोटात कावळे कोकायला लागून त्या कावळ्यांना पिल्लं होऊन ती पण कोकायला लागली, असंही काही होऊ शकतं. 15 मिनटं दिली त्यांनी. बरं ठीक आहे, 10 मिनटं करू. 10 मिनटं आपलं एक कॉम्प्रोमाइज, 5 आणि 15चं 10 मिनटं ॲव्हरेज. ओके, निगोशिएशन करायला. तर माझी नाचसुद्धा निगोशिएशन करते. तर ती कविता तुम्हाला ऐकवतो आणि एक कविता आत्मचिंतन करण्यासाठी वापरा. ठीक आहे. की पहले मैं डरता था कि कहीं मुझ में का इंसान खो तो नहीं रहा है. पहले मैं डरता था कहीं मुझ में का इंसान खो तो नहीं रहा है. जब मैं वातानुकूल महल में अपने, बाहर 45 डिग्री टेम्परेचर है, वातानुकूल महल में अपने रेशम की कंबल लेकर सोता हूँ क्योंकि मैंने कंफर्ट के लिए 22 डिग्री टेम्परेचर रखा हुआ है. मेरे मन में ख्याल नहीं आता आधी आबादी कंबल तो क्या चद्दर भी नहीं खरीद सकती. मेरे मन में ख्याल नहीं आता ये जो ऊर्जा मैं खर्चा कर रहा हूँ 22 डिग्री के लिए वो मेरे देश के काम आ सकती है. कहीं मुझ में का इंसान खो तो नहीं रहा है. जब मैं पार्टियां देता हूँ गजब की और खाना खिलाता हूँ ऐसे मित्रों और सज्जनों को, यंदा नहीं कभी खिलवलं मी, पण ऐसे मित्रों और सज्जनों को जिनको खाने की तो कोई समस्या नहीं है लेकिन खाने से समस्या हो सकती है. पार्टी के वेटर तरस रहे खाने के लिए, वो मुझे नजर नहीं आता. मेहमान फेंक रहे खाना थाली में, वो मुझे नजर नहीं आता. कहीं मुझ में का इंसान खो तो नहीं रहा है. जब मैं बाजार जाता हूँ हाथ में थैली लिए बिना तो मेरे स्टेटस को कोई परेशानी नहीं है, ना मुझे शर्म आती है. मैं प्लास्टिक की थैलियाँ भर भर के सब्जियाँ लाता हूँ, हर सब्जी के लिए अलग थैली लाता हूँ क्योंकि मेरे पास सेग्रीगेट करने के लिए समय नहीं है. क्या सिर्फ मेरी प्लास्टिक की थैलियों की वजह से प्रदूषण हो रहा है, दूसरों की नहीं हो रहा है? कहीं मुझ में का इंसान खो तो नहीं रहा है. जब मैं आलीशान गाड़ी में बैठ के सैर करने निकलता हूँ तो मुझे गाड़ी से होता हुआ प्रदूषण नजर नहीं आता. ना मुझे रास्ते के मुसाफिर नजर आते हैं. क्या सिर्फ मेरी गाड़ी से प्रदूषण हो रहा है, आपकी गाड़ियों से नहीं हो रहा है? कहीं मुझ में का इंसान खो तो नहीं रहा है. जब मैं मोबाइल लेके चित्रण करता हूँ किसी के मृत्यु का या किसी की दुर्घटना का तो मेरे हाथ कांपते नहीं है. ना मैं आगे बढ़ के कोशिश करता हूँ मदद करने की क्योंकि मेरे पास समय नहीं है मुझे वापस आके वो वीडियो अपलोड करके लाइक्स कमाने मेरे दोस्तों से. कहीं मुझ में का इंसान खो तो नहीं रहा है. लेकिन आनंद की बात ये है दोस्तों, आजकल मैं बिल्कुल नहीं घबराता क्योंकि मेरे अंदर का इंसान मौत की नींद सो रहा है. मैंने अब सोचना ही बंद कर दिया है. आम्ही इतके इनसेन्सिटिव्ह झालो आहोत. वी हॅव बिकम सो इनसेन्सिटिव्ह टू द एन्व्हायरमेंट. वी आर ऑल एज्युकेटेड पीपल. एव्हरीबडी सेज आय एम अवेअर ऑफ एन्व्हायरमेंट. तुझ्या घरातनं कचरा बाहेर जातो का? हो. देन यू आर नॉट अवेअर. आय टोल्ड मॅडम येस्टरडे दिस इन्स्टिट्यूट शुड बी झिरो वेस्ट. आपणच सुरू केलं पाहिजे. इन्स्टिट्यूटमधल्या प्रत्येक मुलाचं घर हे झिरो वेस्ट जर झालं ना तर ही मशाल ही इतर ठिकाणी पेटायला वेळ लागणार नाही. आय वॉन्ट युअर ॲक्टिव्ह सपोर्ट. आणि हा ॲक्टिव्ह सपोर्ट तुम्ही दिल्याशिवाय तो इतके मायक्रोबायोलॉजीची मुलं आहेत ही सगळी माझी इथले ॲम्बॅसेडर होऊ शकतील. ह्याच्यामध्ये काही प्रॉब्लेम आले दे कॅन सॉल्व द प्रॉब्लेम. काही त्याच्यात आवड नाही आहे. इट्स सच अ सिम्पल मायक्रोबायोलॉजी. यू डोंट हॅव टू नो द ॲनालिसिस ऑफ द बॅक्टेरिया. यू शुड नो दॅट इट इज हॅपनिंग. दॅट्स ऑल इट इज नीडेड. सो सर वापरा या डिपार्टमेंटला आणि सांगा त्यांना की दिस इज आवर जॉब. वाय नॉट. So think about it. Let us stand together and take an oath for saving the environment. आज दिनांक 15 मार्च 2026 रोजी गुरुदक्षिणा हॉलमध्ये कमिटमेंट आहे बरं का, गुरुदक्षिणा हॉलमध्ये आम्ही अशी प्रतिज्ञा घेतो की आजपासून ताटात अन्नाचा एकही कण आम्ही वाया घालवणार नाही किंवा घरातील कोणाला वाया घालवू देणार नाही. आजपासून आम्ही वन टाइम यूज प्लास्टिक घरी आणणार नाही आणि इतरांनाही आणू देणार नाही. ही वसुंधरा माझी आई आहे आणि तिची काळजी घेणं माझं कर्तव्य आहे. बस. थँक्यू व्हेरी मच फॉर लिसनिंग टू मी. झालं बरोबर थांबवलं.
Thank you so much, sir, for that informative session. I now request Dr. Vijay Gosavi, sir, for his remarks.
त्याचा आहे. एक छोटा प्रयोग आहे, एकदम छोटा. It will take 10 seconds only. हा प्रॉब्लेम तुम्हाला नेहमी जेवायला चला एवढं थर्मोकोल नाऊ एक तुम्हाला हे जरा तुकडे करण्याचे. आल्यानंतर कोल्याची आई कांदा खाई काहीतरी जादूगिरी केली, जादूगिरी मंत्र मांडलाय. आता बघा बरं का गंमत. थर्मोकोल ऍसिड ऍसिटोन आहे. तुमच्या नाशिकमधलं जितकं थर्मोकोल आहे तितकं मी या फक्त ह्याच्या बीकरमध्ये तुम्हाला करून दाखवतो. ऍसिटोन सगळं टाका. पूर्ण नाशिकमधलं थर्मोकोल घेऊन या एवढ्या ह्याच्यामध्ये ॲसिटोनमध्ये मी तुम्हाला डिझॉल्व करून दाखवतो. आणि याचं मग छानपैकी तो लगदा होतो, तो बाहेर काढला. बरं दिस इज अ फिजिकल रिॲक्शन ना, दिस इज नॉट अ केमिकल रिॲक्शन. ह्याच्या थर्मोकोल कसा बनला तर क्रूड ऑइलमधलं जे रेसिड्यू आहे त्याच्यामध्ये एअर ब्लो करून थर्मोकोल बनला. अँड दे फाउंड दॅट इट इज गुड ॲब्झॉर्बिंग कपॅसिटी, म्हणजे बफर म्हणून ते वापरलं जातं पॅकिंग मटेरियल. आता मी जेव्हा ह्याच्यात टाकतो तेव्हा ते फक्त एअर त्यातली मुक्त होते आणि ते इतकं छोटं असतं मटेरियल, ते ब्लो करून वाढलेलं असतं आणि ते ब्लो करून वाढलेलं असतं म्हणून हलकं असतं आणि ते म्हणून हलकं असतं म्हणून त्याचा वापर आपल्याला पॅकिंगसाठी करता येतो, कारण त्याचं वजन नाही होत मग. सो ऑल दॅट इज. आणि फक्त त्या आणि हे ॲसिटोन तसं डेंजरस नाही. यू कॅन वर्क इन फ्युमूड ऑल्सो इफ यू आर रिअली अवेअर. कारण माझं आयुष्य ॲसिटोन आणि मिथेनॉलबरोबर गेलेलं आहे. माझे डोळे अजूनही चांगले आहेत, काही होत नाही त्यांनी. झालं तुम्हाला. आता यू कॅन गो. आता ह्याचा जो लगदा बनेल ते आमच्या एक नाईक म्हणून माझे एक मित्र आहेत, ते असे बसल्या खेळ करत होते तर त्यांना हे सापडलं. तर आता ह्या लगद्याचं बाहेर काढायचा आणि छान गणपती करा किंवा तुम्हाला जे काही वाटेल ते करा त्याचं साच्या आणि ठेवून द्या घरात रंगवून. सो तिथं डम्पिंग यार्डचं सगळं तुमचं थर्मोकोल संपून जाईल. ओके. वरती येऊ का खाली बसू?
Thank you very much, Dr. Shekhar. Enlightening speech. Time management, perhaps we had to learn a lot. शरद काळे यांच्याकडं समरी करायचं म्हटलं तर आय विल कोट व्हॉट गुलजार हैज सेड. जिंदगी में कभी कभी ऐसे अवलिया लोग मिलते हैं जिन्होंने अपना पूरा ज़िंदगी लोगों के भलाई के लिए समर्पित किया है, Dr. Shekhar is one of them. उनके बारे में एक शेर भी अच्छा याद आता है। डॉक्टर शेखर के कर्तृत्व के बारे में और काम के बारे में हम क्या बोले, वो तो एक मोती है, उसे हम कैसे तोले। Now, the major topic today, though I am fully aware of the time running fast and little appetizer I will give because we are all waiting for the good food. Sustainability and planet. Our planet has to be protected. And then we say climate change. This was the topic actually. And instead of giving the summary, because with such a great research and all his experience, I have no remarks but the salute to Dr. Shekhar. But I have myself worked, actually the topic, which is international multidisciplinary research exchange means what? And we have learned so many slides, but how it is implemented, how it will, one of the demo he has given, how it is successful. But in my life, I have worked with World Bank and number of projects with this multidisciplinary international exchanges are successful. Why? Because there are so many issues where a single solution may not be feasible. So whenever there is a complex problem, it has to be multidisciplinary, internationally, and therefore there are three important words we say. One, particularly for our saving our planet, one is green tech, that is green technology. Second is green skill, which is a new word coined. And third is mindset change. Whatever we talk today, unless you change your mindset, it is not going to work at all. Lot of demonstrations are there and everyone knows. But even if we say you segregate your wet and dry garbage, we are not doing it. So mindset change will go a long way in saving our planet, which is our sustainability. Sustainability is defined corporate sector, is that use the resources. What says Lord Krishna also said, use the resources for your present in a manner that you fulfill your need, but without compromising the availability of these resources for the future. We have to save for future, water, air, all these problems are come. We are facing it, and today we are talking about saving the earth and saving the climate. Iraq and Israel and America, you know what they are doing, and somebody asked me what will happen to this. I said it is answer to all this, as Dr. Appa Sahib is always saying, education should be spiritual. Mostly spiritualized journey. In next 5 to 10 minutes, I will take you to this spiritualized journey and one illustration, and then I will close myself. What is this spiritualization? They said in Trital Yuga, first was Satya Yuga, where there was only Sura. There was no problem. There were no locks available. Then came Trital Yuga. First was 18 lakh years. Trital, 12 lakh years. In Trital, Sura. But they were living separately, as we say, and fighting. Ram and Ravana, Sura, fighting, living separately. Then comes Dwapar Yuga, where Sura, in the same family, Kaurava, Pandava, they were fighting. All this has reflected on the planet. And now we are in Kali Yuga, and therefore they are fighting there. 1600 missile and lot of smoke. What will happen to our earth? And who are responsible for this? So this is very important that our planet has to continue to live. And from that angle, we have environmental protection. The sustainability, as I defined, there are three layers. One is the economic development. Second is the social development, full justice. And last is the environmental control, which also covers the planet. Now, what is happening to our warming system, we don't know. There is a study by NASA that baseline 1850 to 900. The climate change, do you know what is the climate change, global climate? Global climate is defined as 15 degree, 15 degree, and after that baseline today, it has increased from 1.5 degree, and there are a lot of effects. And they predict that if it goes to 2.6, the environment will be, we cannot live in this planet. This will be the problem, and therefore we have to take this. And therefore the solution is, where is the solution? What type of international knowledge we should have, that we should save in a manner that things will happen in a most harmonic way. In Rigveda, in 10th Mandal, 10.97, there is a Rucha which says that Mata, Bhumi hi, Putro, Home, Prithvi Yasa, meaning thereby this earth is your mother. The concept in Rigveda, earth is your mother, and you are her son, and you have to protect your mother in all manner. So this science of 5,000 years back has given this message, but we have ignored our spirituality and all this script. Thereafter we see, Lord Krishna says to Arjuna, this whatever is available to you, these rivers, mountains, sun, moon, all this is given to you as a gift, and therefore you should be more careful utilizing them. Then comes in 1598 Santa Tukaram, Rukshavalli Amha Soeri, Vanachari, Pakshi Gati Surswari. So these messages are there in our script. Jnanadeva has given the example to save our earth as a Vihanga Marga, therefore this today's subject. He said one is the Pipila. Pipila means ant, somebody said. Pipila will take time, go up. Imagine a big tree having a fruit which is to be procured, then the Pipila Marga, karma. Second, he said, is a fish who will catch the fish for his own feet in a very swift manner, in a manner that man can climb the tree. We don't know whether he reach or whether the branch will be cut. And the last is the Vihanga Marga, which is multidisciplinary, technological approach, give whatever is available, study the problem, understand the problem, take the multidisciplinary approach, because this complex problem need different disciplines to be blended together so that independently, there is no merger. If there is a chemistry man, physics man, management man, biological man, they will do that problem solution on their own methods and arrive at the conclusion. Therefore, importance is the coordinator. He has to coordinate, blend it together and give a holistic long-term solution that it will be long-lasting and solving the complex problem. This is the whole theory of different types of knowledges coming together, putting together, and then therefore the conference subject is that internationally, using all these different types of knowledge to put together for the benefit of the society, for the common man. Point is to be driven is that, therefore, we have to see that socially we are doing proper justice, economically we see cost, benefit and justice, and then the environmental protection, which will go a long way. To sustain the resources has to be handed over to the next generation, and then it will go like that. But perhaps how to do it, we have learned. It was an excellent conference. There are so many demonstrations you have seen, so many PPTs you have seen, but how? Being a approved consultant by World Bank, I have implemented so many projects with this type of technology. For example, in Oman, water resource is very scarce, and there are a lot of wells available on the coastal line, 100,000, and major agriculture was 10 million date palm trees, khajur. Gradually, distance between the sea and these wells, 1.5 kilometers, there is a seepage and lot of 6,000 hectares of forest was abandoned. And there is a decree that every farmer will only cultivate 1 hectare for his goat and camel. Rest of the fodder will be abandoned and different crops will be taken. This has affected the entire system, and salination has reduced drastically. But there is a shortage of these 6,000 hectares of fodder. Who will give the camel? Therefore, another study was the south area where there is a strata. These wells were dug, and that whole problem will be sorted out. Cultivation of 6,000 hectare fodder in the south of Oman, and this problem is sorted out. Most of the camel population in the south, so transportation was reduced. So local resources has to be used, optimum resources has to be used, and therefore see that the problem of complex nature is solved on a long-term basis. This is the, there is slide, maybe 1 or 2 slides I will show before the end of this. And like this, multidisciplinary approach is the approach where we have to respect all, get their expertise, the scientists should work, they come with their own solution, and the chief person, coordinator, who has to combine the results in a holistic manner so that the result is achieved in long-term basis. And this whole theory of working together and saving our earth is very important from that angle. And therefore, as I said, green technology, I will not repeat, you know, solar systems, windmills, and now different types of plastic windmills, all this energy, wherever there is any agriculture also, more greenhouses, more pollution, because they require, wherever there is a consumption of energy, there is required. When I went to Israel 4 or 5 times, I have seen the whole country is deep irrigation, and they took us to the visit to a thermal power station. We went there, I could not see any smoke. This is the environmental care. I said, how it is possible? It is coal-based thermal power. They said, our coal is so pure. Its consumption is 100% combustion, no emissivity. So from thermal power station, there is not a smoke of line. So this is where we have to understand, and we have to change our mindset and then coordinate all this activity in a manner that the common man is benefited. This is required, and therefore I said the green skill, because I had to cut my all points in very short because of the time constraint. But there also we have see that in Naneshwari, written by Naneshwar, the period is 1295 to 75 to 92, and he Gita 700 slokas, he converted 9,000 slokas to understand, and Nath Maharaj again 18,000 slokas in Nath Bhagavat, where he said that we need a leader. Management of all these resources is important. The key is management. You bring IT technology, you bring whatever technology you bring, and you will have a lot of advantages. Somebody said a lot of potential for other job, but the key person is the management of these resources. And therefore Naneshwar said in his Pasaidan, how this leader should be. The more scarcity will be of this kind of leadership to organize this technology, blend it for the common man benefit and save our earth, save our pollution. Pollution, Nasik, you know, 168 today's pollution index, AQI, Air Quality Index. Pune is 178, Delhi is 600. So it is very hazardous. Meaning thereby, the whole aim of this conference to use this type of technology for long-term solution. Therefore, चंद्र में जे अलांछन असं म्हणलेलं नाही, चंद्र में जे अलांछन, मार्तंड जैसे की तापहीन, ते सर्व सज्जन सोयरे होती. This is the important point of bringing multinational technologies, multinational all resource management in a manner that this has to be coordinated. Why Alanchana? He said leader should be like moon. He should be bright. He should be cool. He should be harmonious. Because a lot of experts, they have egos. Working with lot of expertise and coming back to, so that has to be there. Chandigarh was constructed as our capital after our partition in 1951. His person selected was the scientist from French, Carl Lobos. And he took 150 meetings with different types of people and planned Chandigarh city. In 15 years, still there is no crowd, still there is no emission, still 0 to 50 is the best air, 0 to 100 is tolerable, 100 and above hazardous, 200 and above, we don't know what will happen. But they have maintained. He has projected the population for 100 years. This is the vision, this is the technology, this is the combination, and therefore we require a leader like moon without any spot on him. And Martanda means Surya, they say Tapayana. We don't want intensified, we want sun bright, having all the qualities which Dr. Agarwal has mentioned, which is the quality of leadership to blend this thing. Te sarva sajjana, he has to be selfless and work together and give the solution like Dr. Shekhar is working selflessly for the benefit of the society. Te sarva sajjana, soyare hoti. The leader has to work for all these technological combination as one family, love them, implement them in an effective manner that our earth is saved. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. You very nicely explained in a very brief time about the theme of the conference and theme of the session as well. Thank you so much. Now I request Dr. Mrs. Manjusha to propose vote of thanks for the session.
These are the 2-3 research models which I have developed for World Bank for this multiple complex issues, wherein it is said this is a model of a spider model, we call it. A spider web, we see 8 to 9 points, which are actually the expert points. Then all experts will work together. At the center place, it will be consolidated, a holistic solution will be applied, and then the complex problem will be solved with optimum resources and long-term lasting. Next. This is again the same model with different types of economy, healthcare, demography. All these areas needs to be studied as a multidisciplinary, bring together the best out of these scientists and professional experts, and then act in a manner that the complex situation will be sorted out for a long term. Next. This is a key, very interesting actually, there is no time to explain. It's a very interesting model was appreciated. Honeybee model. This is a queen, honey queen, which is double the size of the workers, and she lays about 200 eggs per day, and her life is 5 years, while the workers who work for bringing the honey, their life is only 5 days. So she has a chemical which is controlling all these workers, thousands and thousands. She selects who are the best worker, who can guide others, and then thousands of bees follow that. They go to the air, different areas, collect the nectar, bring the nectar at the center, and then all these workers work for the queen. With their wings, they dry all the moisture, and then you get the honey. So this is a model which is very appreciated, that how it is to be worked, how it is to be effected, and at the central place it will be. And the last slide is Stephen Covey. We know this great management scientist. He has given best 7 habits of people, which is also a great model, that proactive. So you take initiative. Like I said, Akshay Deshpande has taken initiative, therefore we are here. So that is proactiveness. The people who are taking initiative and lead, they don't wait. As Shekhar said, this is not my work, I will work. So that is very important. That is the starting point. Then put the things first, then continue, start with the end, win-win position, and then come together. So this is a very effective 7 habit model, also can be implemented for such multidisciplinary approach and come to a final conclusion, a holistic approach. Dr. Deepti Deshpande, I have my all great appreciation for you, organizing the conference, being the president of the conference, secretary and treasurer and HR department head, then particularly the conveyor, Deshpande, Akshay Deshpande, the young man and dynamic his approach. Then our secretary, Mr. Pingle, he has done a lot of work. There are other people who are all contributed. Maybe Pradeep Deshpande, Shailesh Gosavi, so many people, so many staff members, including our excellent comparer, Mugdha and Kane, both Mugdha Joshi and Kane. So this is a joint effort and teamwork, and this will go a long way as a landmark in the Gokhale Educational Society as one of the wonderful conference conducted at this visit. Thank you very much.
I know each one is very hungry. I will take you a few minutes only. Honorable Dr. Deepti Deshpande Madam, President of this conference, and Secretary of Gokhale Education Society, Honorable Dr. R.P. Deshpande Sir, President of Gokhale Education Society, Honorable Dr. Suhasini Sant Madam, Chairperson of Gokhale Education Society, all Zonal Secretary, Honorable Delegates, eminent personalities, eminent resource persons, all session chair, organizing secretary, convener of the conference, all principals and vice principals of Gokhale Education Society, all faculty members, teaching and non-teaching staff. Good afternoon to everybody. As a co-chair of this session, it is my great privilege to propose the vote of thanks for this enlightening and inspiring sixth session of this conference. Our sincere thanks goes to, we are thankful to our President and Patron of Gokhale Education Society, Honorable Dr. Deepti Deshpande Madam, for her visionary leadership and constant encouragement and always giving the moral support. We are equally grateful to our respected patrons, Honorable Dr. R.P. Deshpande Sir, Honorable Dr. Suhasini Sant Madam, for their continued support and guidance. I would like to also thanks for Honorable Project Director, Shri P.M. Deshpande Sir, and Establishment Director, Shri Shailesh Gosavi Sir, for their continuous support and moral, always giving support in every situation. I would also acknowledge, I would like to express our sincere gratitude to our esteemed speaker, Dr. Sharad Kale, eminent scientist, for delivering such an insightful and thought-provoking address during this session on the theme Sustainability and Climate Action. Sir, your valuable perspectives on such a crucial global issues have certainly inspired us and deepened our understanding of the responsibility we share towards the building a sustainable future. Dr. Kale sir delivered his lecture, which appears to me it is marvelous, symbolic of excellent oratory and having the profound knowledge. He attempted to quench the knowledge thirst of all participants through the flow of his studied, spontaneous, and fluent speech. His speech was so effective and inspiring that the audience was spellbound while listening to him. Thank you, sir, for accepting our invitation and gracing this occasion. I would also like to extend heartfelt appreciation to the session chair, Honorable Dr. Vijay Gosavi, sir, for skillfully guiding the session and facilitating the meaningful academic discussion. We are thankful to you, sir, for sharing your values
valuable time and your immense knowledge with us. Sir told about Rigveda. In Rigveda also tell about that the earth is our mother and we must save it. Sir also given the important things in what Naneshwari says. Sir, we are very thankful to you for accepting our invitation and gracing this occasion. Now, I would like to acknowledge the dedicated efforts of organizing team. Our special thanks to the convener, Akshay Deshpande, whose leadership and coordination have been instrumental in organizing this conference. We are also deeply thankful to the organizing secretary, Dr. Prashant Pingle, for his tireless efforts in ensuring the smooth execution of this event. A heartfelt note of appreciation goes to the Scientific Committee Chair, Honorable Dr. Anjali Kulkarni Madam, and the entire Scientific Committee for their valuable work in reviewing the contribution and maintaining the academic quality of this conference. I would like to thank all the participants, researchers, faculty members, students, and delegates whose active participation and thoughtful engagement made this session vibrant and meaningful. Last, but certainly not least, our sincere appreciation goes to the technical team, volunteers, and support staff whose effort behind the scene ensures the seamless conduct of this event. As we conclude this session, we hope the ideas shared today will continue to inspire research, collaboration, and concrete the action towards a responsible future. With this word, I extend my heartfelt thanks to everyone who contributed to the success of this session and also the conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, madam. Now we all proceed for lunch and gather here again sharp at 3:15 for the valedictory function. We are going to give away the prizes for best paper and best poster category. So all are requested to gather here again at sharp 3:15. Thank you.
institutions across globe have come together with a shared commitment to knowledge creation and innovation. The enthusiastic participation in paper presentations, poster sessions, and discussions clearly reflects the intellectual energy and collaborative spirit that such academic gatherings aim to nurture. Gokhale Education Society has been pioneering in setting new trends in education. We were the first to introduce management education and the special education for women in 1970s. We were also the first to use computer in non-science streams in 1980s, and we were the first to create silent revolution through education among Adivasis since last 5 decades. To continue the same trend, Gokhale Education Society has organized this knowledge exchange conference and became the first educational institute to do so in the Nasik district. We really feel proud for this initiative, which is so befitting in the changing scenario of education. We are indeed privileged to have with us eminent personalities whose presence adds great value and inspiration to this occasion. The presence of our chief guest, Dr. B.S. Mandloi, is particularly inspiring for all researchers and young scholars who aspire to contribute to scientific advancement and national development. It is my great privilege to introduce our esteemed chief guest, Dr. B.S. Mandloi, a distinguished scientist associated with the Defense Research and Development Organization, that is DRDO, currently serving as the director of the Regional Center for Military Airworthiness at Nasik. Dr. Mandloi has made remarkable contribution in the field of aerospace engineering and defense technology. Dr. Mandloi completed his MTech in rubber technology and PhD from IIT Kharagpur, where he worked on nano composite materials for aircraft applications. Since joining DRDO in 1992 as a scientist, he has played a significant role in the airworthiness certification of fighter aircraft and in the indigenous development of critical defense component, including fighter aircraft tires for aircraft such as Sukhoi 30, Miyako MiG-29K, and of course HL Tejas, as well as systems related to BrahMos missile program. In recognition of his outstanding work in defense research and indigenous technological development, he has received several prestigious honors, including AOC in Sea Commendation in 2020 and Agni Award in 2017. We feel truly honored and privileged to have such an accomplished scientist and visionary leader with us today. You are welcome, sir. We are equally honored to have the presence of Dr. Kamal Dua, an internationally acclaimed academician and a researcher whose insightful presentation yesterday on respiratory diseases have made deep impact on all of us. Sir, we are lucky to have you as a guest of honor for this function as well. I welcome you. Another guest of honor, Dr. Mrs. Deepti Deshpande, is a true symbol of compassionate administrator and a visionary leadership who always seek for new horizons. She is multidimensional personality with having excellence as a teacher, educator, administrator, writer, researcher, editor, and a mentor. I welcome you, madam, in this function. Dr. Mrs. S.V. Sant, our guest of honor, is known for her soft skills, managerial acumen, and teacher par excellence. Her presence in today's function is inspiring for all of us. Welcome, madam. We are lucky to have Dr. R.P. Deshpande as the president of this valedictory function. He is a man from chemistry and teacher at a core. He completed his research from NCL Pune in the record time of 18 months, at that time when doing research itself was a very rare. He has provided dedicated service over 6 decades to Gokhale Education Society in the form of teacher, rector, branch secretary, joint treasurer, life member, and now as a president. I welcome you, sir, in this function. This conference would not have been possible without the dedicated efforts of the organizing committee, scientific committee, volunteers, and all contributors who worked tirelessly behind the scenes. A special word of appreciation and gratitude to conference convener, Engineer Akshay Deshpande, who can be called as a true architect of this event. He has exhibited great managerial skills and balanced approach to make this event a success. Dr. Prashant Pingle took care of small details right from the planning to execution. His involvement and commitment is unparalleled. I welcome both of them in this valedictory function. I also extend my sincere appreciation to all the delegates, participants whose active involvement truly brought life to these sessions. As we move towards the concluding session, We look forward to insightful reflections from our esteemed dignitaries and to celebrating the best research contribution through the awards and recognitions that follow. I would like to end my speech with a reference from a poet, Robert Frost, who in his poem, he is an American poet, who is in his poem, A Road Not Taken, says, where there is a situation where there are two roads and the poet is standing at the point. One road is the regular one and the other road is something that is not traveled by many people. And there is a choice to him, and finally he says, I choose the less traveled by, the road, and that has made all the difference. We at Gokhale Education Society always choose the road less traveled by, and that is why we could create a difference since last 108 years. Once again, I extend my heartfelt welcome to each of you, and thank you for being a part of this enriching academic journey. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. We now take the opportunity to felicitate our esteemed guests. May I request Honorable Dr. R.P. Deshpande, sir, President of the function, to felicitate Dr. B.S. Mandloi, Chief Guest of the function. A very innovative memento and a planter created by Sigma Private Limited, an innovative concept of our alumni of R.S. Sapat College of Engineering. Planter created through 3D printing technology. Memento with the conference logo specially designed for IMKE. Thank you, sir.
May I now request our chief guest, Dr. Mandloi sir, to felicitate President of the function, Dr. R.P. Deshpande sir. President of the valedictory function, Dr. R.P. Deshpande sir, being felicitated at the hands of chief guest, Dr. Mandloi. I once again request Dr. Mandloi to felicitate Dr. Mrs. Deepti Deshpande, Secretary and Treasurer of Gokhale Education Society and President of the Conference, International Multidisciplinary Knowledge Exchange Conference 2026. Thank you, sir. I now request Dr. Mrs. Deepti Deshpande, Madam, to felicitate Dr. Kamal Dua, Guest of Honor of the valedictory function. We have been fortunate enough to have Dr. Dua with us since yesterday. Yesterday he was here to have one session with us with his thoughtful deliberations in second technical section. And today he is with us as guest of honor for the valedictory function of the conference. Thank you, madam. I now request Dr. Kamal Dua to felicitate Dr. Mrs. S.V. Sant, Chairman of the Society and Zonal Secretary of Gokhale Education Society for Mumbai Zone. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, everyone. The conference strived to create a vibrant platform for exchanging transformative ideas and addressing contemporary global challenges through collaborative academic engagement. These 2 days have been really fruitful for aspirants in the various fields and faculties of science and other fields in general. It is always heartening to look back at the event and ponder over. I now request Dr. Pingade, Organizing Secretary of IMKE 26, to present a brief report of the conference.
All the dignitaries on the dais, President of the function, Dr. R.P. Deshpande sir, Chief Guest, Dr. B.S. Mandloi sir, Guest of honor, Dr. Kamal Dua, Dr. D.P. Deshpande Madam, Dr. S.V. Sant, and all other respected members on the dais, dear delegates, fellow participants, a very warm good afternoon to all present in the auditorium. I am Dr. Prashant Pingre, Organizing Secretary of IMKE 2026, here to present a report of 2 days International Multidisciplinary Knowledge Exchange, IMKE 2026, with this year theme, Science for Life, Innovation, Integration and Impact, held during 14th and 15th of March 2026 at Guru Dakshina Auditorium of our own Gokhale Education Society, hosted by Society's Pharmacy College and HPT Arts and RYK Science College. This conference aims to bringing together eminent academicians, researchers, professionals, students, and industry experts from diverse disciplines. The conference intended to provide a platform for knowledge sharing, interdisciplinary dialogue, and collaborative research discussions among the participants. The day one of the conference, which was yesterday, Saturday, 14th of March 2026, the conference commenced with an inaugural ceremony held from 10:15 to 11:30 a.m. The inaugural function was presided over by Dr. D.P. Deshpande, Secretary and Treasurer of Gokhale Education Society. The chief guest, Dr. Sharad Kale, an eminent former scientist from BARC, Mumbai, and special advisor to the Chief Minister of Goa, delivered the inaugural address highlighting the importance of multidisciplinary research and knowledge exchange in today's rapidly evolving academic and technological endeavor. The guest of honor were Dr. Vivek Sawant, Chief Mentor of MKCL Pune, and Dr. Parag Kalkar, Pro-Vice Chancellor, Savitribai Phule Pune University. The distinguished guest of honor were Dr. R.P. Deshpande, President of Gokhale Education Society, and Dr. Suhasini Sant, Chairman of Gokhale Education Society, Professor P.M. Deshpande, Project Director, Shri Shaileshji Gosavi, Director Establishment and Management, Dr. R.M. Kulkarni, Zonal Secretary of Nashik Zone, Dr. Anjali Kulkarni, Chairperson of STA and Central Coordination Committee, Dr. V.N. Suryavanshi, Assistant Zonal Secretary, and Engineer Akshay Deshpande, Director Quality and Systems, and the convener of conference were other dignitaries present on the dais during inaugural ceremony. During inaugural ceremony, 3 important publications were formally released by the dignitaries. This includes conference abstract book prepared by pharmacy faculty members Mr. Shonak Kulkarni and Ms. Shariyu Rathod, Swayam Prerna, a society's book, and a book on English communication wrote by Dr. Sandhya Khedekar and her team. The release of these publications highlighted the academic and motivational contributions associated with the conference. The inaugural ceremony was coordinated by Dr. Leena Bhatt and her team. Plenary session 1 was delivered by Dr. Vivek Sawant and chaired by Dr. Parag Kalkar and co-chaired by Dr. Sirish Yash Sane, and the institute of sponsored was Gokhale Education Society's R.H. Sappat College of Engineering, Nashik. Technical session 1 featured the keynote address by Vivek Sawant, who discussed a rapid evolution of artificial intelligence and its impact on technology, digital infrastructure, healthcare, and future innovations. He also emphasized on importance of responsible and ethical AI development. The session was concluded with the remark by Dr. Parag Kalkar, who stressed the importance of innovation, interdisciplinary learning, and preparing students for AI-driven future. Dr. Sane proposed vote of thanks as an organizing institute for the session. Session 2 was delivered by Dr. Amrita Banerjee through online mode. Amrita Banerjee is Associate Professor, Department of Humanities and Social Sciences, IIT Bombay, Mumbai. The session was chaired by Dr. Anjali Kulkarni, Chairperson STA and Central Coordination Committee, Gokhale Education Society. The session was co-chaired by Dr. P.K. Gogri, Principal of N.B. Mehta Science and Commerce College, Bordi. Dr. Banerjee delivered her talk virtually on topic Mothering Through Virtual Reality, the New Directions for an Ethics of Care. She emphasized on evolving concept of mothering in the virtual world and the difference between material and virtual realities and the role of technology in AI and caregiving relationships. In her concluding remark, Dr. Anjali Kulkarni emphasized the importance of listening, nurturing, and emotional support in caregiving through digital platforms. The session was concluded with vote of thanks by Professor P.K. Gogri. Session 3 was the last session of yesterday's day. It was featured an international plenary session by Dr. Kamal Dua, professor at NICM Health Research Institute, Western Sydney University, Australia. The session was chaired by Dr. Chandragowda Patil, professor, R.C. Patel College of Pharmacy, Shirpur, and co-chaired by Dr. Basavaraj Chandu. As a session was sponsored by Gokhale Education Society, Sir Dr. M.S. Gosavi College of Physiotherapy and Healthcare Management, Nashik. Dr. Dua delivered a lecture entitled Advancing Advanced Drug Delivery of Phytoceuticals and Sustainability Goals. Dr. Dua highlighted challenges associated with chronic respiratory diseases, particularly asthma, COPD, overlap syndrome, ACOs, and the impact of air pollution on respiratory health. He discussed the potential of plant-based bioactives, compounds, and innovative drug delivery system for improving the respiratory therapies and the strategies involved in the same. In his concluding remark, Dr. Chandragowda Patil emphasized the global significance of pharmaceutical research in India. The session was concluded by Dr. Basavaraj Chandu, Principal of Physiotherapy College of Gokhale Education Society. Later, evening session, it was presentation of research papers and poster presentation from 4 p.m. to 7 p.m. Paper presentation on 6 different tracks were conducted in Sherman Hall, Palash Hall, and Print T.A. Kulkarni Hall, while the poster presentation was conducted in the art gallery of this Guru Dakshina auditorium. All the papers and posters were evaluated unbiasedly by two expert evaluators. Awards including Young Researcher Award, Emerging Scientist Award, Evaluator Choice Award, and Special Recognition Award will be announced shortly. The day ended with the cultural evening. The day concluded with the vibrant cultural evening from 7 p.m. to 8 p.m. The program featured energetic performances by Nashik Performance Art team led by Mr. Atul Narang. Their presentation created an atmosphere of enthusiasm, creativity, and positivity, highlighting the power of art and culture in bringing the people together. The cultural program was coordinated by Dr. Sushumna Kane and her team. Day 2, it was today's day. It is 15th of March 2026. Technical session 4 of the conference was delivered by Dr. Alex John, Associate Professor, California State Polytechnic University, USA, who delivered a lecture on catalysis for sustainable production of chemicals. The session was chaired by Dr. Suhasini Sant, Chairman, Gokhale Education Society, and co-chaired by Dr. Jyoti Thakur, Principal, Sir Dr. M.S. Gosavi College of Nursing, Nashik. Dr. Alex highlighted the importance of catalysis in sustainable chemicals manufacturing, while Dr. Suhasini Sant emphasized the health, inclusivity in daily life and importance of sustainable chemicals in everyday life. The session was concluded with vote of thanks by Dr. Jyoti Thakur, Principal of Society's Nursing College. Session 5, it was today's second session, delivered by Dr. Pawan Agrawal. The session was on, motivational session was on Zero to Hero. The session was chaired by and co-chaired by Dr. Sarita Aurangabadkar, the Principal of Society JDC Bitco Institute of Management Studies and Research, Nashik. Dr. Agrawal shared insights on personal growth, perseverance, responsible leadership, and success through determination in time, on time, all time, every time, and no, not at some time. Okay? Dr. Aurangabadkar emphasized on passion, commitment, and accuracy. Dedication are key player in life, and any successful human being are and proposed vote of thanks for the same session. Session 6, it was session 3 of day 2. The final technical session featured Dr. Sharat Kale, who delivered a talk on Beyond Conference, the philosophy of personal climate responsibility. The session was chaired by Dr. Vijay Gosavi, International Consultant on Project Implementation and Management, and co-chaired by Dr. Manjusha Kulkarni, Principal of Bhausaheb Vartak Arts, Commerce and Science College, Borivali. Dr. Kale emphasized the importance of individual responsibility in addressing climatic change beyond academic discussions. Sir, we take a pledge today that let us build a waste-free home, village, city, and our beloved nation, India. During the session, Dr. Vijay Gosavi introduced key conceptual frameworks using various framework models like Spider model for organization and project management assessment, Honeybee model for environmental and ecological sustainability, 7 habit model for personal effectiveness and leadership development. The session was concluded with vote of thanks by Dr. Manjusha Kulkarni, Principal of Bhausai Vartak Arts, Science and Commerce College, Borivali. It's a valedictory function. This is the last function of our 2 days international conference. The conference concluded with valedictory ceremony presided over by Dr. R.P. Deshpande, President of Gokhale Education Society. The chief guest of today's valedictory ceremony is Dr. B.S. Mandloi, Regional Director, DRDO Nashik. The guest of honors are Dr. Kamal Dua, Professor at University of Sydney, Australia, and Dr. D.P. Deshpande, Madam, Secretary and Treasurer, Gokhale Education Society, Dr. Suhasini Sant, Chairman, Gokhale Education Society. Other dignitaries present on the dais are Professor P.M. Deshpande, Project Director, Sri Shailejji Gosavi, Director, Establishment and Maintenance, Dr. R.M. Kulkarni, Zonal Secretary, Nashik Zone, Dr. Anjali Kulkarni, Chairperson, CCC and STA, Gokhale Education Society, Engineer Akshay Deshpande, Director Quality and Systems and convener of the conference. The IMKE conference, it's IMKE 2026, it's the first chapter of IMKE, proved to be highly successful academic event, facilitating meaningful discussions, interdisciplinary collaborations, and knowledge exchange among scholars, researchers, and professionals from diverse fields. The insightful sessions, distinguished speakers, research presentations, and enthusiastic participation of delegates significantly contributed to the success of conference and reinforced the importance of multidisciplinary collaboration in addressing contemporary global challenges. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. You very briefly completed the difficult task of presenting a 2-day report in 5 minutes' time. Thank you very much. It is said that the organizers of any event constantly need a pat on the back and a hand to twist the tail so that we can excel. It is now time for feedback from the participants. Due to time constraint, we requested only 2 representative participants to voluntarily come forward and to express their views about IMKE 2026. I now request Dr. Praveen Morankar, Head of the Department of Pharmacology, to please come forward and give his feedback. Dr. Praveen Morankar.
Very good afternoon to one and all. I am Dr. Praveen Morankar from Aldale College of Pharmacy and Research, Palghar. Since last 2 days, we are here for the first international multidisciplinary knowledge exchange conference. One thing I would like to share with all of you, the coordination I have seen here, I never seen in my academic life from last 18 years. Like here is the involvement of students, staff, and management is very well. Another thing I would like to say, the resource persons like Dr. Kamal Dua and Dr. Pawan Agrawal, the sessions were very informative, motivational, inspirational. No doubt all sessions were very good, but I would like to say especially thanks to Dr. Kamal Dua and Pawan Agrawal for giving us such a nice presentation as well as the discussion during their, you can say the lectures. While when we presented a poster, we found that not only pharmacy, there is a naturopathy, physiotherapy, most of streams are there. Such a nice conference was arranged, and I congratulate to Gokhale Education Society team members, Dr. Prashant Pingle, Deshpande ma'am, as well as all the coordinators like Dr. Datta Shinkar, Principal Dr. Sunil Amrutkar sir. Sir, congratulations and thank you for arranging such a nice platform to showcase our research as well as the innovation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. That was really motivating for all of us. I now request Shri Om Raite, PG student from Maratha Vidya Prasarak Mandas College of Pharmacy. Mr. Om Raite.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Om Santosh Raite, a PG student of Maratha Vidya Prasarak Samaj, College of Pharmacy, Nashik. I am very grateful to be a part of the international multidisciplinary knowledge exchange 2026. The the conference was very informative and well organized. All sessions provided valuable insight on the topic like innovation, health science, and social responsibility. The speakers shared their valuable knowledge and real-world experience, which help us to understand the importance of the interdisciplinary research and collaboration. I would like to sincerely thank the organizer, speaker, volunteers, or conducting such wonderful event and giving us the opportunity to learn, exchange ideas. Overall, it was a great experience, and I look forward to participating similar conference in the future. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Feedbacks like these definitely boost our morale for the planning of the next events. We have blessing of respected Mr. Lalit Mahadeshwar, founder and digital strategist of Sateri Group. We have his best wishes online, so let us first witness that.
Namaste, very warm welcome to everyone here at International Multidisciplinary Knowledge Exchange 2026 here in Nashik. I'm Lalit Mahadeshwar, I'm founder and digital strategist at Sateri Group of Companies, and I'm very thankful to Gokhale Education Society, Dr. Dipti Deshpande, and all the teachers and students who have been working so hard to make this giant event possible. This year's theme, Science for Life, Innovation, Integration and Impact, couldn't have been more timely. Right now, the world we live in rapidly changing, reshaping itself, all because of digital transformation, artificial intelligence, and urgent need of sustainable solutions. The solution for these are not going to come from one discipline. It needs cross-pollination of ideas from various different verticals which are coming together. This conference, IMKE 2026, is the exact platform which can give this. It can deliver us these different disciplines, different brains which are working in multiple different fields coming together and exchanging ideas. The researchers, the clinicians, the engineers, the politicians, the entrepreneurs, all have to come together and listen to each other and bring all their thoughts and brains together to form the solutions which are required by the future. You are going to shape the tomorrow. To the students and young researchers, this is your moment. Don't just attend this conference, engage with it. Ask difficult questions to yourself, to the people sitting next to you. Challenge assumptions. That is the objective of this conference. The solutions or the bright ideas which you will engage all your life will probably be coming from IMKE 2026 or similar platform. Make use of this platform. Make best of it. To the Gokhale Education Society, you have been beacon of knowledge, integrity, and innovation over a century. Today's conference is a proud addition to your legacy. I'm thankful that you invited me and you continue to do all these kind of wonderful work. Thank you so much for all your efforts. Jai Hind.
We thank Mr. Lalit Mahadeshwar. I now request Dr. Kamal Dua, guest of honor for today's function, to express his views.
Sorry. Very good afternoon, everyone. I think you've been hearing so many of thanks vote, right? So that you guys can have the prize or award ceremony more than anything else. I think personal reflection, what I can say, this was the question it's been asked just before this ceremony to me. How do you feel this conference is different than the other conferences which is happening across the globe? I personally feel that the Gokhale Education Society has created this platform, especially called as International Multidisciplinary Knowledge Exchange. And there are three terms in that. If you see integration, innovation, and impact. And that these three words are embedded in everyone's life, in every day, in every activity, if you really think. If you crucially think, even if you are sitting today and breathing, you can bring that integration, impact, and innovation here itself. I have attended so many conferences in a span of 22 years of my academic life. I have attended nationally and internationally. And coming to India always is close to my heart because I born and brought up here. But I go to many conferences being a pharmaceutical scientist to all the pharmacy conferences. And in pharmacy, we have different disciplines, pharmaceutics, pharmacology, A, B, C, D. But every time I go, I only talk about pharmacy. I meet only pharmacy people. But this conference has given me an entirely different avenue. And I should proudly say, this is just because of the vision, thoughts, and mission of the Gokhale Education Society to create a conference which is multidisciplinary. I can see the people from the arts, I can see the people from physiotherapy, and I have seen people from pharmaceutical sciences. And a lot of people from different disciplines yesterday came and talked to me. I'll give you my own best example, which can clearly show the integration of different disciplines in this conference. Yesterday, during the poster presentation, when I was there, I talked to two different physiotherapy students with their models, which was sitting in front of the posters. I don't know you got a chance to go to see those posters or not. I'm not a physiotherapist. I am a pharmaceutical sciences researcher, a pharmacist. They were having a model that was purely for the patients which had difficulty in doing their daily jobs. As a pharmacist, I can immediately think of, I gave my feedback to the students. If a student have, the patient have Parkinson's disease, they cannot screw it because they have a trembling movement. So that has initiated a lot of thoughts to me despite being a pharmacist on physiotherapy aspect. And that is called integration. In the same way, I believe all of you definitely had in the last 2 days multiple chances to see how you can integrate yourself. We talked about today's very nice presentation from Prashant regarding the supply chain of Dabbawala. Think of that supply chain. I won't go very long back. Think about COVID-19. If that supply chain is not there, we don't get vaccines in time across the globe. And if we don't have vaccines, we'll be sitting here with the mask. We won't be sitting next to each other. There should be a distance between each person. How it happened? It just happened because there was a conjunction. There was an integration between different disciplines. Starting from a pharmaceutical industry, the researcher who built the COVID vaccine, to the manufacturer, to the transport, which got to that particularly health center where you got that injected into your body. Think about that. The basic other example I can give you, you go to your kitchen every day. You have to prepare chai. How you prepare chai? Until and unless you don't have tea powder, sugar, milk, you cannot do that. You integrate the things. In the same way, I would really like to thank, first of all, the Gokhale Education Society for creating such an amazing multidisciplinary exchange conference where different disciplines come together to work toward the challenges in one mission and a goal. The other really very to the heart touching thing was the themes, the 4 themes. And the first theme was just AI. Everyone in today's time, I can tell you, half of these speeches are written through AI. I can tell you. I can tell you very clearly. Why we trust more AI than anything else. We go to Google. Even if we have to go to home or to find a new place, we go to Google Map. We go to Google Maps, right? Why we go to Google Maps? Previously, when I was a kid, I still remember my father has to drop me in Delhi somewhere. He stopped the car and he asked the person, can you tell me where that house is? But nowadays, no one bother. Even Google Maps says, go in a squeeze street, car can go there. But why it's all happening? AI is being used everywhere in every form. Doesn't matter any discipline. And all these disciplines are connected together. That was a great theme. Health was a great theme. Sustainability was a great theme. All the 4 themes, the way it has been picked and amalgamated together, I have never seen in any conference. I go there, everyone talk about controlled release, drug delivery, pharmacology, A, B, C, D. I go everywhere, but I have never seen any platform such where everything was integrated. And most importantly, we all have sitting together next to each other so that we can brainstorm together something cleverly to come across the solutions of the problems which are existing in today's world. Last but not the least, I won't take you too much of time. I'll say, you do whatever you do with passion. Whatever you do, even you breathe every day, breathe with passion. If you don't breathe with passion, your lungs are not healthy. So the person who is sitting to you, next to you, even if you help that person in some form, you have done your great karma and deed of the day. And your life will go like this. At the end of the day, they will only remember how you have made an impact, which is on the screen. Impact, integration, and also interdisciplinary of that approach. If you not make impact in your own life, in someone's life, then your life doesn't have a purpose. And at the end, I would like to again thank Dr. Deshpande, Professor Pingil, all the organizing committee, all the people, those who might be really want to go home, it's Sunday, listening to me, and thank you for making my travel possible from Sydney all the way to Nasik. A big thanks to everyone with the folded hands. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. We have all seen yesterday how Dr. Dua considers his, or rather treats his research work as a mission, and let us pray that we very soon come up with, witness the real success of his research work. Thank you once again. I now request respected Dr. B.S. Manloi, sir, the chief guest of the function, to express his views on this occasion.
Good afternoon to each and every one of you. On the dais, the dignitaries of the dais, the students, faculties, and participants of this International Multidisciplinary Knowledge Exchange Conference. Indeed, it is a privilege and proud moment for me to stand before you all, particularly at the premises of Prestige Gokhale Education Society, Nasik, which is about 108 years old and working towards noble cause of education for all sections of society. Really, I feel proud to stand before you. At the outset, I must thank the organization inviting me for the valedictory functions of this International Multidisciplinary Knowledge Exchange Conference. I appreciate the sincere effort made by each and every one of Gokhale Education Society for organizing such a large-scale, wonderful, internationally disciplinary knowledge exchange conference for these last 2 days. That too in a holy city of Nasik, Maharashtra. Can you imagine an international conference is being organized in such a small North Maharashtra city? It is a privilege and proud moment for all of us. In fact, when it comes to multidisciplinary, bringing all disciplines together and having and churning the ideas, research, practical thoughts, and converting into the products, very, very important. Being a defense background, we know what are the difficulties, how to integrate a different disciplinary into the product, and when product with all the disciplinary with excellence performs. When it performs, everybody claps. I'll just cite 1 or 2 examples of multidisciplinary. I think you might have heard about a lot of missiles. One among them is the BrahMos. It is the heaviest store, although it is licensed manufactured in the country, but required to be integrated on the one of the potential platform of the fighter aircraft at Nasik. It was really a challenging task. The store Weight itself is 2.5 tons. You can imagine what is the weight capacity, and it is to be on the fighter platform to be integrated. All the disciplines works together in coordinations, and this wonderful integrations has been carried out in a record time, for which Government of India also recognized the efforts of each and every one, made the country proud, and in fact, in the recent operations launched by our country, Sindhu, this storm made a visible, powerful impact, and enemy has to surrender. That is how the multidisciplinary works together, and similarly, I believe the organizer of this forum, this conference, might have worked very hard to bring all the disciplines. I heard Dua sir just now is from pharmacy background, coming from all together from Australia, and talking about the medicines, delivery, and all those things. Similarly, I heard the Dabbawala sir. He also made a speech here and made the awareness how the chain distributions takes place. So like this, I think each and every discipline plays its vital role in putting all together, getting a good product is a really a need of ours, and that is how this conference is successfully organized by the organizers. On these occasions, I would like to thank Dr. Mrs. D.P. Deshpande Madam, Secretary and Treasurer, Dr. Mrs. S.V. Samant, Chairman of Gokhale Hygiene Society, distinguished scientists, principals, vice principals, sir, faculties, participants, and dear students. On this occasion, I wanted to indicate to the students, you are studying, you are working very hard to get all your degrees. But when you are studying, see, nation is looking at you. In the coming times, when you pass out from here or any of the institutes, you are going to contribute towards the country and making the impact in the wherever you are working, whichever discipline you are working. And your learning should be utilized there. That is what is expected. Similarly, for the research scholars who are doing a lot of research and research in the latest subject, but you should do a research in such a way, your all research should get converted into the product, and sooner or later, country should be get benefited out of it. Similarly, for the faculties, you are putting a lot of efforts in teaching, giving educations to all the students. At the same time, I think practical examples should be given to the students so that they can appreciate their science more and more, and they can convert into the, when they go to the workplaces, into the nice product which performs from the earth to the space. That is what is the need of the hours, and all should work towards that. I am impressed with the selection of the topics. I think multidisciplinary, in fact, very nicely. I just quote my examples. I think you are surprised. I was a student of commerce. Got converted into the mathematics, did engineering in mechanical engineering, did MTech in rubber technology, did PhD in the, again, polymer science. And today, I am heading an organization where again, the multidisciplinary integrations are carrying out. I know I have seen many faces. Putting all this together, it is really a challenging task which is required to be performed. I hope in future, I think you may be discussing a lot of things, but future also, I think future 2-3 very, very important things I think Dua Sahab already mentioned, and in the summary, I think Pingle sir also mentioned. I think coming time is the advanced material. See, as on date, we have a lot of materials, but conventional materials. When it comes to the advanced materials, I'll just mention about one material. Metals plays very vital roles in today's science, especially for the fighter platform, stealth material. Country today is lacking in that materials. So I think some clues should be taken from this, and some of the students should work on this, and this material should be developed and should be put on the platforms, so that our operational capabilities enhanced by reducing, I think, radar crosses. Although terminology is a little difficult for you, maybe hearing the first time, but this is one material which will make our aircraft visibility lesser and lesser. So in this area, I think in coming time, you must think about it, discuss, deliberate, and somebody should work on this. Otherwise, I think AI, artificial intelligence, it is already being utilized in many of the applications, but if it can be, how it can be utilized for the aircraft, particularly military aircrafts. I think that is, one area wherein some consideration should be there. Cyber security, I think today is the day or time wherein cyber security plays very vital role. Communication systems and defense technologies. I think in many of the institutes, defense technology is less talked. We are talking about the basic engineering disciplines, but if someone is able to talk about the defense technologies, what is the need of the defense, and if something can be done for the defense, I think it will be very nice. So I think in the coming times, Gokhale is such a wonderful organizations, can think of organizing the conferences for this kind of subjects. At the end, I congratulate all the winners, participants, organizing team, and kudos to the Gokhale Education Society for hosting such a wonderful events. Thank you everyone. Thank you, organizers.
Thank you very much, sir. Sir spoke about his multidisciplinary academic background. I think we could not have got a better chief guest for this multidisciplinary conference and its valedictory function. Thank you once again, sir, for your address and your best wishes for us. It's now time to seek blessings from the president of this valedictory function. As we have been telling you all since yesterday, that this conference is being held in blended mode. Even the valedictory function is being telecasted through online mode, and we are going to have presidential address in a video format. So let's hear what our president for valedictory function, Dr. R.P. Deshpande sir, has to say with us all.
Good afternoon, namaskar. Jnana praptistu bhaktitaha. Roots of values and wings of growth. Gokhale Education Society, Nasik 5. A lead and quality education enterprise in India. We are here for the valedictory function of International Multidisciplinary Knowledge Exchange Conference, IMKE 2026, organized by Gokhale Education Society, Nasik. Dignitaries present on the dais, chief guest of the function, Dr. B.S. Mandoloi, Director DRDO. Guest of honors, Dr. Kamal Dua, a Associate Professor, University of Technology, Sydney, Australia. Dr. Mrs. D.P. Deshpande, Secretary and Treasurer, Gokhale Education Society. Dr. Mrs. S.V. Sant, Chairperson, Gokhale Education Society. Society's office bearers, principals, vice principals, participants, faculty members, and my dear students. Drawing inspiration from the great statesman, educationist Gopal Krishna Gokhale, the late Principal P.A. Kulkarni founded the Gokhale Education Society on 19 February 1980. The society runs a network of schools, colleges, and research centers, institutes at number of places in 4 zones: Nasik, Mumbai, Palghar, and at present Amravati. Today, the society has made its marks with successful 108 years and newer dimension in education. The creative dynamic leadership of late Sir Dr. M.S. Gosavi, Secretary and Director General, Principal S.B. Pandit, President, and at the present Dr. Mrs. D.P. Deshpande, Secretary and Treasurer, GE Society, respectively, enrich the society quantitatively and qualitatively, endorsing its motto, above self, above politics. The IMKE, International Multidisciplinary Knowledge Exchange, the Science for Life, Innovation, Integration and Impact, a two-day global international conference was hosted by the G Society Nashik in India, dedicated to bridge multiple disciplines and driving innovation through integration. It has invited participants to explore how science and research translates into real life applications, creating meaningful impact. The IMKE conference was inaugurated yesterday on the 14th March 2026 in the presence of renowned personalities in the different fields. Through its diverse tracks and the thematic sessions, IMKE encouraged participants to explore emerging trends, share pioneering research, and engaging with experts from around the world. The event features keynote lectures, panel discussions, paper presentation, workshops, and working forums were so designed to inspire innovation and support collaborative learning. Benefits of knowledge management exchange, which employees can quickly find the information they need by spending less time in searching and more time on productive tasks. This can significantly boost overall efficiency and reduce operational cost. By uniting science, technology like AI, EI, business culture, environment and social responsibility, the conference created a space where ideas transform into action. IMKE empowers both established and emerging professionals to contribute to global development, improve quality of life, and build a more inclusive sustainability and knowledge-driven future. Coming to the end of conclusion, with the words of Mahakavi Kalidas, who says, "Do not rely on the dream of yesterday. Yesterday is itself but a dream. Tomorrow is only a vision. But today, well lived, makes everyone yesterday a dream of happiness and every tomorrow a vision of hope." The same was we experienced from the conference. I keep on record my sincere admiration for the efforts made by all office bearers and a team of organizers of the conference. I feel I am confident that IMKE conference is benefited to you all. Wish you all the best. Thank you, Dhanyavad.
Thank you very much, sir. It was your support and motivation because of which the conference was that successful. Once again, we thank you. We have with us Mr. Uttam Salwade from DRDO office today. We heartily welcome you, sir, and request you to please come on the dais. I request Secretary of the Society, Dr. Mrs. Dipti Deshpande, to please felicitate Mr. Uttam Salwade. His presence today is really crucial for all of us. He is a representative from DRDO office, Nashik. Thank you, sir. Thank you, madam.
Dear members, we begin with the much awaited appreciation, prize distribution and award announcement ceremony now. Be assured that the winners, the persons whom we are appreciating, giving our recognition and appreciation, all of them are going to be with a surprise because not a single member of them knows that they are being appreciated here and they are being declared as winners over here. So it is going to be a round of surprise for all those special members here. We begin with appreciation for the host and co-host colleges. I invite Principal of Sir Dr. M.S. Gosavi College of Pharmaceutical Education and Research, Dr. S.V. Amrutkar sir. I request Honorable Dr. Mrs. Dipti Deshpande Madam to felicitate Dr. Amrutkar sir for hosting first international conference IMKE 2026. Let us give a big round of applause for the head of the institute, which has hosted first international conference IMKE 2026. The head of the co-host college, in charge principal, Dr. Vijay Prasad Awasthi, HPT Arts and RYK Science College, Nashik. I request Honorable Deshpande Madam to do the honors. The college, which has multidisciplinary in real sense, wherein all the various fields, faculties come together. Thank you, Madam. A special recognition, special appreciation award for our RNC Arts, JDB Commerce and NSC Science College, Nashik Road for their tremendous response and huge contribution in the sponsorship of this entire IMKE 2026. I invite in charge Principal Dr. Krishna Shahane to receive the recognition. I request Honorable Deshpande Madam to do the honors. The helping hands are many, but a few of them are quite visible. Nashik Road College was one of them. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you, Madam. Now we are going to declare the paper presentation awards. There were total 6 tracks and we had received more than 55 papers, to be specific, total 58 papers. And the papers were presented in all the 6 tracks. We will be declaring awards under 3 different categories: Young Researcher Award, Emerging Scientist Award, and Evaluator's Choice Award. I first declare the award under category Evaluator's Choice Award. The award goes to Ms. Vrushali Nikam under track 2. Yes, I request Vrushali Nikam to please come on the dais, and I request Dr. Mandloi sir, chief guest of the function, to please do the honors. Ms. Vrushali Nikam getting Evaluator's Choice Award. Next award is Emerging Scientist Award that goes to Ms. Snehal Rahane from track 5. I request Mandloi sir to do the honors. Ms. Snehal Rahane, Emerging Scientist Award. And the Young Researcher Award goes to probably the youngest participant, Miss Siddhi Gosavi from track 4. Miss Siddhi Gosavi, Young Researcher Award. Thank you, sir. Now we are going to have poster presentation award ceremony. I request Dr. Kamal Dua sir to do the honors. The first award is under Young Research Award, and the award goes to Miss Simon Anil More from Sir Dr. M.S. Gosavi College of Physiotherapy, Nashik. Miss Simon More. Next awardee should come fast, Prajakta Thete. Next award is under category Emerging Scientist Award, Ms. Prajakta Gopinath Thete from R.G. Sabka College of Pharmacy and PhD, she is a PhD scholar of Sir Dr. M.S. Gosavi College of Pharmacy, Nashik. Next awardee is Rushikesh Zadhav. Next awardee is Rushikesh Sanjay Zadhav from HPT Arts and RYK Science College. He has received an award in category Evaluator Choice Award. Next awardee is Moranka Praveen Govinda. Dr. Moranka Praveen Govinda. Praveen Morankar, Adel College of Pharmacy, Palghar. Looking at the overwhelming response, these consolation and the special appreciation prizes were awarded Dr. Praveen Morankar, Adel College of Pharmacy, Palghar, and Dr. Kirti Kumar Patel from Bordi, NB Mehta College, Bordi. I request organizing secretary to accept on his behalf. Thank you, sir.
We now have representative award, rather certificate distribution. Let me clear this view. It is only a representation of all the delegates, participants. The remaining participants would definitely get their certificates immediately after the valedictory function at the basement. We have these representative participants. I request Principal PM Deshpande sir to do the honors. Om Raite. Om Raite from MVP. Siddhi Changude. I request Principal PM Deshpande sir to do the honors. Siddhi Changude. The next participant is Akanksha Shevare. Thank you, sir. I request Shailesh Gosavi sir to do the honors. Akanksha Shevare. Next participant is Praveen Morankar sir. I request Shailesh Gosavi sir to do the honors. Praveen Morankar. Who has made it possible with his innovation and Gen Z concepts, ideas and execution of the same. Let us have a big round of applause for Mr. Akshay Deshpande, convener of IMKE 2026. We appreciate him with a special memento and a bouquet. I request Dr. Manloi sir to felicitate Dr. Prashant Pingre, Organizing Secretary of IMKE 2026, who was really on his toes for last 8 months, and we all have bothered him with innumerable calls every day. Thank you, sir. A special appreciation to the one who has now become integral part and parcel of Gokhale Education Society, Mr. Pankaj Ferd. The one who is really behind the scenes always, I request Honorable R.P. Deshpande sir to do the honors, to felicitate and appreciate Mr. Pankaj Ferd, who worked on the ERP system, because of whom we could easily connect with all the participants. Thank you, sir. We now have special appreciation for the representative committee members of IMKE 2026. I request Dr. Mrs. Santa Madam to do the honors. Dr. Mrs. Leena Bhatt for creation of very innovative and thoughtful logo of IMKE 2026. All the committee members have worked hard for the success of the event. These are representative members of organizing committee. Dr. Mrs. Hema Burung, the in charge of poster competition. And Dr. Mrs. Poonam Chaudhary, in charge of paper presentation competition. These three members are accepting the appreciation on behalf of all the committee members who have worked 24/7 for this conference. Dr. Mrs. Poonam Chaudhary. Thank you, madam. We now appreciate representative volunteers who have worked along with us for these 2 days. I request Mr. Akshay Deshpande to do the honors. Khushi Mamnani from SMRK BKK Mahila Mahavidyalaya. These volunteers work for every event of the society. They have created a very impactful task force with their skills. Arnav Dev from BYK College of Commerce. Arnav Dev, our volunteer who is actually busy backstage. Thank you, sir. We have one more special appreciation. We all have got food for thought in this auditorium, but the one who has taken care of food for the stomach for these 2 days, whose name we all always have in our list, Shri Dayalji Singh. I request Honorable Deshpande Madam to felicitate Dayalji. A big round of applause. The one who takes care of our stomachs so that we deliver food for thought here on the stage. Thank you, madam.
All other participants are requested to collect their certificates after the program is over. Siddhir bhavati kartrutve nishtham yah pratipadyate shaktireva sada prapya yasho yatra pratishchitam. It means success follows those who dedicate themselves with persistence and action. Where effort meets unwavering determination, glory is sure to settle. All the committee members and volunteers have felt the same today. It is time to express gratitude towards all who contributed, encouraged for the grand success of the event. I request Dr. Mrs. Anjali Kulkarni, Scientific Chair of the conference, to propose vote of thanks at the end of the valedictory function.
Good afternoon to all those who have assembled here for the valedictory session of the 2-day International Multidisciplinary Knowledge Exchange Conference, which is an initiative undertaken by the research wing of Gokhale Education Society's Staff Training Academy in collaboration with a few of our colleges and institutions. Respected Dr. R.P. Deshpande, the President of GES and the Chairperson of the function, Secretary and Treasurer of Gokhale Education Society, Dr. Dipti Deshpande, distinguished Chief Guest, Dr. B.S. Mandloi, Guest of Honor, Dr. Kamal Dua, Dr. Mrs. Sant, Chairperson, Dr. Ram Kulkarni, the Zonal Secretary, Nasik, principals of various G Society's colleges, Professor P.M. Deshpande, Shri Shailesh Gosavi, and Engineer Akshay Deshpande, and Shri Uttam Saravade. I would like to begin with a small incident that led to great outcomes. Many years ago, during a sea voyage, C.V. Raman, the great Indian physicist who noticed the blue color of the sea, asked a simple yet profound question: why is the sea blue? While others admired the beauty of the ocean, he was driven by curiosity to understand the science behind it. That curiosity led him to discover the Raman effect, earning the Nobel Prize in Physics way back in 1930. This story reminds us that the scientific discovery often begins in the simplest moments of wonder, and that curiosity, when pursued with dedication, can illuminate the world. Over the past 2 days, the International Conference on Science for Life, Innovation, Integration, and Impact has captured that same spirit. We have witnessed curiosity meet collaboration, Ideas spark discussion, and knowledge translate into solutions for the betterment of humanity. At the outset, I would like to remind everyone of the rich educational legacy of Gokhale Education Society that our pioneers from as early as 1918 and recent mentors, late Shikshan Maharshi Dr. M.S. Gosavi and late chairperson Shri S.B. Pandit have left for the future generations. We are greatly indebted to them, and I express our deeply felt gratitude towards them. We owe our secretary, Dr. Mrs. Deepti Deshpande, immeasurable gratitude for her encouragement, her guidance in minute details, and her constant vigil during the preparatory stages of this conference. We thank President Dr. R.P. Deshpande and Chairperson Dr. Mrs. Sant, zonal secretaries of the 3 zones, our directors, for their support and encouragement and the academic freedom we receive from them. An international conference of this magnitude would not have been possible without their guidance and inspiration. We are thankful to all the office bearers and life members of Gokhale Education Society for extending their support and blessings. On behalf of the Staff Training Academy of Gokhale Education Society and the scientific chair of this conference, and again, this is again a multidisciplinary approach. I belong to the arts stream. I'm a teacher of English and have been the scientific chair. So in the true spirit of multidisciplinary. It is my proud privilege to extend our heartfelt gratitude to our distinguished guests and keynote speakers. Their insightful presentations and inspiring words have enriched our understanding of the role of science in shaping life and society. We are indeed very indebted to Padma Shri Dr. Sharad Kare, who graced the inaugural function as chief guest yesterday. Later in the day, Dr. Kare interacted with our microbiology students and faculty across Nashik at HPT and RYK College. He was the key speaker for the session on sustainability and climate action, a subject which is his life mission. It was a learning experience to witness in practice what he always preaches: work is worship. We are thankful to Dr. Vivek Sawant for his insightful talk on smart futures, AI, and innovation, which was in an extremely discerning manner. Dr. Pawan Agarwal's talk related to responsible business and innovation, and I do not need to say anything further because you have all experienced the electrifying presentation given by him. We thank him for that session. Thank you, Dr. Alex John, for your perceptive presentation on the topic, Healthy Lives and Inclusive Society. As a teacher of English literature, I felt that Alex John's presentation was a short story. The way he presented was nothing short of a presentation of a story so exciting, so impressive, so entertaining. We are thankful to Dr. Kamal Dua, who addressed the topic Pharma, Health and Life Sciences. He has been with us for both the days and has interacted with students and faculty members, enriching them in the process. I'm also thankful to him for his comments on the interdisciplinary aspect of our conference, which he made just a few minutes ago. We are grateful to all the session chairpersons, Dr. Parag Kalkar, Dr. Chandragauda Patil, Dr. Sarita Aurangabadkar, Dr. Vijay Gosavi, Dr. Mrs. Suhasini Sant, and Dr. Mrs. Anjali Kulkarni. We are also thankful to the co-chairs of these 6 sessions who coordinated the entire session proceedings seamlessly and on time. Our thanks are due to all the paper and poster presenters, moderators, and the track in charges. Congratulations to the prize winners. I would like to express our special gratitude towards all the evaluators for their impartial and impeccable judging. We owe our sincere thanks to all the participants, researchers, academicians, and delegates who have traveled from near and far to share their work. Your contributions, questions, and discussions have transformed this gathering into a vibrant platform for innovation and intellectual exchange. A special note of appreciation to the organizing committee, whose tireless planning and meticulous coordination have ensured that every session ran smoothly. The preparation for the conference began in October 2025, and we had some very exciting brainstorming sessions that have gradually shaped the abstract idea of holding an international conference into the finite knowledge exchange we have been witnessing for the past 6 sessions and presentations during yesterday and today. The journey from idea to knowledge exchange has been very interesting and enabling. I'm sure we all will agree that the joy was in the journey. The conference organizing committee comprises 3 generations of teachers, some of us who have retired a couple of years ago, a few who are in the middle of their career, and some who have just stepped out of their graduation cloaks and caps and have taken up the mantle of Gokhale Education Society, Jnana Praptistu Bhaktitaha. Education for all. Mr. Akshay Deshpande, convener of the IMKE conference, and his technical team of youngsters like Mr. Ferd deserve a special word of appreciation for their meticulous planning and intelligent execution of the event. This was our young brigade in action. Most of the documents were prepared in the virtual mode, ensuring that we did not waste any paper, thereby contributing in our small way towards nature conservation. Dr. Prashant Pingre, organizing secretary of the IMKE conference, deserves a special mention for his tireless efforts and team-building skills, which have brought the idea of an international conference into reality. Thanks for the comprehensive report of the 2 days of IMKE 2026, which you presented a few minutes ago. We are also deeply grateful to our sponsors, institutional partners, student volunteers. Your support behind the scenes has been invaluable. The cultural evening yesterday was indeed a stress buster. Thank you, Mr. Narang and group, for the vibrant performances. The staff of Guru Dakshina Complex needs to be specially complimented for their scrupulous preparation and readiness of the various halls, the technical facilities, which enabled us to conduct the sessions uninterruptedly. Our function committee deserves to be congratulated and thanked for all their efforts to organize the entire 2 days of the conference. Thanks are due to the publication team for the abstract book and Swayam Prakash, and the journal which would be later published. Numerous efforts by numerous members have gone into the preparations and successful organization of the conference, and it is difficult to mention each person's name. But each one of them knows that without their joint efforts, without their contribution, this conference would not have been possible. Thanks a lot for the encouraging feedback given by our participants, representative to feedback that we received. We are happy that we were able to deliver what we promised ourselves: innovation, integration, and impact. We are thankful to our publicity team, reporters and media persons for giving this event ample coverage. We look forward to similar cooperation in the future. We express our sincere gratitude towards our food committee and catering partner and his staff for providing us with food service, especially in these difficult moments of fuel shortage. It is not for nothing that it is customary to bless the one who feeds us, Annadata Sukhi Bhava. I thank all the committees that worked in unison for putting up this fantastic act of IMKE 26 1.0. We express a big thank you to our comparing team, comprising Dr. Sneha Ratnaparkhi and Dr. Mugdha Joshi, who as masters of the ceremony have conducted the entire conference so precisely. And on a lighter note, may I say that you made all of us obey your instructions. The students who rendered the Ishastavan and the Society Geet so soulfully, students from SMRK, and set the sublime tone of the conference also deserve accolades and appreciation. Finally, I thank all participants for your enthusiasm and engagement, which have truly brought life to this conference. Kindly excuse me if I have missed out on any names by mistake while expressing our gratitude. We acknowledge the help and support rendered by all known and unknown well-wishers, directly or indirectly, for making this conference a grand success. As we conclude, let us remember the inspiring words of Albert Einstein. The important thing, I quote, the important thing is not to stop questioning. Curiosity has its own reason for existing, unquote. May the curiosity, knowledge, and collaborations kindled here continue to grow, guiding science in its noble mission to understand life, to serve humanity, and to create a brighter, healthier future. Where the mind is without fear and the head is held high, where knowledge is free, where words come out from the depth of truth. This is a prayer by Rabindranath Tagore. These timeless words by Rabindranath Tagore remind us that the pursuit of knowledge and truth is the foundation upon which science and humanity advance together. When Lord Ganesh leaves on the 10th day of the Ganesh festival, it is customary to say, Pundaragamanaya cha, return next year, O Lord. On that very note, we bid all of you a goodbye, only to return next year for IMKE 27. Kindly allow me to leave you with these words. From questions asked to knowledge gained. From questions asked to knowledge gained. From minds that met to ideas sustained. May the light of science guide our ways toward wiser, humane, and better days. With deep gratitude to all who have made this conference a success, I thank you once again. Thank you.
Thank you so much, madam. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of this valedictory ceremony. May IMKE become valedictorian in the field of research and innovation. With this, now I request everyone to stand for national anthem.
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उज्जल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
It's a gentle reminder for the participants. You all will get your certificates at the registration counter. Thank you so much.
आज स्वयंपाक सांगितलं ना घरी करायला. आज दयाल सिंग नाही बरं का संध्याकाळी.